Good evening, everybody, or good afternoon to those of you in the Mountain Time Zone and the West Coast. Welcome to day 2 of Sports Crutch with D-Crom's 2022 NFL Draft coverage. I am your host, David Cromwell, joined by my right-hand man and partner, Hal Bent of Full Press Coverage. And Hal, last night was the most exciting, dare I say, unpredictable, wildest NFL draft that I could ever remember in my life. Do you feel the same way?
It was something, David. I'll tell you, from start to finish, there were curveballs, there were trades. It was players dropping, players flying up the board and coming off, questions about this and that, and stepping back now with a little time to digest it. Yeah, that was even the uncertainty on those first few picks as well, not normally expected. I mean, just look back at last year. We were pretty much cemented 1, 2, 3, and the draft started at 4. So it was a bit of a difference here. So
Yes, and the trades were the big story last night. All the
yes,
moves up and down the board, including Pro Bowl players being involved in a deal. Looking at you, AJ Brown, and the Titans using the pick they got in return for him to draft what many people feel is like a carbon copy of him in Traylon Burks. Like the New York teams knocking it out of the park last night. The Ravens putting on the ultimate clinic in how to select how to really select the best player available on your board, because they really wanted Jordan Davis, but it left them Kyle Hamilton, and then they gladly took that. And they were able to fleece the Cardinals for another first round pick for Hollywood Brown. The Cardinals were easily the biggest losers of last night, and the Ravens are just they just gave us another masterpiece last night. But it's not a surprise. Eric DaCosta and Joe Douglas, who was a disciple of Eric DaCosta, were two of the rock stars last night. And new Bills Giants GM Joe Shane, the rebuild of the New York Giants in the image of him and Brian Daboll couldn't have gotten off to a better start last night.
no, not at all. I mean, New York, definitely the theme of that first round, and even the Jets coming back up um, to jump in and grab Jermaine Johnson at 26. Another bold move there to get three real impact players in that first round. So I mean, that's what you call setting the stage for the franchise there, for their growth. And but yeah, I mean, Baltimore, and even after trading, getting that second pick for Hollywood Brown, and then bouncing back 2 picks from the Bills, and still picking up another pick later on in the draft. I think it was a 4th round pick from the Bills to drop 2 more spots and still get the guy they clearly had their eyes on, their new center, Tyler Linderbaum. So, we saw last year with one of your favorite players, Creed Humphrey, that smaller center, and the impact that he can have as a rookie stepping right in from day one. I think Linderbaum's in a position to do the exact same thing. And that could be, again, looking back a year later, we could be saying, wow, that Baltimore, great pick getting Kyle Hamilton, but Linderbaum, that may have been, how did he get to 25? Because it's like looking back at Creed Humphrey now, like what was he doing in the second round?
Oh, absolutely. And but a lot of people were actually expecting Tyler Linderbaum to fall all the way to the second round, because he doesn't have position versatility. He's played very little to no guard, and the NFL places a premium on centers that have experience at guard. And he's got arm length that is very short, even for a center. But the tape and the talent and the athleticism just speak for themselves. And as I alluded to before, the Ravens took him last night. Doug Farrar, the USA Today touchdown wire, was at Eric DaCosta's press conference at the Combine, and he tweeted out that he could have sworn he was talking about Tyler Linderbaum without mentioning his name.
I believe it. That's the Ravens know their offensive linemen. They've had great success the past 20 years and building that team that offense through that offensive line. We've seen it over and over again. One of the best drafting franchises. So, they're locked in on that guy. There's usually a good reason why, and they're usually right more than they are wrong. And that's that's the amazing thing, is looking back at this, at this draft and all these different flavors of players, and you go, there's a, every year you say, well, you expect, it works out to about 50% hit on these guys, on who's really good and who's really, and who drops off. But you look at this group and you say, I don't see a lot of guys that, short of injuries. I mean, this is a real deep class so far. And looking at the guys here on day 2, it's very deep there as well. I think there's going to be a lot more hits than misses in a usual season.
You said it. And before we begin our coverage of what to expect tonight, which promises to be equally as fun and just as wild on the trade front, the NFL gave attention to it before the festivities began last night in Vegas, and the Jets had a Ukrainian flag in their war room, in case you missed it, Hal. We are thinking about our brothers and sisters, our brave, inspiring brothers and sisters in Ukraine who are enduring the absolute worst right now that this world can possibly bring. And my fundraiser, we have one day to meet our goal of $500 for orphan Ukrainian children, and the link is right here. So try copying and paste this link if you want to pitch in. Just no contributions too small. Even $5 will go a long way. But if you're having trouble with this, send me your social media info on where I can send you a direct message for this link so you can pitch in before the night is done. Thank you very much, everybody, for your support. And let's talk about what's going on tonight. For the first time in 25 years or so, no quarterbacks were taken in the top 18 picks. And only one quarterback went in the first round last night. I'm obviously talking about Kenny Pickett to the Steelers. But tonight promises to be very, very different on the quarterback front. I think we're going to see quarterbacks go early tonight, most notably Malik Willis of Liberty, Desmond Ridder of Cincinnati, and Matt Corral of Ole Miss. And not only that, Matt Miller of ESPN just tweeted out that if your team wants a quarterback or one of the top wide receivers remaining, I'd be on the phone right now. That's how it sounds. I think we're going to get an early run on quarterbacks and a second wide receiver run after 6-1 in the first round yesterday. So those are the two positions I think we have to watch out for early and often in this second round, Hal.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw that run on the wide receivers yesterday, and once that picked up, that triggered the trade market. We saw that it went London and Wilson, and then all of a sudden the trade started flying in because everybody was getting in on that. So that definitely triggered the market. You saw Washington, John Dotson, a little bit higher than a lot of people thought, but definitely a first round talent there. And again, if you've got that guy that's at the top of your board, you've got to act quickly and get up and get them, because this is not unless you're Baltimore, it's not a sit and wait kind of draft.
Oh, it definitely is not, unless you really believe in your scouting system and that stuff. And the Ravens just have a very unique scouting system. They start earlier and end earlier than all the other teams. That they just do. It's a way that just is extremely difficult to replicate. Although Joe Douglas being in that front office, I think he's bringing some of that to the Jets, it looks like, to wind up with 3 players that were among the top 8 on your team's board. I'm sure you saw the video when Joe Douglas finalized the trade with the Titans to move up for Jermaine Johnson in the tail end of the first. He said on the bleeping clock as he and Robert Saleh just bumped and bear hug, man. Yeah. Oh, I love
Robert Saleh.
Can you think of a more fun head coach GM combo than Robert Saleh and Joe Douglas? Like,
not at all.
Oh my God. they can arm wrestle for hours.
I mean, we talked for years, with Sala when he was with San Francisco as the DC, and we were saying, oh man, he's going to be such a fun head coach wherever he lands, and you can see, I mean, the guys love playing for him. He brings that energy and enthusiasm, and I think seeing him in action, kind of brings about, that type of head coach, the player's coach. Now we see it with Dan Campbell as well in Detroit. And, I think that's a good trend for the NFL. It's very good to, see a little breath of fresh air, and hopefully opens up more opportunities for other head coaches.
Definitely. And I think Nathaniel Hackett on the Broncos is a similar kind of guy
Yeah,
too. I'm not saying he's going to be as good as Saleh or Dan Campbell, but I think the Broncos were clearly looking for a guy who can bring that kind of juice, so to speak, that those two guys bring.
Exactly. And in the NFL is such a, seems like it gets into the ruts. Like, you saw the year after year of the Jeff Fishers being recycled and those kind of head coaches. So it's nice to see the younger head coaches, the different backgrounds, a little more enthusiasm, and I think it's a good thing. So bring in some fresh voices on the defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator side. We're seeing much more younger college coordinators and coaches coming up and filling those roles. So I think that's a big part of the growth of the league as well. That explosion we've seen in the offense and the different defenses to combat that keeps everybody on their toes, makes it for a much better product as well.
And with 23 minutes left until Roger Goodell begins tonight's festivities by putting the Bucks on the clock at 33. The Bucks traded back with the Jaguars, so the Jaguars could take Devin Lloyd at 27 overall. The Bucks have the first pick in the second round. Let's play our favorite game, truth or exaggeration.
Right.
In this game, I just make a statement, and it's up to Hal to determine whether I am telling the truth or whether I am exaggerating. We start with the Chicago Bears. The Chicago Bears, under new GM Ryan Poles and new head coach Matt Eberflus, are currently undergoing a massive roster overhaul. Ryan Poles looked at that roster that Ryan Pace left him, and he said, nope, this roster is terrible. It's old. It lacks depth. I'm going to start all over, and he starts by shipping Khalil Mack, who is kind of getting up there in age now. He still has some good years left in him, but he might be hitting that plateau sooner rather than later. But I think Mack's going to be he's going to be very good for the Chargers for a couple of years. But I think it was a good move for both the Bears and the Chargers. So, but back to the draft. So given the needs that exist all over the Bears roster right now, they were limited participants free agency, and the Bears currently only having 6 picks to play with in this entire draft. Ryan Poles should trade back tonight, not once, but twice. Truth or exaggeration?
Yeah, I think it's a truth. I'm not sure if it's going to be trading back starting at 39, but later on I can see some trade backs. I mean, we're looking at what, they're the 7th team on the books here, and
they have 48 as well in the second round from the
right, 48. So
a trade back opportunity, or
I
their
would
third
say,
round pick is a golden trade back opportunity.
So second, third, the second, and the third, I would say truth. I just think where they've been waiting so long to jump in here on the draft that we're going to see them at 39. They're going to have somebody that's going to be their eyes are going to be lit up for, whether it's Boye Mafe still on the board, or somebody who can get after the quarterback. Travis Jones, if he's still on there. I don't think Logan Hall will be there. He seems like he's one of the top 2 or 3 picks here in this from what I'm hearing. But a Josh Paschal or somebody like that. A lot of good edge rushers there to plug right in, right where they're sitting at 39. So with the caveat of the 39, they're not going to trade back, but 48 and after that, yeah, I'll say that's a truth.
The Minnesota Vikings, because of the trade with Jameson Williams to the Lions, they gave the Lions the 12th overall pick and moved all the way back to 32 and got 30, and they swapped seconds. And the Vikings also got the Lions third as a result of that trade. There's been some buzz that suggests the Vikings might take a quarterback at 34. But truth or exaggeration, the Vikings are far more likely to move that pick back to a quarterback needy team that wants to move up. And if they stay put, they're going to take a corner, an edge rusher, or a wide receiver because Adam Thielen is 32 years old and they were considering Jameson Williams at 12 themselves last night. So truth or exaggeration?
Yeah, I mean, I really don't, I don't see Minnesota as taking a quarterback here, but, I think it's a great strategy if you're in that second round, and we've seen all these quarterbacks here fall through to the second round. If you've got Malik Willis there and you think you can take a chance on him and develop him, and he's going to have to sit a little while behind Kirk Cousins. I mean, it's the perfect situation. This is the team that should be rolling the dice on a Malik Willis, really. You've got Cousins 1 or 2 years. You can sit Malik Willis, get him adjusted to the system. And, if something happens to Kirk Cousins and the wheels come off this year and you're picking at the top of the draft next year, well, who cares? Take another quarterback. Nothing wrong with taking a day 2 pick quarterback and then taking one in the first round the next year.
I just got a tweet from Draft Utopia. I don't think this is necessarily inside information. It's more of educated guesswork here, but he thinks Minnesota will either take a corner here or trade back. However, I do believe a trade will happen for Willis, with him now being the favorite on FanDuel. I believe the Falcons are the team that moves up for him. I'm going to predict the Falcons move 43 and 113 for Willis. And keep in mind, Arthur Smith is a very creative mind. And Malik Willis was born and grew up in the Atlanta area. He was like wearing a Michael Vick jersey when he was a young kid. And his play style is very reminiscent of Michael Vick in many ways. He's like a less polished version of a Michael Vick coming into the NFL. So that is definitely something to watch. But another team that is expected to take a quarterback, the Tennessee Titans, who own the third pick of this third round. So truth or exaggeration, the Tennessee Titans quarterback that they're eyeing is Desmond Ridder of Cincinnati, because he is a great mixture of wise decision maker, game manager, and untapped athletic upside. You're talking about a ceiling of the Alex Smith we saw in Kansas City with Andy Reid. You're talking about a guy who played for Luke Fickell, who was Mike Vrabel's teammate at Ohio State. So, truth or exaggeration, the quarterback the Titans are going to take is Desmond Ridder.
I've got to go with the truth here for you, David. It makes a lot of sense. Here's somebody, good height, strong arm, A+ mobility there. I mean, kinds of sounds like Ryan Tannehill coming out of college is what he sounds like here. And Ridder is one of the quarterbacks coming out who at least has a lot of tape on him, has played a lot. He's got 50 starts behind him in his college career. So yeah, I think that makes, again, a ton of sense for Tennessee. If you're going to look to load up in free agency next year, you can move on from Tannehill, save $30 million, and you've got his replacement waiting in the wings. So almost makes too much sense for Tennessee. It looks like it lines up on paper. I'm excited to see it. So I say truth, definitely. I think that could be a perfect pairing right there.
There has been some betting market buzz that the Giants might be eyeing Malik Willis. Keep in mind, Joe Shane and Brian Daboll, where do they come from? Buffalo. Wow. They turned a ball of clay like Josh Allen into a star, and they might see Malik Willis as a guy they can potentially repeat that with. So, truth or exaggeration, the Giants would be a very ideal landing spot for Malik Willis.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if I'm a quarterback and, you just look at what happened in Buffalo, I'd be sign me up with Brian Daboll all day long. I would have no problem with that coming out of college to land in that situation. And as far as we've seen with the Giants so far, quarterback, this head coach, general manager, they're not tied to this quarterback that was drafted 4 years ago, Daniel Jones. So a lot of times you're going to see that this is a situation where they're more than willing to move on only because, hey, that's not their guy. They're going to wait and get their guy, new GM, new head coach. They want to bring in their guy at quarterback. So I say truth, Giants are definitely in that mix. If he's dropping down to 36, I could see them grabbing Malik Willis. Makes too much sense.
At 33, the Bucks, should they keep the pick as I expect them to, they are going to draft one of these positions: defensive lineman or edge, and we'll count that as a joint position, so that's one. Corner or safety. Truth or exaggeration?
Oh yeah, truth. And if I had to pick out of the three, I think it's defensive lineman.
Logan Hall, baby.
I think it's either going to be either
Travis
Logan
Jones,
Hall
Logan
or
Hall.
Travis Jones. It's going to be one of those two right there. That would be my expectation there.
Especially with Ndamukong Suh still unsigned, and that's a sign that they might not want him back even because they think he's probably too old, and they want a younger guy in there who they can insert next to Vita Vea these next couple of years and be the meat of that defense. And Todd Bowles now runs the show.
That's right.
and he wants Todd Bowles likes big beefy defensive linemen.
Yeah, he certainly does, and he's in the position of power there. So be very interesting to see what they do with this pick. But I'm thinking it's got to be up front there. That's where they're rolling here.
Definitely. Woody Page, the legendary sports columnist based in Denver, says that the Broncos are exploring a trade up. And one of the guys they could be targeting is Auburn corner Roger McCreary. Now, Roger McCreary has some of the best tape, arguably, of anybody in this class, but he is just an average athlete, and his arm length, kind of like Trent McDuffie, is sub 30 inches, and the track record for corners in the NFL with sub 30-inch arms is of those corners achieving success, that is very, 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 very minuscule. So, truth or exaggeration, the Broncos trading up for George McCreary would be one of the dumbest moves ever.
I don't think so. I'm high on McCreary, actually. I understand the short arm.
He's polarizing.
He's very polarizing. There's a lot of people who don't like him. I'm on Team McCreary. I think he's got that. He had the under 7-second 3-cone. He's got that quick speed. The 40 wasn't as fast as people had hoped, I think, the 4.5. But you know what? That's fast enough at cornerback. He's very fluid, I think is the word I would use watching him. He's competitive. He can play inside. He can play outside. He's got that versatility. I think he's, borderline starter as a rookie and should be a starter for the rest of that rookie contract after the first season. So I think solid top of the second round pick. I think he's going to be a solid NFL player. I'm a fan of McCreary. I think he will be able to, move inside and outside, have that flexibility, and be an excellent pick here. So I wouldn't have any problem with Denver moving up and grabbing McCreary.
Well, that's the beauty of the whole draft process, man. That's so many opinions vary on many players, especially in this class, man. Especially in this class, and hearing all the divergent opinions, it's just the beauty of the process. There definitely is McCreary. He's a classic prospect of bet on the tape more than the traits, so to speak. And even though most GMs, including George Payton, prefer to bet on traits, there are exceptions to those rules sometimes. And if this is true, a big if, because George Payton is known to leak contradictory information to everybody to hide his tracks. He might see Roger McCreary as an exception to that rule of bet on traits.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, that's the hardest part of the draft is, projecting the players, you know, making that adjustment to NFL receivers, seeing where they're going to fit in your system. And, there's too many times that you see players that are taken high and they don't work out. And sometimes it's a matter of it's not the player, it's the system. And they land in the correct situation, they turn their careers around, and everybody goes, wow, what happened there? And, the scheme fit, flexibility in that scheme, coaching around them. I mean, we've seen too many great players that have that failure to launch and then are able to turn it around in the right system. And sometimes it's not the player's fault, sometimes it's not the team's fault, and sometimes it just doesn't quite work out. And that's what happens when you're dealing with human beings here, and there's always that factor there. So, and it's what makes the draft so exciting here as well. So, um, like we were saying before, I mean, here in New England, I can tell you that Cole Strange, you would think Bill Belichick hasn't won a game in 4 years. My God, he's being eviscerated on the talk radio stations and in print here.
The people in the NFL get a lot of evaluations wrong. They're human, but
Yep.
Those talk show hosts and those people calling in complaining about that pick have no clue how high the NFL at large was on Cole Strange. Cole Strange would not have made it to the Patriots wherever they're picking in the second round, which is 54. He wouldn't have made it that far. He would have been gone with the first 10, 15 picks of this round. And speaking of that, for the first time since 2014, no running backs went the first round.
Yeah.
We saw Iowa State and Kenneth Walker III of Michigan State will be gone within the top 10 to 15 picks of round 2. Truth or exaggeration?
Oh, I think that's a definite truth. I think once somebody breaks that bubble and grabs a running back, we're going to see those two top backs off the board in a hurry. No doubt about it. I mean, the interesting part for me is going to see which one goes first, whether it's Walker or Hall. I mean, I kind of have them rated kind of equally. And again, it's, like we've talked about before, it's, just your preference. Who do you like more and who shows up on your tape? I've got them pretty much equal when I look at them. And, it's, do you want the bigger back? Do you want one with a little bit more shiftiness, or straight up runner, a little better receiver? Take your choice there. It's, you've got two different flavors, and it's, I think they're both going to be very, very good. And, but yeah, which team gets them? Where do they go? I think they're going to be gone in that area. It's just going to be very interesting to see if somebody trades up and grabs one, if they're both, we're 5, 6, 7 picks into the draft and they're still both sitting there. I think we could see somebody move up and grab one of them. Or if somebody plays the Baltimore game and waits it out and lands one of those two backs. So yeah, I didn't think the backs would go in the first round. I thought they might sneak in the early 30s maybe, but once again, it's, the backs there's so much value with these running backs. We've seen with teams second, third, fourth round. It almost makes no sense unless you've got a generational player to pick one in the first round.
Definitely. And another position we could see a run on, interior offensive lineman, because with Cole Strange going where he did, this opens the door for such a run at that position. You got Cam Jurgens of Nebraska, Luke Gadecki of Central Michigan, who's reportedly been a fast riser in this past month or so. Dylan Parham of Memphis. Let's see who else we have here. Jamari Sawyer, Marquise Hayes, and Also, Bernard Ryman is still available.
Still out
But
there,
he's
yeah.
a tackle. But so, truth or exaggeration, a run on interior offensive lineman is coming at some point in round 2.
Yeah, it might be a little bit later in round 2, but I could definitely see that.
Watching the 49ers, especially.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it seems like this year in that draft, once that position gets cracked, all of a sudden everybody else is reacting to that, and we see that positional run, and I think that's going to happen again here with the guards, interior offensive linemen, guards and centers. There's so much talent right in that second and third round for those players, and if there's somebody you're like, you got to get up there and get them, because otherwise you're going to be stuck holding the bag in the later rounds and not having that player.
Truth or exaggeration, we saw 2 big name players traded last night as part of this draft, and A.J. Brown and Marquise Hollywood Brown. So, truth or exaggeration, another big name player, and I like Baker Mayfield or a James Bradbury, those kinds of guys will be moved at some point this weekend. Truth or exaggeration?
I think that's definitely a truth. I think you're going to see it definitely. Yeah, probably not Garoppolo, but I could see Mayfield. Definitely Bradbury, somebody that misses out on one of those top cornerback targets, turn around and, see what it's going to take from the Giants there. Can they give him a third round pick and something next year and get Bradbury back, pick up that salary from the Giants? I can definitely see that happening. Definitely another big name. I don't think it's going to be as big as the A.J. Brown, but hey, you never know, I mean.
Definitely. And so let's take a look at the board at some of these positions, starting at wide receiver. And these are the positional rankings of Jordan Reed, who I'm formerly of the Draft Network, and he appeared on this podcast several times in the past, but he's currently part of ESPN's world-class draft coverage. So proud of that guy. He just worked his tail off from a quarterback at North Carolina Central. Now he's a draft analyst, NFL draft analyst for ESPN, and he just adds an incredible dimension to that coverage. And I definitely see him getting and you see him on Sports Center every morning during draft season. He's just an amazing guy. And but you look at wide receivers, his best available: Sky Moore of Western Michigan, George Pickens of Georgia, who, if it weren't for character concerns, he would have clearly gone in the first round. Some people
talent,
because some people think he has the best raw talent of any receiver in this class. Christian Watson of North Dakota State, another guy who some people think has the best raw talent of any wide receiver in this class. John Mechie III from Alabama. Yes, like James Williams is coming off a torn ACL, but I believe it was Mike Giardi of NFL Network who reported that nobody expects him to last past the second round because he is a route running technician like those Alabama receivers. He could give you another Calvin Ridley kind of guy in your offense, if you know what I mean, without the gambling problem, of course. But that Jalen Tolbert of South Alabama, Khalil Shakir, Boise State, Alec Pierce of Cincinnati. We saw 6 wide receivers go in the first round last night. Could we see 6 or even more in round 2 alone?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. I would say that's definitely a truth. I mean, there's just so many. I mean, we didn't even touch on Wan'Dale Robinson, I think, is a second round pick. You're looking for a slot receiver to plug in. You've got him there. Another small slot receiver. There's teams that are looking for these guys. Calvin Austin III out of Memphis. Again, he can step in as your day one punt and kick returner and fill that role, maybe get a little bit more weight on him, and you have a slot receiver, deep threat coming out of that slot. There's just so much talent in that wide receiver class right now. You just go down the list and it's just mind-boggling. And again, it's got a little bit of everything, like you said, Mechia, you're looking for the polished route runner. Boom, you've got him right there. Are you looking for the the physical freak there? You've got Christian Watson, who's over 6'4", North Dakota State. Great talent there. Sky Moore, again, smaller, but not as rail thin. He's got I think he's rated a little bit higher because he can take a hit or two over the middle, and again that blazing speed that he can bring, game changer kind of receivers. You don't worry about an inch or two if he can run away from everybody. Your offensive coordinator's job in the NFL this day is to get him that ball in space and let him make people miss, and that's what makes him such an exciting prospect. So, oh yeah, I mean, just so many wide receivers. It's such a deep, you could have 6 or 7 here in the second and still have a bunch as we get into the third, and on day 3 we're going to still see these wide receivers coming off the board because there's just that much depth at that position. Just um, so much talent, and I mean, you see that we talked about it, on Tuesday, and we talked about it again last night with the cornerback and the wide receiver depth, and you know that's what happens in the NFL. That's the new wave that we're seeing is those are marquee positions, number one. And number two, the youth leagues with the 7-on-7s now, you're building up the kids are coming up learning those positions, learning how to run routes at younger ages, learning how to, play cornerback. And I mean, you think 30, 40 years ago when I was a kid, I mean, there were no pass plays, it was, you ran the ball right. And these kids came up as running backs, and that's what was getting drafted. But the game has changed, and the players, and that's why you see that quality. And that's why you don't see these big, inside linebackers, the 260 pounds anymore, because that's not the college game anymore. That's not the high school game anymore. It's a totally different game than it was.
It absolutely is. And you just illustrated exactly why what we're seeing with wide receivers right now. Wide receiver is becoming almost as replaceable a position as running back, which is why we see these teams more than willing to trade star wide receivers if they don't want to match their contract desires. And we saw it last night with A.J. Brown, and but the 49ers obviously clearly want to keep Deebo Samuel, but who knows where that's going to go. But you just hit it right on the head. That is the entire basis of the wide receiver phenomenon we're seeing right now, of teams unloading star wide receivers who they don't want to pay the big bucks to, and replacing it with guys on cheaper cost controlled deals because they view that position as extremely replaceable.
Exactly. And you see the teams that are, I mean, the teams are lining up to get the established wide receivers too. Whether it's, they haven't been able to connect on that wide receiver position, or, whatever that situation is, or they think they're just one player away, there's no shortage of teams looking to add these wide receivers. It's really become, that premier position in the league. And I just look at Cincinnati last year with their trio of wide receivers. The NFL is a copycat league, and everybody wants to be in that same situation as Cincinnati. And they look at that offense and they say, why don't we get those guys? They've got, you know, 3 top end talents at wide receiver, took them to the Super Bowl. We can do that. Why not?
Yeah, and the Jets, now they just drafted Garrett Wilson. Look at their receiver room right now. It's four deep. Garrett Wilson. You got Braxton Berrios, who could play slot in a pinch if needed and also be a kick returner. You have Corey Davis, and you have Elijah Moore. And the Broncos, obviously, Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler, Tim Patrick, and they might add another guy this week. You need at least 3 wide receivers capable of playing at the same time, and 2 who could replace them in a pinch, given today's NFL, because it's all about that 11 personnel.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, everybody in the league, that's the predominant. That's run 75% of the time for the most part. Yeah, and you've got to go deep in that position. And on the Jets as well, what's really intriguing now is they keep adding wide receivers is Denzel Mims is still on the roster, 2020 high second round pick, who just hasn't hit there. And I think,
he could be on the outside looking in now.
Again, with the talent at wide receiver around the league, and we talk about the differences with the fits, there's a lot of guys that are in that position of they don't have the fit. You see N'Keal Harry in New England.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely.
you could there Jalen Rager, JJ Arcega-Whiteside in Philadelphia, and
They're moving him to tight end apparently.
yeah,
Whiteside.
that makes sense. But Jalen Rager, first round pick just 2 years ago,
Yeah.
again, and I think after the draft, we're going to start seeing that movement with the wide receivers. And again, those guys are talented. There's no doubt about it. I think it's a matter of if you can get them in the right situation, the right scheme to take advantage of them, the right coaching around them, we can see that secondary wide receiver movement having a big impact on that season. And one of these guys landing in the right situation can somebody unlocks that potential. There's a lot of them that are out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, and two other positions that could get a lot of highlights tonight. I was wondering your opinion as to which will go out. And got a magic act going before the festivities begin in Vegas.
Chris Angel. Oh, geez.
It looks like looks like one of those David Copperfield shows in a way. All right, but let's look. One position is linebackers. You obviously have N'Kobe Dean still out there, and he was expected to fall to the second round because of his play style at that size. And the coach has joined us for a second straight night.
Hey.
And the coach, she's back in the house. How you doing, Coach?
Pretty good. Made it just in time for the start, so I'm ready.
Awesome. It's great to have you with us twice this year. You were only with us one day last year, but it's just so good to have more voices in the room right now. So, Andrew, when you look at tonight's draft, what are you paying attention to the most?
I think the thing that I'm paying attention to the most is when inevitably that run on the quarterbacks does happen. Because, it's going to happen. I could see at least 3 are going to be taken. I think Ritter, Howell, and Willis are for sure going to go. Does Carson Strong sneak in there too? There's going to be at least 3 to 4 of them taken. When is Breece Hall going to go? When are the running backs going to go? When is N'Kobe Dean getting drafted? There's so much talent still left. And, I'm just so excited to watch it.
Absolutely. And this is where we're entering the meat of the draft. The meat of this draft is from picks 50 to 150. So all the way from the middle of the second round to the beginning of round 5 is where the meat of this draft is. So much talent at every single position. And two positions that Hal and I did not cover while you were unable to join us was linebacker and safety. Which one of those two positions gets a bigger run tonight?
I definitely think linebacker. You still got Mafe in there. If we're including edges, but if we're not including edges,
off balls, not edge.
Okay, so let's go. We got N'Kobe Dean still in here. Christian Harris is still there. Trying to think of some other names off the top of my head. Chad Mumma, actually, I really enjoy him watching his tape. So I think linebackers, they're going to start flying off the board here.
Absolutely. And the Roger Goodell has officially put the Bucks on the clock. They have 7 minutes to make this selection. Hal and I were talking beforehand. Hal and I both were in agreement. We expect this pick to be a defensive lineman, either Travis Jones from UConn or Logan Hall from Houston. What do you think?
I like Logan Hall. I like the fit the most there. They definitely need some more help up front. They could go edge here as well. I doubt it. They need interior line help, but I think defensive line makes the most sense here. I do like Travis Jones out of UConn, though.
Absolutely, and they definitely need more company for Vita Vea up front because Steve McClendon's no longer with the team. They haven't signed Adamkin Suh yet, and that could be a sign that they might not want to sign him anyways because they think he's gotten too old and they want to get younger there.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's going to be, probably what we're going to see fly first.
Oh, yeah, and Ian Rappaport, I believe, just said on television on NFL Network that look at that defensive tackle position, Logan Hall or Travis Jones, that's likely who it's going to be here for the Bucks. Their first pick of this draft, traded back with the Jaguars so the Jaguars could take Devin Lloyd, which was a very good pick for them, by the way. So with the Bucks addressing defensive tackle, the Vikings are now at a very interesting spot. There's been some buzz that suggests that the Vikings could actually take the first quarterback off the board. But given how Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah traded back last night, I think he would be far more likely to trade back to a team that wants to jump the Titans for a certain quarterback, because the Titans have the third pick of the second round, or the Vikings could stay put and go corner, like with an Andrew Booth or a Kyler Gordon, another edge, a Boye Mafe, or they could go wide receiver. They were considering taking Jamison Williams at 12 last night before they made that trade. They were considering it. Keep in mind, Adam Thielen's 32 years old.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think they stay put. I don't think, they necessarily need to trade back more. You could take a flyer on Pickens. You just got Lewis Seen, add Andrew Booth, and I think you have a really good secondary right there. I definitely think they should definitely stay put, because they could take a quarterback. I'm not really buying that.
I'm not either, given the way they've
I think they're invested in Kirk for the next couple of years.
The next couple of years, yeah, big time too. Yeah, definitely. So Hal, Andrew says he sees the Vikings staying put and taking like a wide receiver or a corner. Do you share that view?
Yeah, if I was the Vikings, again, it's how you feel about the quarterbacks. If they're in love with Malik Willis and are okay with sitting him for a year or two and then moving on from Cousins, he's the type of quarterback. If he's your flavor, this is the great time to grab him. Top of the second round here, scoop him up, sit him, coach him up. But again, this isn't a team. They've got a lot more needs beyond that quarterback position. So, again, wide receiver. Again, are you looking for, a smaller wide receiver? We talked about, there's this. You can look at Sky Moore right here. Larger wide receivers. We've got, Christian Watson. I think would be somebody that they'd be very high on. And, Andrew already mentioned George Pickens again. Like I said, hey, Georgia, you can't go wrong either side of the ball, I'm going to say now. So.
Oh, absolutely. And, God, something skipped my mind here. Anybody have anything to add?
I think another sleeper pick too. They did re-sign Leonard Fournette, but you could potentially see Breece Hall here. I know that's probably a very far-fetched idea for the Bucs to take him, but it's time. I'm sorry, Andrew. We have our first special guest of the evening as the Bucs have turned their pick in. My good man, honorary friend of the podcast, Mark Schofield of the USA Today Touchdown Wire. What is going on, Mark?
Good evening, gentlemen. Happy day two. Happy to see all your shiny faces this evening. Everybody excited, ready to go.
Yeah. So we got Tampa here at 33, and Coach Friedman and myself are in agreement that the pick is either going to be Travis Jones of UConn or Logan Hall of Houston here. Do you share that view?
I absolutely do. I think that's a great idea that they go defensive line. I said Travis Jones in the mock draft that I did late last night, early this morning. I've been told that Logan Hall is certainly another player they're looking at. A lot of people down in the Tampa area have said that it's, they will not be surprised if it's Logan Hall with this pick. A sleeper might be Trey McBride. They've been looking at tight ends. I would expect, though, McBride probably their pick when they're on the clock in the 60s later tonight. But I do think defensive line is where they go with this.
Yes, and the pick is about to be announced, and we will get it in a minute. But let's start off with your area of expertise, which is the quarterback position. We're going to see an early run on these quarterbacks tonight, most likely. What are your most ideal landing spots for Malik Willis, for Matt Corral, for Desmond Ridder, and let's add Sam Howell and Carson Strong there too?
Yeah, I do think we see, David, that run of quarterbacks. A lot of people have been saying we're going to see that run tonight. It might even start as early as I don't know if we see it at 36. I know there's been some money coming in on Malik Willis to the New York Giants, but I think, when we see it, it's probably going to be at 35. Tennessee might be the team that does it first. Desmond Ridder might be a perfect fit there. I do like the idea of Malik Willis to Seattle. They get the picks of 40-41. We might see a landing spot, 43. That might be a spot for Matt Corral. And then kind of like Washington a little bit later, they're at 47. That might be a good spot for Sam Howell. As far as Carson Strong, he's probably going to be waiting a little bit longer to hear his name called. Might even be on, the third round of this draft. Maybe an Indianapolis might be a good spot for him at some point in this draft. But I think we do get 3, maybe 4 a little earlier tonight than we just saw last night.
Yes, and Logan Hall was indeed the pick for the Bucks. Very, very good work. Like I said, they lost Steve McClendon. They haven't re-signed Ndamukong Suh for a reason. They probably thought he was too old and wanted to get younger at that position. They can't just rely on Vita Vea on that 3-man front to get pressure by himself.
And Vikings have traded to the Packers per Field Yates.
Packers now on the clock. I think that this has to be a receiver. I think they jumped in front to get George Pickens because Benjamin Albright reported on Tuesday when he released his mock that the Packers were looking at 4 receivers. I believe Olave, they were looking at London, and they like Traylon Burks, and the 4th one was George Pickens. I think this has to be George Pickens. What do you guys think? Starting with you, Mark, you're the guest.
Yeah, David, I think this has to be number 1 for a receiver. I mean, we saw last night they had opportunities to perhaps move around the board and draft a receiver. They didn't. They went defense with the 2 defenders from Georgia. We heard from Aaron Rodgers today saying that, he came back with the expectation that Davante Adams was going to be in the fold. He had his eyes perhaps on Traylon Burks. And now to come up to 34, obviously, the Green Bay Packers had some time to sort of think about what they wanted to do at the start of the draft tonight. I think George Pickens is a fantastic fit for them. You look at what he could do in the vertical game. You look at his ability to that back shoulder throw that obviously Rodgers would target Davante Adams on. You're going to be able to get that pretty early, I'd say, out of the box from George Pickens as a rookie wide receiver. You saw what he did in 2019 as a true freshman in the SEC. So I think Pickens makes a lot of sense.
Yes, and Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah putting on a trade back clinic. It's like Rick Spielman and George Payton didn't leave Minnesota after all because the Vikings now have picks 53 and 59. Both Green Bay seconds went to the Vikings for this pick alone. And I think it's probably because the market to go up and get this guy was so robust. Had to be there.
I mean, another wide receiver name that I think we need to throw out there is Christian Watson as well.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think Pickens is just going to slide because of his character concerns. I don't know if he's the pick here. I don't think they would have traded out. I think it's either Sky Moore or it's going to be Watson, I think.
Yeah, Jim Nagy was speculating based on Matt LaFleur's comments at the owners' meetings that the wide receiver he was describing was Christian Watson. So that is another good possibility here. Mark, before we get Hal's point, I want your take on what if this pick is Christian Watson from North Dakota State.
Extremely athletic receiver. Certainly showed at the Senior Bowl that if you had concerns about the level of competition he faced at North Dakota State, that he sort of alleviated those concerns with what he did down in Mobile, working against a higher level of competition. I know there are some concerns about drops in his hands, but I think, those were situations where he's just simply trying to do too much. That's something that he's going to have to refine. And, you start thinking about what they might want to do schematically and having both him and Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen, of course, that's a lot of options in the passing game for the Minnesota Vikings. So if it is Christian Watson, I do like the fit. You look at what he can do offensively, it would be a good fit.
Here we go. Here's the pick. Sorry.
Here it is. Yeah, Watson. Ooh.
It is Christian Watson.
Yep.
Jim Nagy. I trust that guy. I just do.
And it's interesting now.
Yeah, he was a scout himself for many years in the league for Super Bowl winning teams with the Patriots and Seahawks. He knows how this game is played. And he kind of can tell what player they're describing.
It's interesting now with Kwesi. This is the second trade down within the division. They had the trade with the Lions last night. Now another trade down. But getting back 53 and 59, that's a nice little move for the Minnesota Vikings, I think.
Again, because there's so much talent in between where those selections are. Like that's a brilliant move.
Yeah.
Yes, and And it's kind of like I said, it's like Rick Spielman and George Payton, who always loved to move back in drafts, never left.
Exactly.
Yeah, Christian Watson. Pickens will probably actually be sliding because of those character red flags, because they are big. And now the Tennessee Titans are here. And Mark, a lot of people have been speculating Desmond Ridder coming here because of not just because of the connection to Luke Fickell, Cincinnati head coach and Mike Vrabel's Ohio State teammate. His play style is kind of Tannehillian, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I remember I've been on with you a couple of times since the combine, David, and we talked about, we saw that when he was at the combine, Desmond Ridder himself basically said, look, I kind of model my game after Ryan Tannehill. You look at what they do offensively, there's some RPO stuff, there's some, run action that they involve the quarterback on. And that's certainly something that he can offer you right out of the box as a rookie in the National Football League. You look at a lot of what they do, glance routes on the outside. You pick your side if you're not going to hand it off. That's stuff Desmond Ridder was doing at Cincinnati. I mean, they could go other directions. Look, they've got needs at edge. They drafted the wide receiver last night after trading AJ Brown. But if you've got an opportunity to draft the successor to Ryan Tannehill, particularly given the contract and how they're going to have an out after this season, I believe this might be an opportunity for them to go ahead and say, look, we're going to get that succession plan in place.
Yeah.
I think another position to look at, I think, with there being so much positional value, I think you got to look at corner here too. I mean,
Billy White Shoes Johnson making the pick.
Nice.
Go to the pick. Oh, showed off those white shoes, Billy. Damn, technical difficulties with the broadcast.
Ooh, cornerback indeed.
Roger McCreary. Now, Roger McCreary was a very polarizing prospect. You either loved him or you didn't. A lot of people were turned off because of his length.
Yeah.
His lack of length. He's got sub 30-inch arms, but his tape just speaks for itself, doesn't it, Mark?
I think so. I mean, you watch him back 2019, his first collegiate interception on a double move from Jamar Chase, and he stuck on him, and it was an underthrown ball by Joe Burrow, but you saw the ability to play sticky man coverage. His battle with, John Mechie and Jameson Williams in the Iron Bowl this year was fantastic. I mean, that's, a game, if you want to get a feel for all three of those players, you want to rewatch that game. And while Mechie got the better of him on a pivot route late, that's a tough route to cover in any situation. And you see some of the ability that he had to play that sort of sticky man coverage. Interestingly enough, I mean, I was one of the people that was higher on McCreary. I thought, like you said, David, the tape sort of speaks for itself. Yes, the arms might be a problem, but he plays physical as it is. He can still be disruptive at the catch point, even with that lack of length. And so, I think this was an interesting need, and I think Andrew just highlighted how it is a need, and they addressed it, and I like the pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And plus the Titans, these past couple of years, when they've been picking corners, like last year with Elijah Molden and this year with Roger McCreary, they do not factor in size that much. They just tend to trust the tape on these corners.
So I think that's exactly right.
That the Elijah Molden pick last year. Yeah,
I think that's exactly right. I mean, Molden was a fascinating player because, Washington used him at safety at times. You wondered, is he going to be a slot only? And they just said, look, we see somebody that's physical, that's going to be disruptive at the catch point. We're going to trust what they're going to be able to do. We trust their feel for situations and to sort of break on throws. Both McCreary and Molden last year had that ability to click and close to the catch point, to play off and break on the ball. And I think, that sort of gives us a window into what the Titans think they're going to do conceptually next year in the secondary.
Yeah, the Jets have swap picks with the Giants. Giants moved down to 38. Jets moved up to 36. And all right, what would the Jets like to go ahead of Houston for? A lot of people were linking Houston to Breece Hall, but I don't think the Jets are
Nakobe Dean.
Breece Hall because of Michael Carter.
Yeah, there's no way it's a running back. Nakobe Dean, I think, makes a ton of sense here. Even maybe.
That would be a Joe Douglas pick.
Dean makes the most sense. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it is, Breece Hall. I think it'd be. I wouldn't like it, but I could see it because I assumed that we're going to have the run on running backs very soon.
Yeah, here's another possibility that just entered my mind. Bernard Raymond from Central Michigan could be who they're targeting, because the Texans have some uncertainties at tackle going forward. Not sure whether you're going to extend Titus Howard or how much longer Laramie Tunsil's going to be with you. They might have jumped the Texans for Bernard Raymond. What do you think about that, Mark?
I mean, it's possible. I mean, you look at what we were hearing in the final 24 hours before the draft was at 4. It might be a Kwanu. There was reported that Mekhi Beckett had played his last down in the Jets uniform, and to see Raymond here, it would make some sense. I said Dean. Raymond makes some sense. Breece Hall might make some sense. I mean, I think that's a very good point as well. Raymond would seem to fit if they're indeed moving on from Mekhi Becton. I still think Dean is a sort of a Joe Douglas, Robert Saleh type of player. Breece Hall wouldn't surprise me either.
Yeah, I mean, the Jets are high on Michael Carter at running back, but I mean, he looked very good last season. But I think if they're looking at, their roster construction, if they can grab a running back here, I wouldn't be surprised at all to see.
I mean,
Breece
you can
Hall
use a
or
running
Kenneth
back,
Walker.
you can use a running back more than just running the ball. And I think Carter showed a lot of flashes that he can, be that Darren Sproles-esque type of, weapon.
Yeah.
So, I mean, hey, you can never have too many good running backs, especially
especially in the Kyle Shanahan, Mike LaFleur offense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Jets, they were one of the big winners last night, weren't they, Mark?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, to not only to get the 2 players they did at the top of the draft, right, with Gardner and Wilson, but to get Johnson where they did, I thought was a tremendous piece of work from Joe Douglas and that organization, because we heard buzz that Johnson wasn't going to get out of the top 10. There were some that thought he might be the pick for them at 4.
Yeah.
And to get him where they did, and now still have this opportunity to make a pick at the start of the second round. This is, I think, the 2 New York teams have done extremely well for themselves over the past
Yes,
couple
and they
of
made a
hours.
little swap here, fittingly.
Right.
Yeah, we'll get to the Giants in just a minute, but here's Darrelle Revis reading the Jets pick. Future Hall of Famer Darrelle Revis, that is.
Absolutely.
Breece Hall, it is.
Yeah.
It is Breece Hall. That was I should have trusted my first pick there. But Breece Hall, how is he different than Michael Carter? I think they're too similar.
I mean, they are similar in some ways. I think Hall is a more powerful, explosive type of runner, particularly if you want to do stuff in between the tackles. I think he fits very well with that Shanahan kind of offense because he's a one cut and go kind of player. I think they can use Carter as more of your scat back, James White, third down option type of player. And I think Hall could be your dependable guy on first and second. He can still give you stuff out of the backfield as a receiver, but this just gives them options in that backfield and that sort of Shanahan mode of thinking where you have more than one back that you're going to lean on. I think it's a nice little 1-2 punch for them.
I definitely agree. Give it this offensive system. And this is exactly where Javonte Williams went last year. Well, Javonte Williams went 35. Denver traded up to get him. And Breece Hall goes at 36. And Breece Hall is that kind of player. He's that kind of talent, like Javonte Williams last year, not in terms of play style, but in terms of overall gifts and talent to be a stud in this league. This does make sense. You want a 1-2 punch, and heck, that's the reason why the Broncos brought Melvin Gordon back. They prefer a 1-2 punch. You can't rely on one guy in the running game in a 17-game season anymore. This makes a lot more sense than I initially thought it would.
Yeah, I mean, you look at a team like the Browns. Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt. They were fresh pretty much every time that they needed them. So I mean, the 1-2 punch is great.
The Giants have traded out of 38. Atlanta's now up at 38.
I think Atlanta is. I think they might be targeting Malik Willis.
Yeah. Now Houston's on the clock at 37, but Atlanta's now at 38. Houston isn't going to go.
Houston's picking now. Here's the
Houston.
pick.
Houston's got to go safety here. I think not getting Hamilton. I think they got to go safety here now.
Jalen Petre, it is a safety. Good call. Jalen Petre, he was one of the studs down in Mobile. And Carmen Vitale of the Draft Hour, which he was on my show last week, a lot of scouts told her that they thought Petre was going to sneak into the tail end of the first round, and this is not too long after that.
Well, and Petre is one of those guys, too, that he can go down there in the slot and cover in the slot as well. And, I mean, Texans defense last year was pretty poor. So I think, having a guy that can move around there. I mean, obviously they picked up Stingley, but you can never have too many corners, especially in, any division really at this point. The AFC South, I mean, not super quarterback heavy, but better to be safe than sorry. He was also really good against the run last year in the flat. So I think it's a great pick for them.
Yeah, you like this pick for Houston, Mark, with Petre?
I do. I mean, when we go to the combine, when you go to other events and you get to hear from coaches, you get to hear from general managers, they'll tell you that this is a matchup-based league. And, offenses spend all week trying to get favorable matchups for their best players. You need options on the defensive side of the ball that can erase those. And Petrie, with his ability to play perhaps even on the outside, people mentioned in the past 24 hours that you might be able to play him on the outside. You can certainly play him in the slot. Had some snaps at the box safety role, single high, double high safety. You can do a lot of different things with him. And now that gives Houston some flexibility in the back half of their defense. Obviously, Lovie Smith, certainly sort of that, cover too high look kind of defense, but you can do some different things with them. And I think this is a very good fit. Now you've got, two big additions to your secondary now over the past 2 nights.
Yeah, with Stingley and Petre, Lovie Smith clearly wants a back end that can cover like crazy to allow the front four to get to the quarterback by themselves. And the Falcons did indeed trade up with the Giants here. I have a gut feeling this is Malik Willis. He was born in Atlanta, born Atlanta bred. It would be great, but I've heard they love Matt Corral too.
Yeah,
who would be a better fit for the Arthur Smith offense out of?
I think Willis. I think Willis would be a cleaner fit. I think Ritter would be a very good fit. I will say, if we get a different position here, I think it's time to start really thinking about this quarterback class. Because if Atlanta decides they're going to come up and it's not for a quarterback, that's going to really tell me that this league is very much out on these QBs.
Yeah.
I think it was kind of evident for how all the quarterback desperate teams were trying to chase veterans.
Yeah. And I don't think it's going to be quarterback. We talked yesterday, Andrew, David, and I, and my comment with Atlanta on the clock was their pass rush is garbage. Yep, so it's got to be somebody that's coming after the quarterback here.
Mafe would make a lot of sense.
Would make a lot of sense here.
I think,
or Arnold Ebiketie.
Ebiketie makes the most sense.
The Seahawks were going to take one of them, or the Bears even, because the Bears need long-term help at edge.
Yeah, and that might be their thinking. They're trying to get ahead of Chicago to draft an edge if that's what they do.
Yeah, and I mean, there's just really no. I mean, still, these quarterbacks are not worth trading up for. I mean, there's like Malik Willis. The gap between him and like Carson Strong, who I have as like my 6th, isn't that like much of a gap. And I think having Mariota, I think they're totally fine riding it out for a year with Mariota, and then next year picking from a much better quarterback class.
And they pick again at 58. They might think that he might still be there.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm assuming the Falcons didn't trade this pick away.
That's true.
I'm not sure, but let's see. The Chicago Bears are now on the clock with the Falcons pick in, and assuming the Falcons take either an edge or a quarterback, the Bears. I have my eyes on like a Sky Moore for Justin Fields, or a Bernard Raymond if you want to upgrade one of the tackle spots, or a Travis Jones, because Matt Eberflus is a Lovie Smith disciple. The 3 techniques, the most important position. Any of those guys can make sense for the Bears. What do you think, Mark?
Absolutely. I mean, I had them going Pickens in my mock that I did last night, but I could see Sky Moore. Travis Jones, like you said, that 3 technique. I did a couple of different Bears shows before the draft, and they're all saying, look, who's going to be a 3 technique we might get at 39 or we could get in the 3rd round. I mean, Travis Jones would make a lot of sense for them. They could address a bunch of needs, with that pick. They could go in a couple of different directions.
Here we go. I think they're going to announce the pick. Oh, well, they're rightfully paying tribute to a military family tonight. We're going to have to be paying even more tribute to our military families in the years ahead because of what is going on in our world now. But back to the Bears for like I know those guys make sense. But here's what Pickens with the character. Like, this is Ryan Pohl's first pick as Bears GM. He has to pick a player that is a culture builder, that he wants what he wants a Chicago Bear to look like and smell like and act like.
Raymond. I mean, that would make sense to me.
I don't.
Like Sky Moore or Bernard Raymond. Keep in mind, Poles was an offensive lineman himself, and he's going to prioritize it.
I just look at their defense too.
Arnold Ebiketie. It's not Malik Willis. It's Arnold Ebiketie. Still no quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's not surprising. That's crazy though.
They probably jumped the Bears and Seahawks to get him.
Yeah, but I mean, now looking at the Bears though, I mean,
you got options. You got Bernard Raymond. You got Travis Jones,
and there's still so much talent at corner.
And you pick 48 too.
Corner, wide receiver. There's a lot of depth out there.
The Bears only have 6 picks. Mark, I talk often about George Payton and the Broncos. His philosophy of preferring to move back because the more darts you have to throw at the board, the better chance of hitting a bullseye. The Bears with only 6 picks and the needs all over their roster. I think Ryan Poles, I could easily see him moving down from one of these 2 second-round picks or the 3rd-round pick tonight to add more picks to the war chest, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're a team that has an eye on a quarterback now and you want to get ahead of Seattle at 40 and 41, there might be teams that are willing to come up. I don't know who that team would be. Maybe Detroit at 46, maybe Washington at 47. New Orleans at 49. Maybe, if you like one of these guys enough that you're willing to move up a couple of spots, this could be a spot to slide back and get more draft capital because we hear it every year, right? 40 to 90 is the sweet spot of the draft. And I think that's true this year.
Oh, the Bears are on the clock. They have not traded back. I thought for a second they traded based on what Mike Greenberg was saying, but they've turned their pick in. So if you had your pick, one of the best wide receivers still at were Sky Moore, Pickens, Bernard Raymond, offensive tackle, or Travis Jones, who would the pick be? Andrew, what would you do if you were Ryan Poles?
I'm going corner here. I like the fit better with the talent that's available.
Like Andrew Booth or
I like Gordon a little bit better than Booth in their scheme, but I don't think it's going to be corner, but I think it should be a corner.
Yeah. What would you do, Mark?
I would go receiver.
Got to help Justin
Fields.
If you like
Moore, if you like Pickens, take your best receiver option. Take the top receiver you got left on your board.
Yeah, what would you do, Hal? Wide receiver, Travis Jones, or Bernard Raymond?
I'm with Mark. The Orange Cat people are staying together here, so I'm going to say Sky Moore is my pick.
Yeah, Sky Moore would be my top pick because I just can't stomach Pickens' characters. Yes, Kansas City has a history with Tyreek Hill and all that, but they got rid of him for a reason aside from the contract. The contract was the last straw, but I think they were kind of growing tired of his antics, at least according. I believe Jeffrey Chadia of NFL Network, who's Kansas City-based, reported that the Chiefs were getting tired of Tyreek Hill's personal antics. So Ryan Poles, I'm hoping he doesn't make the same potential mistake with Pickens here.
Yeah. Lesson learned, I hope. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like this is your culture defining pick. Your first pick is GM, and you do not want a guy with humongous character red flags to be your first pick as a GM, do you?
Never.
No, you don't.
Yeah. Absolutely. And here's a strange thought. Matt Eberflus's defense also likes multiple off-ball linebackers. It's a traditional 4-3 scheme most of the time. So if he likes Nakobe Dean and he thinks he and Roquan Smith can be on the field at the same time for most of the game, if they think he's that high character guy to set the culture, he might make more sense here.
That would be one heck of a linebacker duo.
Yeah.
Take off some athleticism.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that would be bold, grabbing Dean with Smith right here. Oof, that's
absolutely. We anxiously await. And
I mean, I think the Bears at some point here have got to get a wide receiver in the room, if not this pick. I mean, brought in Byron Pringle, Mooney flashed some last year, but
here's another name that makes sense: Boye Mafe.
Oh yeah, again, right?
You trade away Mac Quinn's 30 or over.
Yeah.
Rush those passers.
Yeah, I mean, in that division, you got to get at Aaron Rodgers one way or another. So that
Yeah, it's still
gotta
Aaron
have
Rodgers or Kirk Cousins and whoever the Lions take this year or in 2023.
you got to get that pressure, and yeah, especially somebody like Kirk Cousins who doesn't stand up and pressure well. Aaron Rodgers, nobody likes anybody those pass rushers in your face in that division.
Yeah,
So
hang on. I made wish lists for both the Bears and Broncos, and there's some old between them. So let me look at my Bears wish list now. Yeah, Christian Watson's on Sky Moore. Yeah, Bernard Raymond, Kyler Gordon or Andrew Booth would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I like Gordon.
Here we go. Peanut Tillman making a pick. Punch that clock, Peanut.
Yeah, he's gonna punch. He was the peanut punch.
No, it's Matt Forte.
Oh, I thought you said Peanut Tillman.
Yeah,
I thought it was Peanut first. Kyler Gordon is the pick. This is still a very good pick because you have an underrated stud in Jalen Johnson. You can never have too many D-backs. Gordon, I think this is very good. Don't you think so, Mark?
Yeah, I think it's a great fit.
On at any spot here.
Yeah, and he's disruptive. He's got the ability to click and close. A lot of experience schematically. Diverse corner, can play off, can play man. What was fascinating about both him and McDuffie, their ability to shadow crossers, work over the top of traffic. And I lost count how many times both McDuffie and Gordon saw shallow routes thrown to their receivers, maybe 3 yards downfield, and held it to a 3-yard gain. Didn't give up an inch after the catch. Sometimes tackled them for a loss after the reception, be a 3-yard throw in a 2-yard gain because they were able to click and close that quickly. And so I like this. If you're going to be in that sort of too high world, you're going to need guys that can cover. You need guys you could put on an island if you're playing more quarters and traditional cover 2. I think he fits that mold.
Yeah, and then I believe I encountered some buzz, at least from reporters on Twitter, that NFL personnel people raved about this guy's character, and if the Bears thought that way, this is exactly the kind of foundational pick Ryan Poles had to make. And heck, George Payton's first pick, Patrick Surtain, in large part was a character pick because Ben is a guy who just watches film for hours and 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 owns his technique. Very, 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 very similar thinking here.
Yeah. I mean, it gets to your point, David, about sort of the culture that you want to build with your first pick. You want to make that sort of, first pick be somebody that's going to set the tone for what you're doing as an organization. And this is the kind of guy that can do it.
Definitely, he is. Like I said, given the needs everywhere on the Bears roster, I am not complaining. Plus, I think you're going to still be able to get a good wide receiver at 48, or even later if you want to trade down, given the depth of this class. And you could always continue stocking the cupboard next year. Because as we were talking about, because of the phenomenon we're seeing in the NFL, Mark, recently with all these teams being willing to trade these star wide receivers because they're not willing to match their contract desires, I think it's because the NFL has a feeling that wide receivers become almost as replaceable as running back.
I think in a way that the league sort of has that view, and I also think it's almost a bigger picture, more philosophical part about this sport as a whole. I mean, Sunday morning, I'm going to be out coaching a 7-on-7 league for 10 and 11-year-old kids. It used to be that if you were coaching youth football when I was growing up, you take your best athlete, you put him at running back, you're going to run the ball, and you might throw 2 passes a year. Now we're having sprint 7-on-7 passing leagues. Kids are learning how to run a full route tree when they're 5th, 6th grade. I mean, we're seeing that start at such a level where high school, it's all about the passing game. You talk to high school defensive coordinators and RPOs, they want to force quarterbacks to hand off. They don't want quarterbacks throwing. College, you certainly see, more and more college offenses are just spreading the ball around. We're getting just more and more receiving talent at the receiver position every single year. And so I think this is just a reflection of that. Teams, it's almost become quarterback in a sense. If you have an elite talent, you'll pay that. But if it's sort of like quarterback purgatory, receiver purgatory, you'll just draft somebody.
Yeah. And I got a curious question, Andrew. You had a knack for being a psychic last night, but I kind of had a thought, were you kind of checking tweets that tip the picks ahead of time? Are you doing that? Be honest.
No, I'm really not. I'm just, actually using my brain, I think, for once. I'm not second guessing myself, and I think it's kind of working. Now, the Seahawks here, I have no idea what they're going to do.
This is the hottest spot for a quarterback. And if the Seahawks do not take a quarterback here, this is going to further explain just how sour the NFL is on this crop.
Yeah, I mean, I had them picking Malik Willis at 9. So, I mean, I have no idea what they're going to do here. I mean, their defense
They're taking punt God.
I mean, their defense is a mess. They could go with Andrew Booth. Nakobe Dean,
still.
They could go with him as well.
Andrew Booth makes a lot of sense here.
I think
Booth
Nakobe
makes
Dean has a
sense.
lot.
Booth.
How many times have we said
Mafe
Boye
back.
Mafe? Oh,
I would rather
Yeah.
do Booth and Mafe than a quarterback here. I really would. You got 2 first-round picks next year, and you're not going to be good this year. Use those 2 picks next year to move up and take a quarterback then.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could just do so much here.
Yeah, like I said, the Seahawks roster is not that much better than the Texans and Falcons. It just isn't.
Yeah. I mean, and honestly, like Mafe and Dean have to go soon.
yeah.
So I mean,
that's
I think
that's a
one
good
of them
one
has
Here
to
we go.
here.
Back-to-back picks for the Seahawks. Commissioner Goodell.
They're gonna take them both back to back.
Dean Mafe, I like it.
That would be insane.
Boye Mafe it is.
We're 1 out of 2. Here we go.
Wilson trade.
Man, if this is Nakobe Dean, that's gonna be crazy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a Pete Carroll edge player right there. That freak athlete kind of guy.
Yeah.
Quintessential Pete Carroll, John Schneider pick. But they've been, unlike previous drafts, I think this is their best draft in a long time, at least on paper. Do you think so, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, I am very curious now to see what they do at 41 here. I mean, if they do indeed add Dean to this. And I think your point, David, about having the 2 first-round picks next year, see what you have. See if you can get something out of Drew Lock. Heck, see if you can get something out of Geno Smith. In all likelihood, you're not. But you get the 2 next year for Stroud, for Young, for Levis. If we get somebody that rides, Phil Dracovic, comes out of nowhere and surprises. Like, you've got the draft capital to do it next year. Take this rare opportunity to address, guys that 40 and 41 that many thought might have gotten into the first round.
Definitely.
Yeah, no, I like that idea as well. Just kind of riding it out. I mean, you're not going to get anything with those 2 quarterbacks, but again, the quarterback talent next year is just so much better that if you have surefire guys right here, you just take them.
Yeah, I mean, Dean or Booth.
I'm going to let you guys react to it.
Yeah. Mark, thank you so much for joining us tonight, man. Your insight and your knowledge is
David, I want to see your reaction to this pick. Then I'm going to dip, but I just
No way.
Absolutely, Mark. Follow him on Twitter, Mark Schofield. Catch his work, the USA Today Touchdown Wire. He and Doug Farrar do some of the best work imaginable. Endorsed by NFL great columnist Peter King in his latest column. He knows what's up.
Whoa.
Mark and Doug are up.
Oh man.
Kenneth Walker. All right.
There it is. And with that, I'm going to bid you guys adieu. Have a great night, guys.
All right.
You too, Mark. Take care.
See you guys. Be well.
Yeah, Mark
Kenneth
Schofield with
Walker.
the USA Today Touchdown Wire.
Wow. Kenneth, what?
That's
Oh, man.
insane. I mean, Carson looked really decent last year. Holy
And
cow.
so did Penny. So did
Yeah,
Penny.
Penny was great.
I
The
like
best,
DJ
best running
Dallas.
back in the last 6 weeks was Penny. I mean, I don't.
But the Seahawks want to run with Drew Lock this year, and they want the largest stable possible. They're going to throw. I guarantee you, the Seahawks are going to run the ball maybe 60% of the time some games this year, or at least try
I mean,
to.
it's just insane because you have Carson, you have Penny. DJ Dallas even looked, okay in the shots that he got.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This looks
like
puzzling.
Travis Homer's a really good home run threat. Like, I like Kenneth Walker, but wow, I did not expect that.
No, I mean, I don't know. I mean, are you looking for the replacement for Carson? Penny, this is his last year on the rookie deal, so. I mean, in a way, it makes sense, but oh man, I don't know. Going running back this high, well, seems like a Seahawks kind of thing. What can I? But man, still Nakobe Dean out there. Booth still out there. I didn't think either of those two would be anywhere near pick 42.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Ryman's still
Yeah,
there.
so the Colts
Yeah.
are now on the clock. I don't think you take a quarterback here. You're
No.
in it to win with Matt Ryan these next couple of years.
Yep.
Give him a wide receiver here. Give him a Sky Moore or let's see
Sky
what wide
Moore
receiver-
makes a lot of sense
Yeah.
for the Colts.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect compliment for
Yep.
For Michael Pittman.
Right, exactly. Line him up opposite Pittman. He takes over as that deep threat that stretch the defense out. I think he'd be a perfect fit right here for Indianapolis.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much replaces T.Y. Hilton.
Right, exactly.
So I think that's perfect here as well. I mean, there's again, the Colts have a multitude of things that they really could do here. I mean, they do need a left tackle, so Ryman potentially could be a move here.
Ryman makes a lot of sense here, yeah, without a doubt.
And then
Ryan to tackle, absolutely, he makes sense. Also, you got the Forrest Buckner, but you could put Perry and Winfrey next to him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you could put
Travis Jones.
He and Travis Jones together.
Yeah, I mean, why not? That'd be beautiful to see.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. I like. Yeah, I mean, wide receiver, something up front on the defense as well. I could see that.
Oh, the Colts have traded. They've traded. Ooh. Look who moved it up. The Vikings have moved up. Oh,
wow.
The Vikings have moved up in front of the Giants, who were rumored for Malik Willis. Could this be Malik Willis?
Oh, jeez.
To the Vikings. Holy cow.
Wow. Crazy Adolfo Mensaw putting out a clinic of
I don't know if I don't think this is for a quarterback. I don't want to say that anybody's really going to trade for a quarterback here.
Well, the Giants, they might want to trade James Bradbury. This could be Andrew Booth.
Yeah, I mean,
that makes sense.
Andrew Booth Jr. If it's not Malik, if you're really going all in on Daniel Jones, Andrew Booth. The Giants might have had their eyes on him until the Vikings. Something, jumping these guys for the Vikings are in it with Kirk now. Andrew Booth Jr.
Yeah, Booth seems like the slam dunk here. I think it really makes. I mean, their cornerbacks are a mess right now. They did get Patrick Peterson, but okay. Cameron Gansler, he looked good, about 40% of the time, and the other 60% of the time, he's 10 yards behind the ball. So Booth makes the most sense here.
Oh, at least the Vikings went outside the division on the trade as well. I didn't know they could,
Man, I mean, they've moved what? That's 4 trades now with the Vikings?
Yeah, they're all over the place. Ooh.
That's insane. Yeah. I would think it would have to be Booth. I mean,
definitely has to be Booth.
Yeah.
You need to get younger in that whole secondary. It's not just Cena safety. Patrick Peterson's your best corner. He's 32 years old.
Yep.
Andrew Booth Jr. And the Vikings had their eyes on Stingley. It tells me they're prioritizing corner. And the Browns have loaded up on corners in recent years, as every NFL team should. Then Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, where does he come from? The Cleveland Browns. So what a they probably saw like one of the teams picking behind the Colts, whether that be Baltimore or the Giants, were targeting Booth. So they jumped to this spot.
So it looks like Colts get 53, 77, 192 for 42 and 122. That's
not terrible.
That's not bad at all. That's good value.
It's not really bad for either team either.
Definitely.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Vikings didn't have to give up too much.
And the Colts want more picks too. Chris Ballard clearly wants more.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that for both teams.
Yep, not a bad.
I think it's crazy because through the first 2 days, the only real team that's gotten swindled has been the Cardinals.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the craziest trade there.
All right, here we go. The pick is about to be announced. Who is Ed Marinero, former from
Ed
the Purple Team
Marinero.
Raiders, I think.
Blue Mountain State. That's all I will ever remember Ed Marinero from. Blue Mountain State. All right,
50
Ed.
years ago. All right, come on, Ed. Come on, Grandpa. Come on, Grandpa.
Jeez. Come on, Ed.
Come on, Grandpa, make the pick. What are you waiting for? But that said, it was just revealed on Twitter. I'm going to just break the rules just as once and Tibbet, if that's okay.
Fine by
Sure.
me.
It's Booth.
Yeah,
It's
it had to
Booth.
be.
Second, it's Andrew Booth. I love this pick for the Vikings. He slid as far only due to injury and some character issues. But the Vikings, the Browns last year when Kwesi was in that front office took a chance on Greg Newsome II, despite his injury history, and he had a very, very fantastic rookie season. I think he sees something very similar with Andrew Booth Jr.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely a good pick. He was definitely a first round talent. So I think to get him, at pick 42, that's great value. You definitely need it in that division. You're going against Aaron Rodgers, twice a year. You're Justin Fields. I mean, you're going against him twice a year. So you definitely need it. And Patrick Peterson, 8 years ago, if he's your best corner, that's great. But right now, it's not great. So that's definitely a big improvement. Yeah, Blue Mountain State. I love the shout out.
Oh, did you go to Blue Mountain? No, you went to DePaul, correct, Andrew?
Well, Blue Mountain State was the Netflix or the FX TV series. He was the coach there. So.
Oh my God, he just got around to announcing it. All right, hey.
Yeah, they were like, all right, come on,
Andrew Booth Jr. All right, now we got the Giants. Could this be Malik Willis?
No.
It could be, as Hal and I were talking before you joined us, Andrew. And I think the reason why they traded back twice is because they believe they could get better value for him right here.
I'll give you both $25 if they pick Malik Willis, because I
Who
100.
do you think they should pick here?
They're going wide receiver. Like when I said that, obviously being an Eagles fan, I try to pay attention to what the other teams in my division are going to do. There has been heavy buzz that they want to add to that receiver room because
they could use help there. Sky Moore.
I mean, Daniel Jones isn't great, but nobody had over 2 touchdowns last year in the wide receiver room. I mean, Kenny Golladay for some reason just did not work out. Kadarius Toney, we really didn't see much out of him, and Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton, they're okay, but they're number 3 receivers. They need a number 1 receiver. Now, who is that? I don't know if it's Sky Moore. I look at potentially. You have Wan'Dale Robinson there. I think that's a little high for him.
I mean, they
go.
got Tony last year, right? So
yeah.
It's
and they were trying to shop him.
Yeah, so if they're shopping him,
Wan'Dale Robinson! Wow!
All right.
Wow!
I knew it wasn't going to be Willis. I mean, I didn't know. I'm not shocked that it's Wan'Dale Robinson, but I did not expect it to be him. I definitely thought they were leaning they were going to lean more towards, Pickens at this point. I thought maybe Mechie. I even like David Bell
man.
better.
You don't want to waste a pick on a guy with character red flags in your first draft as a regime. Dayball and Shane.
Yeah, I mean, I like David Bell a lot better here too. I think he's a better fit.
Sky Moore too.
A short guy.
Yeah.
Because I think they needed a more of a guy on the outside. But I mean, Robinson Silva, he's great. I mean, he's 5'8", like $170. It's going to be kind of like that Julian Edelman player over the middle. I mean, it'll probably work out for him, but they got to fix that quarterback issue first. So
they definitely do need to fix that. And now we got the Cleveland Browns on the clock. They need pass rush help opposite Myles Garrett. Mike Jackson from USC, Josh Paschal of Kentucky, Nick Benito, Oklahoma, or Travis Jones makes a lot of sense here, I would think.
Yeah.
Put the big guy inside. Get in Burrow's face. Joe Burrow, he's plenty mobile, but he's a traditional pocket quarterback. The pressure that scares quarterbacks like Joe Burrow the most is the interior pressure. He's the best quarterback in your division. Get somebody who has a short route to get to him and knows how to get to him. Travis Jones.
I like that idea. I think that's a great pick there.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to go. They got to go somewhere up front to, get more pressure in that division. They don't, maybe receiver here too. I get they added Amari, but I mean, Donovan Peoples-Jones, he's at best the number 3 receiver in the NFL, and then there's pretty much nobody behind him. Receiver could make sense here as well. But the fact that Travis Jones is still there, I mean, I think they got to scoop him up.
All right, just tweeting an observation. Yeah, what was that point again, Andrew?
I was saying I could see them going
up front.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see them
going
pretty
stacked team.
Oh, they just traded. They traded the pick to the Texans, actually.
Oh, Texans. Whoa, wow. Another Browns-Texans trade. And we know what the last trade between these two teams yielded.
Could we see quarterback here now?
Oh.
I highly
I'm a Davis Mills believer.
Yeah, I am too. I love Davis Mills. Man, I don't know, though. I mean, I did not see them trading back up.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Yeah, where did the Texans? Oh, the Texans must have traded all the way up from their first third round at 68.
68, wow.
What did they give up? Holy cow. That's got to be a future something.
Yeah, because they don't have any more seconds.
That's got to be like probably a future second or third.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent of the Anthony Miller trade the Bears made in 2018, where they traded all the way up from their third round pick to around this point in the second.
Yep. Field Yates is saying 68, 108, and 24 for the 44 pick.
68, 108, and what?
124. So
really, that's a steal.
Yeah. 2/3 and a 4th. Yeah.
That's a wow. Okay.
Andrew Barry trying to copy his former protege Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah here.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be defensive line here. Either edge or either inside. I think that's got to be the pick here. They need help anywhere, but
that's what's strong on the board.
What was the compensation again, Hal?
Oh God, I just moved away from that. I'm sorry. 68, 108, and 124.
Yeah, that's those are tomorrow's picks. I'll get to those later. Yep. But the only pick tonight, Texans surrendered was 68. Nick Caserio, Cole Thompson, who knows the Texans very well, was on the podcast. He said he didn't expect the Texans to keep all of their picks. He expected a big move up at some point.
Yeah, and that makes sense. But it's got to be,
I think it's Travis Jones. I think this is Travis Jones. What is the most important position in the Lovie Smith defense?
Yeah. Or, Nakobe Dean, you got a linebacker that's, can drop.
The most important position in the Lovie Smith defense is the 3 technique. Travis Jones or Perrion Winfrey has to be the pick right here.
Or hear me out, potentially.
Are you looking at Twitter now, Andrew? Be honest.
I looked at, I just saw like the little graphic of, flying up
Ooh.
about their
Here we
biggest
go.
needs. And then one of their biggest needs is receiver.
Yeah.
It's not far-fetched to say they go receiver here.
John Mechie from
Yeah.
Alabama is the pick here. The wide receiver run is on.
So they've got somebody besides Brandon Cooks to throw the ball to.
And
Yeah,
this
seriously.
is this is a Nick Casario pick. It's a Bama pick.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
All right, Jack Easterby, keep letting Casario make these picks. for
That's
Houston.
right. Less Easterby, more Casario.
And I
please.
get that, Mechie has those injury issues, but I mean, before that, I think he was probably a top 5 receiver in this draft. So,
Oh yeah, I mean, if he
I
hadn't
think
been
that's
hurt, he'd be high up. And Houston, I mean, yeah, you can look at any position and go, oh, they got nothing. Oh, they got nothing there. But wide receiver, they've got Brandon Cooks, and
Yeah,
you're talking
that's
about
right.
you need 2 or 3 receivers. The cupboard is bare behind Brandon Cooks, so
yeah,
definitely.
I mean, you got journeyman names. I mean, you got Chris Conley, you got Philip Dorsett. You got
that's a bare cupboard right there.
Yeah. I mean, Nico Collins, was decent last year, and I think bringing Mechie in, I think
Yeah,
that
I mean,
would be
you
a
gotta-
pretty decent trio.
That's not a bad base to work out of right there.
Yeah, yes, and you're doing what 2 of the 3 picks have been on off. No, half the picks have been on offense. You got the secondary address with Stingley and Petrie, and you also have on offense, you got more protection for Davis Mills with Kenyon Green, and you got him a weapon with John Mechie, who I think should be recovered eventually at some point this year and give you a route running maven and a baby blanket for Davis Mills.
Yep. Yeah, that's gonna help Davis Mills so much to have that, somebody he can turn to and see and have open. Brandon Cooks taking the top off. That's a big help.
And now, do we see another receiver go here with Baltimore?
Mm.
Since they got rid of
Yes, they
Hollywood.
traded away Marquise Brown. This could be Sky Moore.
Yeah,
Sky Moore.
Initially I was thinking, maybe you still go edge here. Maybe you go inside with,
edge, Drake Jackson, Nick Benito, Josh Pascal. You need another edge opposite of Dafe, but it's going to be pure BPA. And Eric DeCosta, we trust.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
It's got to
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it should be Sky Moore. Trade away Hollywood Brown, plug in Sky Moore. Offense keeps running. That, makes a lot of sense there.
Mean, I could see Nakobe Dean here as well. I think they're pretty. Yeah. The linebackers are pretty that they have. You're really good with Patrick Queen. You got Josh Bynes, Tyus Bowser. But Nakobe Dean is just such a great player, and at pick 45, it'd be tremendous value.
Oh yeah, the value there is off the boards.
They just showed Ojabo as well.
He's fallen for a reason. That torn Achilles is no picnic for David Ojabo. He probably is not going to play this year even. And even though Achilles injuries are not as bad as they used to be, the chance of him not being the same again is very, very real.
Yeah.
Yeah, I look at somebody like Jalen Smith who had that really bad injury, in his, the bowl game right before, the season ended. He's clearly not the same.
I hate to bring up the name again, but Travis Jones.
Yeah.
They've got
Calais Campbell's no spring chicken. You only decided Travis Jones would make excellent sense here.
Yeah,
it's a typical Ravens pick.
Exactly. That would be.
And they wanted Jordan Davis. They'll gladly take Travis Jones here.
Yep.
Yeah. Even maybe Winfrey as well. Winfrey's a little bigger.
Right.
Plug him in there.
Perry and Winfrey or Travis Jones here.
But after Jones and Winfrey, the talent really drops off.
Yeah, it does. It has to be one of those two.
Yeah. But I like Ojabo. I think
it is David Ojabo. Whoa, David Ojabo.
Sorry, I'm behind you guys, so I'm still talking.
Ojabo. He deserves it, man. he just does. I was heartbroken for him when he got.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure you guys were, and he still gets to have his dream come true. And he goes to one of the best culture programs in the
God.
NFL and the
I like
Baltimore Ravens where they could get the utmost out of him, regardless of how he looks after his recovery from this Achilles injury.
And again, that's a Ravens move. Take a first round talent in the second round, stash them for a year, and all of a sudden next year you've got somebody that's was one of the, before that injury, was one of the top pass rushers in this draft. So great move by the Ravens. And again, that looking forward, letting the draft come to them and trusting in the talent. That's a strong pick once again by the Ravens.
Absolutely. And now we've got the Lions on the clock, and this is where the Malik Willis hype is going to pick up a little bit, because the Lions, they worked with Malik Willis at the Senior Bowl, and it was reported shortly after that, forever it's worth, that they were very high on him. But another quarterback they're high on, according to Benjamin Albright, is Desmond Ridder. This could be where the first quarterback comes up. And heck, I think the Lions heard intel that they were going to get their pick of the litter at quarterback if they got this pick in that Jameson Williams trade. This could be it. Because it's no guarantee the Lions are going to be in last place in their division this year. There's no guarantee they're going to be able to get one of the top quarterbacks next year. And if they really love Desmond Ridder or love Malik Willis, it has to be the pick here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you like you said, like there's no guarantee they're going to be the worst in their division. I mean, they were multiple games where they were, 2-3 points away from, winning a game potentially. And I think quarterback here, I mean, let's just call Jared Goff what he is. He's a bad NFL quarterback. I mean, he's not a starter in the NFL.
There we go.
They rushed it up there. Whew.
Yeah. After Grandpa Ed's
Ramble-a-thon.
Yeah, they had that pick in quick. I do like Ridder a little better than Willis in this particular scheme. Keegan-Michael Key. Oh, boy.
Josh Pascal from Kentucky. Loaded up on that edge rush. Dan Campbell, you are sticking to that identity. I love it. Josh Pascal, he's a culture guy. Cancer survivor. He's a warrior. He's a fighter. And beating cancer means you bite kneecaps off. Let's just say that.
Wow. Well, Hutchins and Pascal, that's a
surprise.
Transformative right there. Ooh.
That is a big surprise for me.
Yeah, I did not think they'd go back to the edge rusher here.
I mean, Dan Campbell wants to take those kneecaps out. I guess that's one way you do it.
He wants to build the trenches. He wants to be strong up front. He did it with his offensive line last year. He's doing it with the defensive line this year.
Yep.
I just think there's so much depth at edge already. I mean, they got 5 guys right now.
You can never have enough pass rushers. Never.
Yep.
I think Michael Brockers might end up getting pushed inside too. I just think that they have so much talent on that defensive line now, because I mean, obviously you got Hutchinson, you got both the Okwara twins out there now. Now you got Pascal, you got Charles Harris. Like, that's a lot of talent on the edge. Whoever. I mean, Hutchinson can probably play inside. Yeah. I mean, they're gonna run so many schemes, and I like it.
And Peschel, such a Dan Campbell guy. One of those max effort, every single play, leaves his blood out on the field. Mm-hmm. Very, very high character. Coaches speak, very strongly of him. I mean, just a perfect fit in that system. But
yeah, he also is listed as a defensive tackle, because I mean, he is 278. I mean,
for Benjamin Albright, he says Nakobe Dean slide, not surprising given the medicals. It's medical issues that are making Nakobe Dean fall. Good tip from Benjamin Albright of 850 KOA in Denver, right there.
Commanders picks already in. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Receiver? I have no idea.
Yeah, they got, again, plenty of options.
Yeah, they need everything. Just about.
Yep, and
I mean, I don't think they're going receiver here since they took Dotson.
Well, they got McLaurin, who they have to pay. I wouldn't be surprised if they double dip, but Jaquan Brisker is still on the board. He would make a lot of sense here. They need to upgrade that safety position. Jaquan Brisker out of Penn State.
That's a great pick. Yeah.
And I mean, we're going with the thought process of, you can never have too many defensive linemen. What about Travis Jones here? I mean,
Travis.
Their defensive line is stacked right now, but after the 4 starters, there's really no great depth.
Add that depth. Yeah. Travis Jones could rush the passer. You can never have too many pass rushers, whether they be edges or DTs.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't want to run Jonathan Allen and Darren Payne into the ground either inside. No. So, because I mean, again, there's literally nobody behind them, outside of, some guys that like you've heard play 2 downs. I mean, defensive line could make some sense here.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, defensive line. Still got Raymond out there on the offensive line.
Yeah, that's surprising.
Yeah, so
and Raymond would be an upgrade over Charles Leno, I think.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Move Leno to the swing and
Cosme, who you drafted last year. But they did re-sign Leno to an extension.
Yeah,
that was quite profitable for a player of his caliber.
They obviously see him much higher than we do. It's a nice way to put it, I think.
Well, I didn't want the Bears to trade him. I didn't want the Bears to release him last year. I thought the Bears made a mistake by releasing him last year.
Definitely. Yeah, they had no business.
Especially given the state of their offensive line currently.
Yes, exactly. They had no business considering the state of their line.
Yeah, if you're the Broncos at 64, do you try to move up for a player that's falling, or do you just sit tight and wait for it to come to you?
I mean, unless it's one of those guys that you're just absolutely in love with that you have to have, I think you kind of stay put. I mean, I was, saying earlier, maybe Nakobe Dean, but now with his medicals, I don't think there's anybody to trade up for, unless you had a guy in there for multiple visits. But at 64, I think you stay put, at least until we get to maybe the mid 50s. I think maybe you look at that to see who's left.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to have somebody that you've got circled on that board.
The Commanders with a 47 pick.
Santana Moss. All right.
Love those shades too, Santana. Fadarian Mathis.
Alabama.
Who?
Period Winfrey.
Wow.
Fadarian Mathis. Wow. He's a pure run stuffer. They wanted to add to that rotation, but I think they could have added a better body.
I would take Jones over Mathis every day. I mean, I don't know.
I would have taken Winfrey over him as well. I mean, that's.
Yeah, I mean.
Wow.
Like the Washington has a connection to Bama too. They like their Bama line.
They love their Bama line, and that's true.
Yeah.
And it's probably because very few college defensive fronts learn better from a coach like Nick Saban, and you could add Kirby Smart to that.
Yes, definitely.
Wow. So I mean, now let's put Chicago.
This, if they want to double dip at defense, this makes a lot of sense for Travis Jones as that 3 tech in the Eberflus defense or Perry and Winfrey.
Absolutely.
But wide receiver Sky Moore is or George Pickens. This might be too early for him to get the characters of the Bears still haven't turned to the pick. They're less than I say. This could be a sign that they're trying to trade out of this pick.
That's possible too. Move back.
Yeah, Ryan Poles hinted that he wanted more than 6 picks in this draft, and he's either going to trade back from here or from 75.
I think you trade back from here, get another pick in maybe somebody that's picking late 50s, grab another third round, grab a late second rounder, grab another 4th rounder, and I think you're good here.
Yeah, see if anybody's see if somebody's ready to move up and let's see. Arizona, Dallas, Buffalo.
Oh, the Bears turned their pick in. They did not trade Travis Jones, Perry and Winfrey, Sky Moore, Bernard Raymond.
I'll say
Yeah.
Here's
Raymond, I
another
think,
one.
is another name
Cam
too.
Jurgens, center
Oh.
from Nebraska.
Yeah.
Perfect fit for the Luke Getzey offense, which is a spinoff of Shanahan and LaFleur. For Justin Fields, yeah, it's got to be a weapon or the 3 tech for Eberflus defense here, in my opinion, or an offensive lineman. Has to be one of those 3 here.
Yeah.
You got your culture guy, your another high ceiling corner, Kyler Gordon, giving you a nice 1-2 punch at corner with Jalen Johnson, another underrated players. Now so you can now attack the front of the defense, attack the weapons for Fields, but you have to help Fields in one way or the other here with that lineman. Here, you can't double dip a defense to start here.
I don't like their secondary.
Yeah,
maybe.
But they have promise at corner now with Kyler Gordon coming in and joining Jalen Johnson, who's a very good player.
Do they reach for Brisker? I don't know.
But Jaquan Brisker's not a reach here, man.
Well, you're right. He's not.
No, he's not a
at this
reach.
point.
All right, here we go. Lucky fan reading the pick. Jaquan Brisker. They double dip in the secondary.
Wow.
Eddie Jackson, I think his days are numbered, this means, don't you?
Yeah, that's got to be definitely ready to move on there. So.
Well, what's his contract look like?
I think he could get out of it very soon. If not this year, then definitely next year.
Yeah.
I think they're already year 3 of the deal.
Yeah, because he signed through 2024.
Okay.
And then they have looks like they have the option to pick it up in 2025. I think it's more so just Houston Carson was all right, but I don't know. I like Brisker here a lot.
This isn't really a bad pick. You got to keep in mind that this Bears roster is a mess all over.
Yeah.
And they're just going pure EPA on the board.
They could have went a number of positions. They could have went offensive line, defensive line, wide receiver. I think they're okay with the wide receivers that they have, to where they're not necessarily looking to trade, get one this high. Look for your 4th or 5th round guy that you can use as a number 4.
Yeah.
But
and now the Saints are back on the clock here. They're going to be talking about quarterbacks here. I do not think they're going to take a quarterback here. Do you?
No, not at all. Not at all. And just on Eddie Jackson, to circle back, all the guaranteed money's up at the end of this year. So
okay.
So they can move on from him without a significant penalty after this year.
Yeah.
Man, I thought for sure we would have gotten a quarterback off the board already.
The NFL thought the quarterbacks sucked this year. The whole league did. The whole league.
Yeah.
That's exact.
And in my opinion, I don't even think.
So what did the Saints do here?
I mean, they're good. I think they got to go defense here. I mean, they went with Penning. They got Olave. I think they got to look defense here. Maybe you get some more defensive line depth.
Marcus May in free agency, but let's see what corners are left.
I mean, I like Travis Jones here too.
Travis Jones, Winfrey, either one.
Travis Jones, absolutely. Travis Jones or Winfrey, absolutely. Those are the 2 best players on the board. Or if you want to go a corner safety hybrid, Cam Taylor-Britt in Nebraska would be good here.
They've already got him.
N'Kobe Dean, he has medicals. He's sliding. Well, you did draft Pete Warner last year, but if you want a potential 3-down back, or this could be Chad Muma.
Yeah.
Oh man, I hope it's not Muma because I really want him to fall 2 more picks.
Yeah. I don't think the Chiefs are taking – I think the Chiefs are taking their receiver at 50, and it's going to be Sky Moore or George Pickens at 50 to the Chiefs.
That makes sense. Yeah, and the Saints, they put in – I mean, they could be a trade back option here too. They don't have a lot of picks remaining in this draft, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the Saints try to roll this back if there's anybody that's in the 50s looking to move up. Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, New England, Arizona. I just, if one of them are hot on Travis Jones, I could see that as a trade up right here.
Yeah, so they said for Nakobe Dean, it's a multitude of things, a laundry list of injuries: ankle, foot, shoulder, wrist. His pec/groin was hurt before his pro day.
Yeah, and like I said, the concern
surgery.
Keep going.
He said
keep going, Andrew. Say that again. Say it all again.
Pec/groin hurt before this pro day, may need surgery post rookie year.
Yikes.
Wow, that's a lot.
Damn. Now, what were the others again, aside from those pre-pro day injuries?
It was a laundry list of injuries: ankle, foot, shoulder, and wrist. And he may need pec surgery. That's wow.
Man. Absolutely. Yeah, it looks like the Saints have made the pick here. Yeah, the Saints only have one pick left, and if they really want it, well, I don't think they should take a quarterback because you got Andy Dalton and Jameis Winston on your roster this year, and Winston's under contract for 2 years. Dalton's only for one, but yeah, they're speculating it could be quarterback on ESPN, but based on what the Saints did, it's not going to happen. Nope.
Yeah.
I don't see quarterback here at all.
I don't see quarterback either. No.
Here's one to ponder: Trey McBride, the tight end from Colorado.
Does the tight end come off the board?
No, they got Taysom Hill. They're good, man.
Oh, jeez, yeah, yeah, they were all set.
I mean, they do have a pretty decent set of tight ends, though. I mean.
Yeah, Troutman,
Nick Vannett, Jawan Johnson look like a red zone threat. I don't really think they need to go tight end here.
I don't think they're desperate, but you got if you like McBride, yeah, I mean you're right in position for him, and it's not going to be much tight ends left by whatever their next pick is, 5th or 6th round. So
I'm leaning defense here. I'm not sure in what direction defensively they go. But I don't know. 3 straight picks on offense would be kind of surprising to me.
I
don't like the corners that are left yet. I'm leaning defensive line.
Cam Taylor-Britt's my favorite corner that's left, but other than that, it's a crapshoot.
Yeah, I mean this is you got a little break in the cornerback market here. Pick up 3rd or 4th round.
Tariq Woolen, if you want to bet on pure trades, Tariq Woolen from San Antonio. Marcus Jones, who could give you a punch to return game from Houston.
I mean, Alontae
Taylor. It's a corner. It's a slot corner from Tennessee. Alontae Taylor.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, my friend Nick Kendall will say that Alontae Taylor was probably the best slot corner in this. We're one of the better slot corners in this class. So, and slot corners increasingly valuable in the 11 personnel world the NFL operates in. So, this makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, I like it. PJ Williams is coming into his 7th or 8th year. I think it makes sense here. I definitely thought they were going to go defense. I think he can potentially pop back to safety as well if they need him to. I don't really see why they would need him to, but another versatile guy. I think it's a great pick.
What do you think, Hal?
Yeah, I mean, I like it. They got a Debo last year on the outside corner. You still got your stud in Marshawn Lattimore, and like you said, PJ Williams is really a better fit at safety, I think, than in the slot. So Taylor gives them a bit of an upgrade there at that slot cornerback position. And like you said, David, 75% of the time or more, you need 3 cornerbacks out on the field. So, you're defending against, you got Tom Brady in your division. You can't have enough cornerbacks.
Absolutely. And the Chiefs on the clock here. I'm going to be shocked if this isn't George Pickens or Sky Moore.
Yeah, I would be
would
amazed.
Go Sky Moore because of the character red flags on Pickens. And Jordan Schultz reported shortly after the Tyreek Hill trade that the Chiefs were pretty enamored with Sky Moore.
I'm amazed Sky Moore's still out here. I mean, he was,
it's Christmas in Kansas City for Brett Veach and Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes to choose one of these two receivers and go with the clean character bill and Sky Moore.
Desmond Ritter. I'm just kidding. What wild world it would be if this is where we started to see the run on quarterbacks.
I mean, they've got to get something for they've got to get a receiver for Mahomes here. I mean, I just don't see how they.
He's got TikTok boy. He's fine. He's got Juju.
God, I mean, Juju, the always underperforming Mecole Hardman, MVS.
Chiefs have traded this pick to the Patriots.
Wow.
The Patriots have come up.
Bill Belichick moved up in a draft. What is going on?
Oh, he moves up. Belichick has moved up as many times as he's moved down, believe it or not.
It's only 4 spots, man. It's only 4 spots.
Oh, okay.
Oh, come on, Travis Jones.
Travis Jones or Drake Jackson.
Oh, Drake Jackson would make
or Drake Jackson
sense,
or Nick Benito. One of those two edge rushers. Drake Jackson 100%. Or Nick Benito, opposite of Matt Judon. Either will be the ideal comp, except I think Drake Jackson's a higher floor because Benito is like a nickel only type pass rusher, if you know what I mean. So,
Matt Araiza is still on the board.
That's right. It's never too early for a punter in New England.
Bill Belichick is not going to do what Jason Light did.
You never know.
He's a great punter, but I mean,
nobody values the punter more than Belichick. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but since the Eagles were looking at edges, I think it's Drake Jackson or Nick Benito here.
That makes sense.
We're getting Chad Muma. It's fine.
Yeah, Chad Muma. You could do far worse than him.
Yep, exactly. All right, I got to start looking into left field here because after that first round, I don't know.
After picking Cole Strange, who knows who's going to do here?
Yeah. I mean, Tariq Woolen's on the board. Yeah. I could see that.
No, the corner board is a mess. The only corner worth taking is Cam Taylor-Britt.
Yeah, the corners are a mess right now.
Let's say the Patriots gave up 158 to move up for.
This is too early for Cam Taylor-Britt. It's too early.
Yeah.
He's a maybe a late third.
Yeah, it could be a linebacker. I can't imagine they'd trade up for Christian Harris.
I mean, maybe Nakobe Dean, man. I mean,
not Nakobe Dean. Nope, injuries.
Yeah, but I mean, I think
they'll roll the dice with injuries. They've done it.
I mean, they could.
Times.
He could go receiver here too.
Yeah, he could. I mean, boy, you put Sky Moore right into that Julian Edelman spot in the slot, and
who's the other really small? There's another really small receiver too. Belichick loves his small receivers. I'm going to pull up.
Sky Moore. He was drawing Julian Edelman comparisons. If you want to help Matt Jones, this could be good for Sky Moore.
Yep. I could see that.
There's another really small
Calvin
guy.
Austin, you think maybe. He's tiny, yeah.
We've already had Wan'Dale Robinson go off the board far earlier than anticipated.
Robinson's already off the
small
board.
Guys flying off.
Yeah, here. Calvin Austin. I mean, I don't know. I don't know which way he's leaning. Bill Belichick, I will never be able to understand what he's thinking ever.
No, it's
because my personal favorite that's still left for the receivers is David Bell. I've heard Tyquan Thornton shooting up people's draft boards for some reason. So maybe it's Belichick. I do like Calvin Austin here though.
Here we go. Kyle Van Noy, I think. Who is that? Lawrence Guy.
Lawrence Guy, yeah.
Another Make-A-Wish moment. Loved it last night. Oh, yeah, that guy Sam who read Kayvon Thibodeau's name. That was a beautiful moment with
That's
him and
right,
Kayvon
yeah.
Thibodeau fist bumping on stage. That made my night last night, dare I say. All right, Ben, let's do it.
He should announce.
Wow!
The speedy guys are going.
Sub
Speed,
4,340. Wow. The Blazers.
Yeah, that's
The Packers were if the Packers were unable to trade up for Christian Watson, there was buzz that they were eyeing him.
Yeah.
So this is really a surprise. Like we see, Wan'Dale Robinson. Who else? Wide receiver is going earlier than expected. Wan'Dale Robinson. Who's a speed guy, and now Tyquan Thornton. Speed is the theme of this wide receiver run today.
Wow.
He's like a 4.28 40. I mean,
that's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, so that's wow, big deep threat for Mac Jones. He can get that deep passing game that he had in Alabama back out.
Now you got the Eagles. I think Drake Jackson makes a lot of sense here if you go edge. He's the best edge left, in my opinion. Drake Jackson or Chad Muma would be the pick here. But
we do still need. I mean, we do still need Jason Kelsey's replacement. So I mean, Cam Jurgens makes a lot of sense here for me, because Dickerson initially was supposed to be that guy, but he's better suited at guard, I think, and so I like Jurgens here. I also like Muma, and I do like Drake Jackson because, I mean, Barnett's on his way out, hopefully. Brandon Graham, I mean, he's close. I mean. Those two, I think it's between those two guys for me, and then throw Chad Muma in there as well.
So Chad Muma, Drake Jackson, and who else did you mention again, Andrew?
Oh, I just had it. What did
I? Cam Jurgens.
Cam Jurgens, yeah, Cam Jurgens, Chad Muma, or Drake Jackson. I think those are my three for this one.
Definitely. And all right. If the Eagles don't double dip at defensive tackle here, because they and that is Travis Jones could be a possibility here as comparing with, but I think one of those two goes off the board next to the Steelers because Cam Hayward, as great as he's been, dare I say, Hall of Fame worthy, he's no spring chicken.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need the help there. Even with, Stephon Tuitt last year, I mean, he had a lot of injury issues. And again, Pittsburgh's kind of another team that kind of needs help almost everywhere. And so BPA to me is Travis Jones.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I got to get off Patriots Twitter because that was just the worst 10 seconds of my life. Holy crap.
Are they panning the pick? Are they panning the pick?
Oh, my God. They're losing their minds on Patriots Twitter. Oh, my God.
Well, Bill Belichick probably sees with Tyreek Hill in the division, we got to find the best guy in a receiver going to match him pound for pound. I think that was his line of thinking, clearly.
Yep, exactly. I think so, definitely, right there.
Oh, you also got Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill in the same receiver core. That could be the fastest wide receiver core ever.
I mean, that's just pure speed right there. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Wow.
Okay. I just had it spoiled by Eagles Twitter. The one time I pick up my phone.
That's it. I went to just send a quick tweet on the Patriots, and then that was just down the black hole right there. I'll tell you. Ugh.
Yeah.
A very important tweet from ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, another underrated reporter who's well connected to the NFL. He just tweeted that quote, my understanding of Panthers' involvement with Baker Mayfield per sources. The option is still alive, but Carolina very much torn internally over Mayfield. Some there are simply not sold. Might end up being the best of options, but draft quarterbacks are falling, and that could affect things. If one of these quarterbacks falls to day 3 and the Panthers pick next at the beginning of day 3, that could immediately change their plans, because I just do not see any quarterback here. Maybe at the tail end of this round in a trade up, but we're not going to see another quarterback for still quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, I look at there we go. Let's look at it. I mean, maybe Atlanta again if they're presented with another opportunity, but other than that, I mean, the rest of the remaining picks, you got the Steelers. They already took Pickett.
Carly Lloyd making the pick for the Eagles. You go women in sports. Support our women in sports.
We could very much well see a quarterback not go the rest of this round unless there's a trade.
Here we go. Cam Jurgens, it is. Good call, Coach.
Yeah, well, I had that one.
Kelsey's replacement is now in town.
Yeah, I know a lot of Eagles Twitter is not happy with it, but yeah, it is what it is. I think it's a great pick. Howie Roseman always prioritizes the trenches.
He does.
I like it.
Yeah, and now with the Steelers, I think it has to be one of the top two DTs here.
Yeah,
Perry and Winfrey or Travis Jones.
Yeah, I think Winfrey probably fits a little bit better. But, I mean, they do need receiver help. So, is this finally where Pickens goes? Is this where, another receiver? I don't know.
Yeah.
They need everything, but I think it's got to be D tackle.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think the Colts, who are picking next at 53, I think it'll be Sky Moore for them here at 53. Has to be.
Yeah, I like Sky Moore. I like Alec Pierce in that offense as well. I still like David Bell.
Yeah. George Pickens to the Steelers. Kevin Colbert using his wide receiver talent expertise, but a major character risk in his final draft at the Steelers, as GM of the Steelers. I understand he is going to trust Mike Tomlin, and Mike Tomlin, for the most part, has earned the benefit of the doubt to manage hard personalities, but you saw that Antonio Brown experiment ended up despite having great years of Antonio Brown in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
this is a major roll of the dice here, isn't it?
I mean, it's a big roll of the dice, but I mean, when you say you went through that with Antonio Brown, you still got, 6 years of really, really solid production, before
they're probably betting on that.
I mean, if you can get a guy like this and you get 6 good seasons out of him, the talent's there. And I mean, I like it. I personally think I would have went David Bell here, but Pickens is as talented as they come. So, I mean, it's a big risk, obviously, but, we've seen people, fix a lot of their issues once they get to the NFL, and, Pickens could be the next one to do that.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
We're going to see back-to-back receivers here now, too.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just going by talent, you say it's a great pick, but Colts are up.
Colts are in already.
It's
Yeah,
Alec
it's-
Pierce.
Wow.
2 big bodies. You're going with a basketball team for Matt Ryan at wide receiver.
Wow.
Alec
I
Pierce.
like it.
I would have liked Sky Moore better, though, because you need
Yeah.
a complement. The best wide receivers complement one another's skill sets. And Pierce, he kind of likes looks like another Michael Pittman what was the comparison that just flashed across the screen on NFL Network just now? Alec Pierce.
Oh, what did they say? I saw that out of the corner of my eye, and now
I'm watching ESPN.
what did
Chase
they
Claypool.
say?
They compared him to
Chase
Chase Claypool.
Claypool. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And I mean, David, I know you said you liked Sky Moore. Can we see back here with the Chiefs now?
Yes,
It would make
has to be
sense,
Sky
yeah.
Moore here. I think they traded back here knowing that there was going to be a receiver run, but knowing for a fact he would be at 54, so they could get more picks and add Sky Moore on top of that. Sky Moore
off
right
the
here
top-
to the Chiefs.
If that
We got-
happens off the top of my head, I think that's 11 receivers, I think now.
This is 6 in this round, so
And there were 6 in the first round.
so
that's
we're up to
12.
12 already. Yep.
Wow, that's crazy.
So, oof.
And we're only 53 picks in, and we're 1 quarterback. Wow.
And still no tight ends.
Still no tight ends. Still no punter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jacoby Dean's still out there.
I really am actually intrigued to see where Matt Orazio does go.
Yeah, the punt god. I still think he falls to day 3.
Yeah,
I think
you
he's
have a
definitely
feeling he'll go tonight.
I think he
Hal?
goes next round. I think he does.
I don't know. I would say 5 at the earliest. Round 5.
Has to be.
Desmond Ritter's
Yeah,
up
it
there
has to be.
clapping. I'm not sure why they're showing Ritter. He's clearly not going to the Chiefs, guys. Gotta love ESPN trying to smokescreen something.
Oh, jeez.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I think they gotta get their Tyreek Hill speed
So
replacement.
yeah. Would you be shocked if it isn't Sky Moore here? I would be shocked. If it
Yeah.
isn't
I'd be
Sky Moore.
shocked if it was anybody but Sky Moore. I mean, he's
Yeah, to be the 12th or 13th receiver taken off the board,
jeez.
I mean, I think we're gonna see 30 receivers get drafted.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's just too much talent there to leave them all.
I mean,
You've
there's so many solid guys that are still out there. They're going to be really solid wide receiver 3s or 4s for 5-6 years.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, you draftable 1, 2, 3. I mean, you could go 40. I wouldn't be surprised with 40 wide receivers in the least. I mean, that takes you down into Slade Bolden territory. So.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking, if Sky Moore does go here, you still got Khalil Shakir, David Bell, Calvin Austin, Justin Ross, Jalen Naylor, Kevin Austin.
Yeah,
so many good guys still out there.
Yeah, there's just so much talent at that position. And again, it's, you got the big guys. If you want to, if you're still looking for a big receiver, you got Justin Ross. You've got the smaller, shifty guys later. You got Calvin Austin. You got Bo Melton there. David Bell. We've talked about is
Well, I like David Bell a lot.
I love David Bell. I think he's solid possession receiver there on the outside. Perfect fit for a lot of offenses right now. Kyle Phillips, another solid receiver at UCLA. Yeah. I mean, it's just so deep, and you just keep going.
Did Rich Eisen just say that we've just had the most wide receivers go in the first 2 rounds than in any time in NFL history? 11 in the first 2 rounds.
That's not surprising at all.
That's not surprising at all. Yeah.
I better double check that to see if it's true, but it wouldn't be surprising if that's what I actually heard.
Yeah.
All right. So Sky Moore. Can't think of anybody else for the Chiefs to take right now.
Yeah, I don't know who else.
Unless you want to double dip at edge and go Drake Jackson, that would also make sense.
That would also make sense, yeah.
because this is your last year of Frank Clark. Yes, you drafted Karlaftis, but you need as many pass rushers as you can in the AFC West. Drake Jackson, Sky Moore or Drake Jackson, one of those two.
Yep, I can see that.
Well,
The GOAT
gotta stay on
tight
Facebook
end Tony
now, too.
Gonzalez making the pick. No offense to Gronk.
No.
Sky Moore it is.
And
All
so
right.
I got on Facebook and I got my Arizona pick ruined, so I will just, let you guys pick this one. All I will say is that the Cardinals are bozos.
Oh, bozos? So I assume it's not Travis Jones. I assume it's not Perry and Winfrey. I assume it's not an edge like Drake Jackson or Nick Benito. Is it a punter? Is it a punter?
No, it's not a punter. It's not a punter. But it
They're
is somebody
bozos.
that definitely
Is it a quarterback?
It was not a great pick.
Let's just find out who it is. I think you're
Who
lying.
would it be? All right, wait a
I mean,
minute.
I can tell you
Andrew
right now who it is.
Don't tell
No.
us. I'm going to try to figure this
I
out.
only broke the rule once. We're not breaking it again.
I was about to say, it's just, oof.
Is it a linebacker? Leo Chanel?
It's another linebacker, another off-ball linebacker. It just doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. Well, I mean, Andrew's saying it doesn't make sense. So, I mean, I'm trying to figure out who
it has to be a linebacker. I'd like Chad Muma, but none of that makes sense. Whether it be Chad Muma, Troy Anderson, Jacoby Dean, Channing Tyndall, none of them make sense. And that's
I don't want to give you guys the position either, because.
All right, but all right. Well, we'll just wait so you can see our reaction. All right, Coach?
Yeah.
Let me cross Sky Moore off the board.
Gotta cross Facebook off my list now of stuff I can get on.
All right, so they're not going to draft a quarterback. They're not smart enough to take Travis Jones. Here we
Aeneas
go.
Williams making the pick. Trey McBride, tight end from Colorado State. It's not bad at all.
No, that's not bad.
Come on.
That is a dumb pick.
Because I didn't want the Broncos to take it because Russell Wilson is. But here's where I kind of see Andrew where he's leaning. Russell Wilson is a quarterback that is not known for attacking the middle of the field. Kyler Murray is a similar quarterback in that regard, and that's where I think Andrew's leaning here. Is it where you're leaning here, Andrew?
Yeah, there's just already so many mouths to feed on that offense. You got to remember, they just got Hollywood Brown. They have DeAndre Hopkins. They have Rondale Moore, Andy Isabella. You have A.J. Green. You have Zach Ertz. You have Max Williams. You got James Conner. That's 8 guys that you already have that you're going to need to spread the ball out to. Now you're adding, nothing against Trey McBride. I mean, he's clearly the top tight end, but it does not make sense.
It's the courting Kyler Murray phase of the Arizona Cardinals draft, apparently.
Yeah,
you want
if they
Hollywood Brown, we'll bring you in. How about a tight end? We'll grab you a tight end too. Whoa.
Well, their defense is going to suffer because of it.
Yes. Oh, I was just going to say that, we don't care if our defense can't stop anybody, but we got you covered.
They have nobody on the D line because, no offense to J.J. Watt, but dude can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
And there's nobody on that defensive line that really is worth, really anything.
Yeah.
And to have you have solid talent still at the defensive line position.
I mean, they've put all their investment on inside linebacker. I mean, first round picks, Zaven Collins, Isaiah Simmons. So, I mean, they're investing there, but I don't know. You don't build your defense from inside linebacker out.
Yeah, that pick just, oh man, Cardinals are big losers in this draft so far. I don't care if Kyler Murray is.
Let's ignore the Cardinals for a second. Let's just talk about Trey McBride. I interviewed this kid at the Senior Bowl. He's so nice. Colorado kid. He was so nice to talk to. He told me that he was advice from all CSU alum currently in the NFL, like Shaq Barrett, Michael Gallup, Joel Dreesen, who formerly was in the NFL, has been retired for several years now. he was raised by 2 lesbian parents, and I think there's an article in the Athletic that describes that story. It's just heartwarming.
Oh yeah,
Cowboys here. Travis Jones makes a lot of sense to them.
Yes, definitely does.
Or Perry and
Cowboys are going to do something dumb. I'm calling it right.
No, they're not.
They're the Cowboys.
Here we go.
Ooh.
Sam Williams from Ole Miss. Now, this is another character risk because Sam Williams was was charged with like sexual assault, but it was dropped for some reason. And the Cowboys, Jerry Jones, taking a flyer on character red flags, but you cannot deny the talent. If it wasn't for that, Sam Williams would have gone far earlier, and I mean far earlier.
Oh yeah, I mean, as far as getting upfield in a hurry, the attack mentality, he's a great pass rusher. He's got to work on setting the edge a bit, I think, but Dallas desperately needed that edge rusher in this draft, and they got a very, very talented one. But like you said, that those character issues, they don't scare off Jerry Jones, but it's a roll of the dice.
But this it is definitely a roll of dice, but this is from a pure football schematic standpoint, it is exactly what they need to free up Micah Parsons to be unleashed all around the formation in unpredictable ways. Micah Parsons, he's not solely at edge. He's not solely an off-ball linebacker. He is a rare defensive weapon that you have to deploy differently every time. And this allows Dan Quinn to do just that.
Yep. So,
the Bucks have moved up. Why would they jump the Falcons? Could it be for a wide receiver? No, because the Falcons just took one. Could it be for a tight end? Because they, as Mark Schofield said, there's buzz out of Tampa. They were looking at tight ends. Could be Greg Dulcich. Like Arthur Smith loves 12 personnel offense more than most other head coaches in the NFL. So it could be for a tight end here, like a Greg Dulcich, who has super freakish athletic potential.
That makes sense.
Yeah, Tampa Bay, pretty much anything they do at this point will be fine. I like them adding to the defensive line. I think that's a move here as well that they can do. They need offensive line help too. They lost Ali Marpet, and then
guard makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
guard makes quite a bit of sense here. I'm not sure who's here right now because I don't have the board pulled up.
Or could it be for Travis Jones?
Yeah,
why not
put him with Logan Hall and that's not a bad.
You got Vita Vea too, and have Hall and Travis Jones flank him.
Oof, that'd be nasty.
That's
Or Drake Jackson, because
Jackson,
Barrett is getting along the tooth, and you can never have enough pass rushers. Todd Bowles.
That makes sense. I wouldn't be surprised.
Could they be targeting a long-term replacement for Tom Brady, though?
Nah,
there's
no way.
Absolutely, got to go all in.
Not in this draft.
Absolutely. And John Ledyard, who is about to retire from the NFL beat altogether, and I salute you, John, for an amazing run. He told me at the Senior Bowl that the Bucks hated this quarterback class, the rest of the league.
It's terrible. I don't even think any of them should have been drafted yet. I think the Steelers made a mistake taking Pickett. I don't even think he's worth to be up there. So, especially with still having, Baker and Jimmy G out there potentially, none of the quarterbacks make sense.
Here we go. Rap Sheet has something to say. He says watch the Falcons and Vikings for quarterbacks. And that And so we might get a quarterback in the second round after all. So here's what the Bucks have done. WWE star Titus O'Neil reading the pick for the Bucks here. Luke Gadecki, he was a guy that was rising up boards. He is their new guard. They lost Alex Kappa, but they got Jack Mason. But Aaron, it gives them another body there to compete for that other guard position. Luke Gadecki.
Yeah, that's a great pick there. I think, given Tom Brady, at this point in his career, I don't really think he needs to take any unnecessary hits, So I think that's a great pick there to compete with. You got Robert Hainsey there as well. You got Aaron Stinney. Provide a little friendly competition. I like it.
Yeah, it was a need for Tampa. I think they needed an upgrade there. Gadecki's kind of a tweener. He played some tackle in college as well, so maybe able to, cover on that swing. Very athletic. Started out as a tight end before transitioning to the offensive line as well. Tall, very tall for a guard as well. If they move him inside, 6'5", so very interesting.
And teams view him as a guard that can play right tackle if your tackle is injured.
Yeah,
that's big.
Yeah, exactly. So the versatility there, exactly what they need in Tampa Bay. Another layer.
So, his Central Michigan teammate is much more valued. Central Michigan teammate Bernard Raymond is still on the board.
Wow.
But Benjamin Albright said he was expected to slide this far because of arm length concerns.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, I think I unfortunately will have to bow out now, gentlemen. I had a couple more things I needed to do tonight, but
no problem. Thank you, Coach, for joining.
Yeah, dude, I appreciate you having me on. This is fun every year, man. I look forward to it every year.
Doing it year after year. I agree, man. Take care, Coach Weeman. We'll see you next time down the line, brother.
All right, yes, sir. You guys have a good night.
Take care. Great to see you again.
Hal. So if you're the Falcons here, is this a good spot to roll the dice on a Matt Corral or a Malik Willis or a Desmond Ridder?
If there's someone they like, second round is perfect because, we were talking earlier about, just because you pick a quarterback here on day 2 doesn't mean that you're out of the running for a quarterback next year as well.
Especially this late. Here we go. Warwick Dunn reading the pick, one of the all-time greats on and off the field. The FSU chant.
Ooh.
Troy Anderson, a linebacker from Montana State. He scored, you know what RAS is, Hal? Relative athletic score? That's what Kenneth Lee Platt, who you can follow on Twitter at MathBomb, that's his system of compiling the player's size and athletic testing into a composite score. Yep. He scored a perfect 10. That's how freaky he is of an athlete. But there are some injury concerns about his shoulder and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I mean, very raw as well at linebacker. Really only a 1-year player there, Montana State. But as far as, the tools, the size, the speed, I mean, just fantastic, the versatility. I mean, you could use him as one of those slash type of players too. He's going to probably be a big contributor on special teams for Atlanta. He's got experience on offense. Like I said, he was a running back. I think he was quarterback as well. So cerebral player, still learning the position. A great, draft and develop type guy for day 2. I really like that pick.
Yeah, this is their replacement for Foye Oluokun, most likely, who just signed a pretty heavy deal with the Jaguars.
Yeah. So yeah, and again, it's Atlanta's not expecting to compete for the Super Bowl this year, so a good player, a good year to have him continue that development at linebacker here, and be very interesting to see year or two.
The Vikings here in the Ed Donatel defense, you need to bring pressure with just 4. Donatel is a Fangio disciple. Travis Jones, Perry, and Winfrey right here.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe we're still talking about Travis Jones here.
Yeah, absolutely. Vikings.
Oh, they're already up. They were running to the board.
A guard, Ed
Wow.
Ingram from LSU. Oh my goodness!
Wow.
The boards around the NFL have never been more different from draft Twitter boards than ever before, man.
Yeah,
That's all there is to it.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely wow. Yeah, I mean, Ed Ingram was one that I think back in January he was probably a lot higher and slipped back down, and then climbing back up again. But interesting. Well, they certainly need help on the line. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, and the interior, they're set at tackle. Darius looked very promising rookie, and Brian O'Neill is one of the better right tackles in the league. It was the interior that need help, but especially although I would have gone with the Dylan Parham there, who could play center, because they're not picking up the 5th-year option on Garrett Bradbury.
Yeah. I mean, Parham's one of those interior offensive linemen where I see him everywhere from a 65 to 225 on different draft boards, and it's amazing the disparity. That's just one of the many, but one of those names that jumps out at me, and it's like,
all right, the Buffalo Bills last night addressed the last glaring hole on their roster in that corner position opposite Tre'Davious White with Kaiir Elam. Now, I think you let go of Starla Tulele. You got a better player in Travis Jones right here.
Yeah, exactly. Free up some of that money, that you can use to add some depth or re-sign some more players, and that makes perfect sense. I mean, that's a great pick for
Buffalo.
For Buffalo.
Just go with the best dang player on the board, man.
Exactly, and makes too much sense. Don't overthink it.
Yeah, we got Travis Jones, Christian Harris. They don't need a tackle.
You
they
still
don't
got
need a quarterback. Or
Winfrey.
Chad Muma. I think Chad Muma, if he's the best player, it makes sense. Add him to that linebacker room in a 4-3 defense with to play alongside Tremaine Edmonds and Matt Milano.
Yeah. Or do they double up on the secondary?
The Bengals have moved up. The Bengals.
Wow.
The Bengals, I think the Bengals might be eyeing one of those interior linemen here, Dylan Parham, they fixed right tackle with Lyle Collins, and they picked up Jonah Williams. If it's offensive line for the Bengals, they're going interior here. Dylan Parham, I think, would make a lot of sense here.
Parham would make sense, definitely.
To add that third guy to go along with Alex Kapp and Ted Karras inside. Parham could play center. Parham or Karras could play multiple positions at guard, and Kappa could play one of the guard positions, and you'll sort the other two positions out with those two guys.
Yeah, and if you want a mauler inside, like a really big guard, you still got Darian Kennard still out there. That would be somebody that you could put out there. On somebody else I was just thinking of too. One of those tackles that they're projecting at guard. Who was that? Sean Ryan from UCLA. There's another big maul. If you want a big mauling guard, slide him inside. So that's a possibility too. And then again, you could double up on the secondary there as well. Certainly could use another cornerback. I think really round 3 is going to be the sweet spot. We're going to start seeing more cornerbacks coming off the board. right now is kind of a nowhere, kind of an in-between position here, I think, for the cornerbacks. But yeah, I don't they gotta have
Cam
their eye on
Taylor
some
Britt is like the only
Cam
one
Taylor.
worth a sniff
Yeah,
here.
I was just gonna say, yep, Taylor Britt, or if you're intrigued by Tariq Woolen, that might be the other one.
But here's another possibility for the Bengals: tight end. They lost
Yes,
C.J. Uzomah free agency, and
that's
Hayden
great
Hurst is only on
point.
1 year deal. This could be a Greg Dulcich here.
That's
This
perfect
athletic
spot for
upside.
Dulcich.
So,
Yeah,
or Travis Jones or Marion Winfrey.
that's right. Definitely. You got to replace Larry Ogunjobi. Come on, let's. That would be a great pick here. Boy, a lot of disrespect for the defensive tackles here in this round. I got to tell you, I did not expect this. Let's see. Come on, come on. Cramming in all the commercials here.
Yeah, we still have 2 prospective guests.
Oh,
At the
great.
moment. Yeah, all right. So, Period Winfrey, Travis Jones are the best values left on this board, man. That's all there is
Yep,
to it.
by far. Yep.
In
Like I
terms of
said, I mean, I can
Bengals.
see them
But
go
it's got
interior.
Clement or Parham,
Makes
Dulcich,
sense.
Parham.
Somebody like that. And then, like we said, if they do go secondary, who'd you say? Taylor Britt, right? Taylor Britt
if
or
they want to
Woolen.
double dip in the secondary, they'll go Taylor Britt because
Yeah.
another corner safety hybrid. They'll double dip with those kinds of players like they did with Jackson Hill last night, who was a great pick for them, by the way.
Oh, that was a fantastic pick for him. Exactly.
Corner defense. Daniel Jeremiah says he would go defensive line here because you're going to play with the lead all the time. Bro, you need guys who can hunt the quarterback.
Exactly.
Former Bengals Pro Bowl wide receiver Isaac Curtis, 4-time Pro Bowl selection, being the pick. It is Cam Taylor Britt.
All right.
The 49ers were supposedly enamored with him, and they probably jumped the Niners exactly for him.
That's it. Yep. Sense. Oh, man. Oh. Yeah, perfect. Yep, another multi-dimensional.
Corner safety hybrid, and this could be the new thing in the NFL. How did Lou Anarumo, Bengals defensive coordinator, frustrate Patrick Mahomes in that second half? How did he do that? Here's how he did it. Rush 3, drop 8. And if you want 8 guys in coverage, you need defensive backs who can play either corner or safety to pitch. Cam Taylor Britt, just like Jackson Hill's that kind of player.
Perfect. Yep. That's great for Cincinnati. Really add to that secondary.
The 49ers. Now this, I think I see only 2 possibilities here. Dylan Parham, because they got to replace Alex Mack at center.
Yep.
Or Travis Jones to replace DJ Jones, who went to the Broncos, if not an upgrade from DJ Jones.
Yeah.
It's got to be one of those 2 and nobody else. I can't think of anybody else for the Niners.
I don't know what else they would be doing here at this point. No, it's.
Oh, the Brees Hall was in the green room today, and they're about to bring him on stage. So we're going to have to wait a while until that pick is read.
All right. Oh. So we got San Francisco, Kansas City, Buffalo, Denver. All right. Yeah, so another second round full of trades. A lot of teams bouncing up and down the boards here.
Definitely. Zach Wilson, he tweeted, "This dude's a baller" when they drafted Brees Hall.
He's
The
desperate
Jets have
for him.
really done Zach Wilson a favor in terms of adding more weapons to him. But depending on how much further Bernard Raymond falls, I would have addressed the offensive line given the concerns with Mekhi Becton, though. But that's the only qualm I have with this Jets draft class so far. Otherwise, they have done an excellent job.
They have done a fantastic job. Yep. And they are, putting those tools around that young quarterback, which is what these teams need to do. We saw Miami doing it, adding that speed to the offense with Tyreek Hill. I mean, and for the Jets, they've really got to ramp up that development for Zach Wilson, especially because, it was a bad sign last year when you started seeing the street free agents at quarterback playing better than he had been during the season. So they a very high investment in him. We knew he was raw coming in, but he needs to take that big second year step. And the best way to do that is have that running game, have those wide receiver weapons for him to catch and run with that ball. And that becomes the quarterback's best friend. So, yeah, if they can find a good offensive lineman here in the rest of the draft, somebody they can plug in, they're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, but I think but back to the 49ers here. Can you see anybody else aside from a Dylan Parham or a Travis Jones here?
Yeah, I think they've got to address the line. Both lines need to be addressed: interior offensive line, defensive line. I'm trying to think who else would they. Yeah, I don't see anybody else that would make sense. Defensive line. Who else is out there? Winfrey.
But I think they need somebody more like Jones than Winfrey.
I think so too.
Because Winfrey's more smaller, I think.
Yeah, I don't see him going inside linebacker.
The funny tweet from the Jets social media team: 2 Michael Carters, because they drafted a corner named Michael Carter last year. 2 Wilsons and Zach. Now we got Brees Hall and Bryce Hall.
Brees and Bryce. Oh my God!
Walk-on social media team got one yesterday with their Russell Wilson tweets.
That's right.
The Jets social media team just won the day just now.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I love it. Start handing out the name tags.
All right, here comes Eric Armstead to read the 49ers pick.
Right.
Drake Jackson. It's an edge. It's a pass rusher.
All right.
Very good pick there. Drake Jackson. Drake Jackson.
Nice. Yeah, they're talking about the weight on NFL Network.
His weight fluctuated a lot in college, and that's probably why he fell this far.
But
he put that weight back on, and the 49ers potentially now have a long-term book at opposite of Nick Bosa. But they got their third pass rusher now. You can never have enough.
Yeah,
it'll be Bosa and Armstead coming off the edge, and bring in Drake Jackson in nickel situations, and you could kick Armstead inside against the guard.
Yeah, a lot of that weight fluctuation too was
the edge cupboard is kind of bare because Nick Benito, I get the hype about it, but he's kind of limited at the moment. He's not a bad player per se, but he needs to add some muscle to be a full-time player. That's all there is to it. Travis Jones would make a lot more sense here for the Chiefs to play next to Chris.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Perry Winfrey.
Yeah, either or. But yeah, I'd love to see Jones and Jones inside for Kansas City. That would be
Brian Cook, a
Wow.
underrated safety from Cincinnati. Chiefs adding to that secondary big time. Brian Cook, he is a picture-perfect tackler from what I've heard.
Yeah.
Very good pick there.
A very good pick. Yeah, and can use a little help there in the secondary, without a doubt. Very interesting pick for them. Let me update that. Yeah, Buffalo certainly picked apart that secondary, and
Yeah. It looks like our Carl Dummer, unfortunately, will not be able to make it because they're under tornado watch where they're in Kansas right now, and they lost power. So our prayers to Carl's family at the moment, and let's hope they weather the storm tonight. Carl, he just adopted 2 boys from the Dominican Republic, I believe. So big salute to Carl for doing that. That is one of the most noble things any human being can do, is to adopt children from a poor country like the Dominican Republic.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Very selfless act.
Yeah, that is acting on your Christianity.
That's right. Exactly.
That is living a Jesus first life.
Exactly.
Yes, and also, whether you agree with her views or not, Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett adopted 2 kids from Haiti.
Wow. Yeah.
And you could criticize her constitutional legal philosophy all you want, but you can't question her humanity because of what she did with those 2 kids from Haiti.
Exactly.
All right, Bills have turned their pick in. Travis Jones just makes too much sense here, but
my God,
if a player is sliding, it's usually for a reason. Could it be medical? Could it be character? It has to be one of those 2 that is pushing Travis Jones and Perry and Winfrey this far down the board.
Yeah, I don't understand like I said, the disrespect for the position. It's just too.
Or Chad Muma here would make sense. Chad Muma, Travis Jones. Or let's see what the wide receiver board now looks like. The wide receiver board. Calvin Austin could make sense for Buffalo.
Yeah.
To add more speed to Josh Allen's arsenal. Calvin Austin, the 3rd from Memphis. Yeah, that's another possibility here. And so many possibilities for the Broncos. George Pate, you were absolutely right to wait. You were absolutely
paid
right
off on the wait. Yeah, let the draft come to you, and you've got
Broncos are now on the clock. Whether they trade or keep the pick is up to question, but George Payton did the right thing. He waited. But let's see what the pick is first before I can 100% say he did the right thing. Oh my God. Screw that. George Payton did not do the right thing yet. Screw that. He didn't do the right thing yet. Got to see the pick first. Screw. Take 1 step back, football gods. Please. Oh yeah. Peter Schrager, complimenting Chris Kacharik, the world-class D-line coach for the 49ers. This is like the 49ers, death taxes of the 49ers spending one of their first couple picks on a defensive lineman or pass rusher or offensive lineman. That's how they operate in San Francisco these days.
And successfully, That's
Eat your vegetables. Build those tents. Right. Eat your vegetables. Here's all right. If Bernard Raymond is there for the Broncos at 64, all 3 of their guys that want to play right tackle this year are on 1-year contracts. Could Bernard Raymond make a lot of sense for Denver, even though he might not have to play right away?
Yeah, I mean,
you got to fix that revolving door at right tackle. It's been going on forever.
Yep. Stevie Johnson.
Former Bill Stevie Johnson making the pick.
Oh, sending them down the turnpike. Oh man.
James Cook, Dalvin's
Oh,
younger
Dalvin's
brother.
brother.
They add him to that running back stable.
That
I
is-
think this is a great pick. James Cook, they lined him up out wide a lot at Georgia. And
Yeah.
look at that. You remember that explosive play he made in the national championship game?
Yes.
He adds that speed element to the offense that they were missing. He's just not a pure wide receiver. He's a running back that can be lined up out wide. It makes perfect sense here. I think he was better than a better choice than Calvin Austin in terms of general players on the board.
Yeah, exactly. And they didn't get a lot of production out of the running game, the running backs in the passing game last year. Really, again, if we were looking at if there was one hole, somebody who can, make plays in space on third down with the defense spread out. Cook's perfect for that. Catch the ball out of the backfield. I mean, just fantastic like you said, as a pass catcher, fantastic. And another weapons for that Bills offense. I think that's James Cook. That's a great
All right. So
pick.
now we look at the Broncos.
Cook and Cook.
They need help at edge. Can you justify an investment in a Nick Benito here?
End of the second round for a pure pass rush? Yeah, I mean, if you're going to use him as a third down designated pass rusher type of role, definitely. I could see that there. That makes a lot of sense for
Nick Benito, Bernard Raymond, Dylan Parham. They want to replace the center position, or Chad Muma here because they're moving Baron Brown to edge.
Yeah.
Elvis Dumerville. The fast faux pas in the rearview mirror. Elvis Dumerville read the pick for the Broncos at 64.
Nick. Oh.
It's Nick Benito indeed.
All
Benjamin
right.
Albright called that.
Excellent. Yeah, athleticism there, speed on the edge. That's perfect.
Yeah, this is a George Payton athleticism pick right here.
Yep.
And given the drop off after him, I think it does make sense. I can swallow it. There are a lot of split opinions about him, just like there are for any prospect.
Exactly. And, he's had the production in college without a doubt. He's got all the measurables. I definitely, I mean, athleticism, speed around the edge. I don't have any problem with that. I mean, he's going to be a development player, but he can come out and contribute right away on passing downs. Yeah. End of the second round. That's not a bad pick at all.
Yeah, I can stomach it.
Yeah.
And this is one of the two picks the Broncos got in the Von Miller trade. Fitting they use it on a pass rusher.
Exactly.
Bradley Chubb, this is a pivotal year for him. The final year of his rookie deal, can he finally prove that he could stay healthy? And Randy Gregory, not only does he have to prove he can stay healthy, can he stay out of trouble?
Exactly.
But Benjamin Albright said, look for the Broncos to potentially double dip at that edge position.
Oh, yeah.
Still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
I'd sing, but you don't want to lose viewers here, David. So.
Be an American, where at least I know.
I couldn't understand after I turned 12 why I stopped getting the lead in the school musicals. It's a.
I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. God bless America, and God bless and protect our troops.
Ooh. Yes, indeed.
And now they're playing Springsteen. So a little country music and a little Springsteen. Nice way to bring the full country together there.
There we go.
Lee
Excellent.
Greenwood being one of the legends of country music, and Springsteen being the legend of rock.
That's right.
Yeah, but Bruce Springsteen unites people with his music too, of all political persuasions. The part of New Jersey he grew up isn't necessarily progressive.
Exactly. Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Kimberly Martin of ESPN reporting the Panthers' pursuit of Baker Mayfield continues to heat up, adding that Mayfield could end up in Carolina by the end of the weekend.
Who tweeted that out?
Kimberly Martin, ESPN.
Kimberly Martin. She is no slouch whatsoever, and that she's with ESPN for a reason.
So that's Carolina would have to give up a future pick for him.
Could. Keyword is could, meaning there's a chance this all falls apart.
Yep.
So now the Jaguars are back on the clock. So the Jaguars, they got Dwan Smoot, who's pretty good, but Travis Jones, where are you?
I mean, the Jaguars are at the position where, they've got needs everywhere. You've got to take the best player that's on the board. That's not a quarterback. Other than quarterback, they can use help anywhere. You got Raymond out there still. Ooh.
Center from Kentucky. So Trevor Lawrence here. Fortner was one of the better centers in this class.
Yes. Very good pick there. The more they can do to protect their investment, very important.
Oh, Chiefs having a nice draft with picks 21, 30, and 54. The Chiefs got players 10, 11, and 22 on the PFF draft board, according to Mike Renner of Pro Football Focus.
Ooh. Yeah, Fortner played center last year, was at guard before that, so he's got that positional versatility. Good pick for Jacksonville there to start off the third round.
Brian Asamoah, another guy scouts were high on compared to others. Jeremy Fowler said scouts were higher on Brian Asamoah compared to the general public and draft Twitter. So the Vikings get such a guy in Brian Asamoah. But Eric Hendricks is getting pretty old, so you had to make this investment.
Makes sense, and part of that generation here of these lighter inside linebackers that can fly around the field. So a big dose of athleticism adding to that Minnesota defense.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, good coverage linebacker as well, can cover tight ends, running backs out of the backfield. Versatile piece for them. And now we get the New Jersey.
Nakobe Dean is falling for injury history, and because he's so small at that size, that physical play style, it only reinforced the doubts of the NFL that he could even survive.
Exactly.
Yep. It's very sad, but the reality is in the eye of the beholder.
And we get through the second round without another quarterback drafted here as well. So we still have Malik Willis out there. Oof.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's actually Josiah or Josh Azudu.
Yeah.
He was another fast riser. So Giants trying to rebuild the inside of that line.
Yeah, and for the Giants, definitely they need help on that offensive line without a doubt. Don't worry about the positions. Get some good players in there. Solid pick. Browns,
Yeah, this is the first pick of the draft for the Browns. Travis Jones right here, or Perry and Winfrey. Has to be. I think the Browns traded back this far because they knew one of them was, or both were going to fall.
Yeah,
Had to.
they.
And the edge coverage pretty damn bare. Got to go with one of those two guys here.
Yeah, it makes way too much sense. Definitely a need for them. You got two options there. You know, pick whichever one your scouts like better.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, still Christian Harris.
Yeah, Sam Monson of Pro Football Focus, who's Irish, and a very important figure of Pro Football Focus, was a big fan of Nick Benito, apparently. So Benito had his critics, but he also had his big fans. So that's something for Broncos country to take into account. Yeah, AJ Schultz, who is an NFL draft analyst for Mile High Report, the Broncos website. He just tweeted out, Bears fans going to be pissed they drafted back-to-back DBs, but got upset the previous staff were leaving the DB room as bare as it was, so I don't know. He's kind of right. You can't have it both ways, and this roster needed help everywhere. The Brisker and Kyler Gordon were the two best guys on the board at the time.
Yeah, I mean, you can't fault them for those picks. No, I mean they needed the help there. I didn't have a problem with it. I thought any problem with those picks at all. So there's a lot of spots they need to fill, and limited number of picks to do it. You got to find those players, and only so many holes you can fill in one draft. And yeah, I don't blame the Bears at all on those picks. Let's see, Browns.
Yep, just crossing off the names on my Jordan positional big board here.
Yeah, updating the charts is the difficult part here. Let's see, so we got the Browns up now.
Oh, he had him rated as a tackle.
Oh.
He had him as a graded as a tackle, Jordan Reed of ESPN. Josh Azudu, the last pick to the Giants.
Oh, okay.
So here's the Browns. Ian Rappaport speaking now. Panthers are looking to trade back up into the third to take a quarterback. Absolutely. Potential trade partner, the Broncos at 96. Rick Spielman loved to trade back in the third round, and as GM in Minnesota, George Payton traded back in the third round not once but twice last year.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that's a potential partner. I just thought of it at the top of my head.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow. Yeah, like how fortunate could the Panthers be that all these quarterbacks are
I
falling,
know.
and they didn't have a pick until day 3 after selecting Ike Ekwonu, your favorite player in this draft last night.
Yeah, I mean, that's working
Yeah,
out
this
great.
has to, the Travis Jones slide or the Perry and Winfrey slide has to stop here.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine the Browns where else they would go. You know, I mean, the most talented 8 and 9 team in NFL history last year, and
Oh boy. Martin
Whoa!
Emerson, whoa, a
Wow.
corner from Mississippi State. Now he's got his detractors, man, but because he is non-existent in defending the run, but his cover skills and athleticism are off the charts. And I think the Broncos might have considered Martin Emerson at 64. Buzz has it if Benito was off the board.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, Cleveland. Yeah, I didn't think cornerback would be. Jeez, I mean, Denzel Ward is the undisputed number 1 cornerback
And you
there.
got Greg, but you can never have enough corners.
Yeah, but I mean,
Greg Newsome
Greg
has
Newsome
his injury issues. This is a backup special teams play right here with athletic upside. We're
Yeah,
in that part of the draft right now.
yeah, you're right. 3rd round. Yep.
And Jordan Reed and Matt Miller were higher on Martin Emerson than most. Martin Emerson, like he was Jordan Reed had him as his 8th best corner and this 51st best player in this draft.
Wow.
Jordan Reed loved Martin Emerson.
Wow.
And the Tennessee Titans, this could make a lot of sense for Bernard Raymond.
Yep.
If you think Dylan Rage is a better guard, get your right tackle of the future in Bernard Raymond right here.
Slide him inside. That's perfect.
Or Desmond Ridder if you want a quarterback project.
Are they done with the WWE guys that I don't know reading picks? All right, great.
Bad joke there.
Very bad joke there.
Nicholas Petitfrere of Ohio State. It is a tackle, but it's Nicholas Petitfrere from Ohio State. He's a project. He needs to bulk up in his lower half. Needs core strength. It was the big knock on Nicholas Petitfrere, and the Titans grab a right tackle project in Nicholas Petitfrere. Raymond's a bit of a project too, but I think he would have been. But I think it's the length with Raymond dropping him.
Yeah, it's got to be. I don't know what other reason it would be. God, I haven't heard. I didn't see anything about any injuries here, and same with Travis Jones. I mean, is this just the undervaluing of the defensive tackle position?
Could be the Bears. Okay, 71. So the Jaguars, their pick is this is the pick they got from the C.J. Henderson trade.
Oh.
Travis Jones would be so good here for them.
Yeah, and I mean, for Jacksonville, I mean, again, you've got so many needs. I mean, just pull up the draft board, pick whoever's on top, as long as it's not a quarterback.
Chad Muma.
There
Very
we
good
go.
pick here. Chad Muma.
Excellent pick here.
You got Devin Lloyd, and now you got Chad Muma. Mike Caldwell is a former linebacker himself. He's built himself a heck of a linebacking core with this class.
Yeah, that's a. Yeah, I like Muma a lot here. That's a tackling machine. Has decent speed, strong, instinctive, as they're saying. Yeah, I mean that's leader. Again, one of those high character type players as well. Locker room leader. Just what they need in Jacksonville.
Colorado native goes 6 picks after Nick Benito went to the Broncos. Oh, the Broncos have traded back a couple spots with the Colts. So that's one trade down and potentially more to come for George Payton here.
Right.
The Broncos and Colts swap picks. So
okay.
Bears are up now. Where do they go here? Raymond? Parham?
Yeah, I mean that makes a lot of sense,
wide
right?
Receivers, who's left? David Bell.
Yeah, David Bell looks.
Jalen Tolbert, Calvin Austin, Justin Fields with that deep ball. Calvin Austin,
I like
or Travis
that.
Jones, or Perry and Winfrey. Calvin Austin, Travis Jones, Perry and Winfrey. Bears, come on.
Who's on Jeremiah's list here? Travis Jones, Christian Harris. Perry and Winfrey, yeah.
Oh, correction. The Broncos have not traded. It was a trick of the eye. My eye was playing tricks on me.
Oh. Right, Bears have got the pick in.
Yeah, Bears pick is in. Travis Jones, Perry and Winfrey, Calvin Austin. Travis Jones, Perry and Winfrey, Calvin Austin. Forgive me, my homerism.
It's coming out. It's fine. Yes. Yeah, Jalen Tolbert's still out there at wide receiver as well. Bigger wide receiver.
Chris Sims, a big fan of the Nick Benito pick of the Broncos.
Oh, good. Parham, I can see that.
Calvin Austin, Travis Jones, Perry and Winfrey.
Yeah.
Come on.
Defensive line or wide receiver?
Yeah. Velus Jones, another speed demon.
Wow.
I had Velus Jones mocked to the Chiefs in my 3-round mock I did with Carl Dumler when we did the AFC West draft preview on my podcast. Ryan Poles comes from the Chiefs. He takes a similar speedy guy in Velus Jones Jr. I should have thought of Velus Jones with the same breath as Calvin Austin. He's a very similar player.
Very similar. Very
good pick there for Justin Fields. And this plays to his strengths because what is Justin Fields' biggest strength throwing the ball? The deep ball.
Yep. And Jones a little bit bigger than Austin as well. Has a little more muscle on him there, so can take a few more hits over the middle if need be, and doesn't sacrifice any speed. So I can see the reason for going for Jones over Austin there. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, Velus Jones.
Nice. Let me get the Seahawks.
Seahawks, Colts, Falcons. We could see our first quarterback of the night off the board here.
Yep, here we go. This is see who likes who. Is it a Malik Willis finally? Finally coming off the board. Oof. Yeah, Travis Jones. Oof. Corral, Sam Howell. I like it. Yeah, Vince Jones just adds to those wide receivers. Back on that train.
Yeah, man.
Seattle. So they addressed the offensive line. They got the edge rusher. They stunningly picked another running back. So nice time to go to the defensive line, I would think. Maybe grab a linebacker, inside linebacker, somebody like Christian Harris from Alabama. Makes sense for Seattle.
Definitely Christian Harris. He's the best linebacker available here.
Yep. And again, Bernie Raymond's still out there if they want to add, a swing tackle to that rotation. Double up at the position.
Xfinity Mobile runs on America's most reliable 5G network, but for up to half the price of Verizon. So you have more money for more stuff. This phone, fewer groceries. This phone, more groceries. This phone, fewer concert tickets. This phone, more concert tickets. And not just for my shows.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile for half the price of Verizon. New customers get it.
Yeah, so Seattle here. Could this be where the quarterback goes?
Could be quarterback, linebacker. I could see double up at the offensive line here. Whether they maybe another tackle as well. Got cross already. Yeah, I could see a few different ways.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Raymond come off the board here.
What do you think of the Bears draft? I actually like the Velus Jones Jr. pick at wide receiver, and I definitely liked how they revamped that secondary today. They just had to go with best player available, period, because everywhere the roster was at need.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for the Bears, I love Velus Jones. I think that was a solid pick there. Great value at that position. And the secondary, again, they need help in a lot of different positions there on that defense. But being able to add another receiving weapon here in the third round, desperately needed there for Chicago. So I think that's a big help there. And yeah, the secondary needed that help. I don't have any problem with them going Gorder, Brisker.
Shaquem Griffin making the pick.
Nice.
One of a personal hero to all of us. Shaquem Griffin.
What an outfit. Oh.
And what a story.
Indeed.
What an inspiration. Abraham Lucas. I like this pick. Double dipping a tackle. Here is why Abraham Lucas from Washington State. They got him up the road in Wazoo. Here's why he flew up the board. He recorded a 40-yard shuttle time of 4.47 seconds or faster. And Josh Norris, do you know who Josh Norris is? He's a great football mind. He had like the most accurate mock draft of all last year. Josh Norris did a study of offensive linemen that record that time in the 40-yard shuttle or faster over the years. The Capito listed them. The hit rate a staggering 86% of them went on to have lengthy careers in the NFL. Get that.
Wow. That is a
So you got
huge
two
number.
tackles of the future, Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas. Why did you do this with Russell Wilson, John Steyer? I'm glad you guys have apparently learned your lesson, but you should have done this years ago. But you
Oh
still
my
had a
God.
quarterback. But you are building the team for your quarterback of the future, whoever that is. And I like
Whoever
the
that
Seahawks
is.
have quietly done an excellent job. This outside of Kenneth Walker, the third pick,
Yeah.
they've nailed this draft so far.
And you know,
Jorge Mafe, Charles Cross, and now Abraham Lucas.
I like it for Seattle, and you know, yeah, the Walker pick is the only one that stands out to me as a little strange there. But you know, if they're gonna be running the ball, hey, you know, they were decimated by injuries at the running back position the last few years, so
Colts.
doesn't hurt to add that depth. What is
Travis
going on?
Jones.
Oh, jeez.
Has to be an act.
It's gotta be an act. Oh my God.
Jelani Woods, another, like he is the athletic freak of athletic freaks at tight end, man.
Yep.
Jelani Woods, great pick there.
Oh yeah.
And he's a great blocking tight end. And that offense with Jonathan Taylor, he will find the field right away blocking for arguably the best running back in the NFL right now, and Jonathan Taylor. And get him some reps with Matt Ryan in training camp.
Oh goodness, Matt Ryan's gonna love that red zone. 6
Oh my
foot,
God!
7.
You got Michael Pittman now, Alec Pierce, and Jelani Woods now.
Wow! Oh, I like that. Yeah. Yeah, and to get that, you know, somebody with that blocking ability too here, you know, so important for the Colts with that run-based offense.
Yeah, bet on traits with Jelani Woods. He also had a perfect 10 RAS score.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
Dolphins have turned the pick in. Does Malik Willis go home to Atlanta?
Yeah, I mean, great spot to pick a quarterback right here for Atlanta. You know, 3rd round, you can see what you have. You can come back next year. If you get you probably have a high draft pick next year. Nothing wrong with taking a quarterback here.
A quarterback it is, and it is Desmond Ridder.
Wow.
I think Arthur Smith saw Ryan Tannehill and Desmond Ridder and says, I can get a lot out of that guy long term, potentially. So Desmond Ridder, the first quarterback off the board tonight to the Atlanta Falcons. Wow.
Great pick. I like that. That's a great pick for Atlanta.
Yeah, he's with a great coach in Arthur Smith.
Yep, exactly. And, you know, gives them that quarterback. See what you have with him this year. And, you know, if you fall in love with another quarterback, nothing wrong with going back and dipping again in the 1st round. 3rd round pick isn't a lot to give up for somebody like Ridder with that athleticism, running ability, you know, multi-year starter here in college as well. So, you know, 4 years in the AAC. So
the Broncos have traded back with Houston.
Ooh.
They might have added a Bavea pick because I don't think Houston has. Houston picks at 80. They traded 5 spots down. So the George Payton 3rd round trade.
There it is.
Let's drink again. Do you have a beer? Let's drink a fake beer to that on the bingo card. So that's a bingo. George Payton trading out in the 3rd round.
All right.
Because George Payton, kind of similar to new Vikings GM Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, he wants to leave the draft with as many picks as possible.
And I don't blame him. This is the draft to do it. It's so deep here. Yeah, Ridder, nice pick there.
Yeah, hang on, Hal. I'll ask you a question. You could talk because I got to take a little drink myself.
All right.
So, Desmond Ridder. It's pretty clear that Arthur Smith sees another potential Ryan Tannehill 2.0 in this guy.
Yeah, definitely see that. Very Ryan Tannehill traits, as we talked earlier here tonight. You know, very calm in the pocket. He can, you know, outpace the pursuit that's coming after him, get outside of the pocket, can make teams pay with his legs if he needs to, can keep his eyes downfield. You know, nothing but a winner in college. You know, with Cincinnati, I mean, he basically was a big part of that resurgence for Cincinnati these last few years. You know, winner, leader, you know, really the concern on him, the knock on him was the ball security. And he certainly seemed to improve that this past year, his senior year. So that stepped up. That was a big improvement. So I really like this pick. You know, for Atlanta to get Desmond Ridder here, and again, you know, it leaves everything wide open for Atlanta as well. They can see what they have in Ridder, see if he's can win that job this year, see what they have available, and once they've got him in there, have taken a look at him. If something better comes along in the potentially deeper draft next year, you're not really giving up a lot if you're drafting a back. If he ends up being a backup to somebody from next year, so strong
so
pick
the
getting Ridder.
Texans might have jumped in front of the Colts for a quarter. No. Davis
No.
Mills, man. Davis Mills. I believe. Are you?
Oh, you know, he certainly impressed me last year. I liked Mills. I think, I don't think this is a back-to-back quarterback pick here.
Christian Harris from
There we go.
Alabama. Lovie Smith gets his. Hopefully, is Derek Brooks. Hopefully, is Lance Briggs.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, perfect fit for that Lovie Smith defense. That little bit lighter linebacker who can run, can drop back. You know, be expected to go sideline to sideline. Perfect fit for that defense. I like Christian Harris here a lot.
Absolutely. Christian Harris, very good pick there. Looks like Casario's taking over tonight.
Yeah, again, we keep it Luke Easterby. I don't know where they locked him away here, but it's paying off for Houston tonight.
Yeah.
So the family cam, excellent. Yeah, nice dose of athleticism on that defense. That's exactly what the Texans need.
Yeah, trying to see if the Broncos get an extra 5th round pick at 162.
Oh, all right. And
that is for Broncos public relations chief Patrick Smythe. Very nice guy. I met him at the Senior Bowl one year. Nice. He's on the. I get this. I was on the plane home with him, Steve Atwater, and the whole Broncos media team.
Oh wow, nice.
That is Pro Football Hall of Famer Steve Atwater.
That's right, exactly.
So the Ravens now. I'd be shocked if this isn't Travis Jones. It would be. Oh my God! Ravening.
Oh, you know, somewhere I hope nobody's out there, you know, watching us and you know, playing the game where they take a shot every time we say Travis Jones, because they'd be dead by now, you know. I hate to say.
Hang on, wait a second. I'm going to go pour some more water. Seltzer water, because I don't drink beer. But and if the Ravens take Travis Jones, I'm going to shotgun. Okay, let's do it. Shall we? All right. Hang on, Hal. Right. But before I go, let me ask you a question. Why would Travis Jones make absolute perfect sense for the Ravens here, aside from it being a Ravens pick?
Yeah, besides being a Ravens pick. Exactly. Travis Jones, again, the Ravens love those big bodies in the middle on that defense. They've built their defense around that. And they've invested a few later round picks that haven't made a big impact in the past few years on that 3-4 defensive line of theirs. They desperately need youth athleticism in that position. We've seen Calais Campbell not getting any younger. They've got Michael Pierce on the inside. You know, Derek Wolfe, unbelievably still in the league and
But
starting in both,
he's way past his prime, man.
way past his
And Calais
prime.
Campbell signed on a 2-year deal. He only that much time left. Got
Yep.
younger there. Got to get younger.
Exactly. So desperate need for that youth up front, and for the Ravens, definitely take a higher pick, get somebody with some more upside. They've spent a few late round picks, undrafted free agents. That's one position they really haven't hit on in the past few years. So makes way too much sense for the Ravens to get some youth and athleticism up front. About the only thing that they're missing there on defense, if they can keep that secondary healthy.
Yeah. So the Broncos now have the magic number of picks that George Pay prefers per draft, 10.
10. Perfect. You want to hit the double digits. You don't want too many. You don't want, 12.
You don't want too few either.
No, and exactly.
10,
I mean,
I
get down.
think 10's like the compromise number, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can go up to 12, but that's a little extreme. That's when you're that's in full rebuild. You want to get over 10. If you're a Super Bowl contender, you can get down to 6, but definitely 8 or 10 is where you want to be every year.
Definitely. So the Ravens, Travis Jones. Absolutely. Oh, Richard Sherman has tweeted, I need some background on my Malik Willis has continued to slide. The NFL hates this quarterback class, and I think he's far more likely to bust than to boom.
That's
Easy.
right. Exactly.
No,
And
Malik Willis is a great kid, and I'll be rooting for him.
Exactly. I'll be rooting for him. He's got all the
Giants
tools.
and Falcons have more picks coming up right very shortly.
Yep. Yeah, we got the Giants. We got Atlanta. Again, Minnesota's a sleeper for a quarterback as well. I wouldn't be surprised. Develop someone there behind Cousins.
Kadarius Toney. Did I hear the name Kadarius Toney on my television? Did Ian Rappaport mention the name Kadarius Toney? Maybe the Ravens could be looking to acquire him after trading Marquise Brown.
That would make sense.
Let's see if you had something to tweet.
Right.
Nope. And another underrated factor in the Ravens picking of David Ojabo, their new defensive coordinator Mike McDonald was Michigan's DC last year. So they got better information on him than most other teams, I would say, on his recovery. Travis Jones, Eric DaCosta thievery strikes again. I'm going to shotgun.
All right.
I can't do it. It's too hard for me. I'm not a drinker. I'm a failure.
I'm only drinking Powerade, so it's not as impressive. Oh, finally, Travis Jones. Wow, that was.
Why did the Ravens?
The Ravens sit
the Jets, dare I say, because Joe Douglas started his career in the Baltimore Ravens scouting staff, are playing chess. And the rest of the teams are playing checkers.
No doubt about it. They're the Ravens sit there and at 76 get, top 25 talent dropping into their laps once again.
Top 50 talent.
Top 50. All right.
Not top 25, top 40, 50.
Yeah, top 4. Okay, I'll say that. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, again, that just drops right into their lap at a position of need again and again and again. Oh my God. I mean, the Ravens, just crushing it once again.
Oh, there goes Bernard Raymond.
There we go. Wait, where'd the Colts come from? Yeah.
From Austria. Transitioned from tight end to tackle during the height of the pandemic, and now he's potentially the left tackle of the future for the Indianapolis Colts.
Wow. that's right. That's yeah, good pick there for Indy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll be able to give him time to develop there in Indianapolis.
They might go with a street veteran this year at that position, and hopefully he'll take over sometime next year.
Yep, exactly. So
I
get
like what the
him a-
Colts have done. They give Matt Ryan a basketball team, added
Yep.
Alec Pearson, Jelani Woods to Michael Pittman, and Bernard Raymond as a guy who could take over his blind side for the final year or two of his career, hopefully.
Yeah, loving the job.
My friend Eric Trickle from Mile High Huddle, I just exchanged a message with him. He said that Travis Jones fell because teams were concerned about his knees.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. All right.
Well, it had to be a medical character concern. So thank you, Eric. Yeah, but whatever those concerns are, the Ravens take their chance at the right price, and they did. They took it. They took an even stronger chance with Ojabo in the second round. And
Yeah,
I
exactly.
apologize, folks. I'm weak as a kitten. I can't shotgun. The Browns. Perry Winfrey makes a lot of sense here. Or
Yeah.
D'Angelo Malone from Western Kentucky.
Yep. Again, explosive edge rusher there. That deep class definitely makes a lot of sense right here.
Andrew Hawkins making this pick. Alex Wright. It's a pass rusher, but it's Alex Wright of UAB, University of Alabama, Birmingham, the Blazers.
All right. Alex Wright. All right. Cross that off. Yeah, long, strong pass rusher there, 6'5". He's got some in around 270 pounds, so definitely solid player there. Again, developmental, but third round, that's where you would take that developmental pass rusher, work him into the rotation as a rookie, and definitely could have a player worth developing there on the outside to add to that pass rush. We're back to the Chargers.
Chargers here.
Yeah, we haven't heard.
Winfrey. I think this Perry Winfrey makes a lot of sense. Put him, add him to that rotation. He could give you more punch as a pass rusher than Sebastian Joseph Day and Austin Jackson. They signed those two in free agency. Got to get another body in the middle. Perry Winfrey makes a ton of sense here.
Yeah, definitely makes a ton of sense here for them.
Those two guys, especially Sebastian Joseph Day, nobody stops the run better than Sebastian Joseph Day as a one. Playing a gap and a half defense. He's the best at that in the league, period. But you need some guy in the middle who can draw attention away from Mack and Bosa off the edge. Perry and Winfrey.
Perry and Winfrey, great addition here. Would definitely work into that. Could see them going for a linebacker here as well. Add a little extra depth to that position behind Kenneth Murray.
Leo Chenal,
Yeah, there's a good
athletic
pick
freak
right
from
there.
Wisconsin, or Channing Tindall from Georgia.
Yep. Channing Tindall's still there as well. So yeah, a couple of options there at linebacker as well. I think they might add a cornerback as well for depth, but they've got a lot of late picks as well. Most, a lot of 6th and 7th round picks. They can address that there and get a couple prospects, special teams guys to try to develop there as well. So I can't really see him going on cornerback here, but that cornerback run's going to start up again soon, and we'll see some cornerbacks come flying off the board very soon here, probably by the end of
like
this
Tariq
round.
Woolen,
Yep.
yeah, like that would be a George Payton pick if you want a corner with tremendous upside. Corner Tariq Woolen or Zion McCollum of San Diego State, I believe, also posted a RAS score of 10 or super close to 10.
Yeah, I mean, he's tall, he's strong, he can run. He's very intriguing. Smaller cornerback, Cordell Flott out of LSU as well. He should be coming. And then you've got the Alabama cornerbacks, Amar Davis and Josh Joby coming out here in the middle round.
Amar Davis has injury concerns, though.
Yep. Yeah, so we've got Kobe Bryant from Cincinnati hasn't come off the board yet at cornerback either. So yeah, I mean, I think we're at some point we're going to see a run on cornerback start back up again because that depth there at cornerback, there's a lot of it.
Joshua Williams, Fayetteville State, Marcus Jones, Houston, who could do double duty as a returner.
I love Marcus Jones. I'm very high on him. I'm hoping he's on the board at 85 for the Patriots. I'd love to see them grab him.
Chargers could go corner safety here. The best safety left is Nick Cross from Maryland.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's right.
Or Kirby Joseph from
Kirby
Illinois.
Joseph as well. Yep.
JT Woods out of Baylor. The board is so jumbled right now. Nothing.
That's it. It's and like I said, there's so
Austin
much depth
Eckler,
there.
my fantasy running back, who won me a championship last year, making a pick.
Nice.
Taunt the crowd, Austin. Talk trash. Talk trash.
JT
It is
Woods.
JT Woods
Right.
from Baylor. It's a safety.
Good
JT
pick.
Woods out of Baylor.
That's nice. Yeah, put him back there with Derwin James, and that's a nice combination.
Yeah.
Beautiful. J.C. Jackson, Asante Samuel last year.
Yep. Said Brandon Staley, that Vic Fangio defense. You need 2 high safeties, and JT Woods could slide into that role with Derwin James right away.
That's beautiful.
Nasir Adderley's also good, but I think Nasir Adderley's in a contract year, so I think they could be grooming him this year to succeed Nasir Adderley if he departs for greener pastures in free agency.
Exactly. Yep, that makes sense.
All
Definitely
right, Broncos. I'm not. I think they're going to keep this because they already traded down once. It wouldn't shock me if they traded down again for 1 or 2 more picks, but the Broncos had a lot of centers. Because Lloyd Cushenberry, they don't view him as a fit for Nathaniel Hackett's offense. At one of the centers they hosted all those visits was Dylan Parham. I wouldn't be surprised if he is the pick right here.
Yeah,
or Channing Tindall if you want a linebacker. Or if you really want a tight end, Greg Dulcich.
Dulcich is on the board here, yeah.
It is Greg.
There
Dulcich.
it is. All right. Good pick there. I like that. Yeah, explosive tight end. Beautiful.
But Russell Wilson, he doesn't attack the middle of the field. How can he work with Russell Wilson?
Yeah. Crossing routes. That's it. He's going to get to the sideline.
Russell Wilson. Yeah, if you want to attack outside the numbers.
Yeah. Yeah. Like that.
Field stretching tight end. That deep ball to Russell Wilson over the middle. That is why there was news that George Payton was consulting Russell Wilson's opinion about some of these prospects.
Well, yeah.
And I think he had to be talking to Russell Wilson about Dulcich.
Yeah, he had to be. It said, 6'4", 245 pounds, explosive. Definitely.
Oh, there goes Cordell Flott from LSU. Flott in the slot, as Daniel Jeremiah says.
Definitely. Yeah, great pick here. I love Flott. Really liked him the more that I saw him. Yeah, he dropped a little. Nickel cornerback just gets undervalued a little bit. Didn't have a great year last year. Not really a ball hawking cornerback, but as long as he gets his hands on the ball, that's what matters. Definitely has the ability to play inside, good foot speed. Yeah, I like Flott a lot. I think that's a good pick there for the Giants, and somebody they can plug and play in there in the slot cornerback position. Atlanta, could this be Malik Willis?
It could. It could.
Definitely. I mean, they're 82. You're getting value here now. And like I said, at the quarterback position,
Falcon just shows Ritter.
Oh.
We forgot.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Woo. Oh,
D'Angelo Malone from Western Kentucky.
Yeah, D'Angelo Malone, sweet spot, 82 right there. Nice spot for him to come off. And again, like we've been saying about Atlanta, pass rush is trash. So they desperately needed somebody to be able to step up here. Malone, explosive around the end is the word that comes to mind watching him play. Just pure speed rusher. And they need anybody they can get at Atlanta. They should be looking to double up here at the edge rusher position as well later on in the draft.
Yes. Yeah, but back to what George Payton was doing. He was consulting Russell Wilson on a lot of some of these prospects that they were scouting at tight end and at other offensive skill positions. He wanted his input. And I think Russell Wilson probably raved to him about Greg Dulcich. That 100% was the case. I'd be shocked if it wasn't. Would you?
No. I mean, you make that investment. He wants to, he wants that. I mean, you can't bring him in and then ignore anything, whatever he wants. I mean, you paid a premium for him. He should have a voice in the process as well. So, yeah, I like that move definitely. Dulcich, you had to have had his input. And it looks like the type, like you said, field stretcher. That sounds like somebody that's going to fit in nice
with Russell Wilson.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what you don't need the 280-pound tight end running, across the middle there. No, you need that field stretcher in the seams to be able to make a big play there. Right. Eagles and Steelers coming up.
Yeah. So the Eagles, their pick is in. So they got D'Angelo Malone.
Yeah, so Atlanta's got Malone. So yeah, the Eagles have gone defensive tackle, center, and after this pick, they've only got 2 more in this draft tomorrow, round 5 and around 7. So should have plenty of options for them to, um, you know, they want to go after the edge rusher here. That would make sense for them. Look at the secondary as well. We're starting to break into those safeties and cornerbacks again. So we're seeing activity there. I wouldn't be surprised the Eagles look in that direction either.
Absolutely. The Eagles at 83.
Let's see. Yeah, so safeties, Kirby Joseph, Nick Cross still out there.
Yeah, Nick Cross would make perfect sense. He's probably the best safety left on the board.
They want to go linebacker. Channing Tindall's still there. Tariq Woolen at cornerback. If they want somebody.
Matt Lombardo of Fansided, formerly with the Giants and Eagles beats. He said a source told him that there's a feeling inside the NFL that Nakobe Dean is looking at a redshirt year due to his pec tear and the meniscus in his knee. I think he's sliding all the way to day 3.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he's a luxury pick on day 3. Somebody's gonna take him and redshirt him for the year. That seems very likely, and that seems like a 5th round pick is where you would do that.
The Dorn boss making the pick for the Eagles. Channing Tindall. Oh, it's Nakobe
Dean. Oh, wow.
We thought he was going to slide all the way. He gets picked for the Eagles. He might be looking at a redshirt year, but I am happy for the guy. His dream has come true. Nakobe Dean, we are rooting for you to beat the odds and have the longest possible NFL career because his football intelligence is off the charts and his heart and hustle are second to none.
Good for Nakobe. Oh, God, this must have been killing him sitting here watching all these picks going by and yeah, definitely excellent player. Yeah, get him healthy, bring him back after that. It's a great pick for Philadelphia. Draft and wait here. Give him the red shirt year. Come back strong in 23.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yep,
Steelers now, Perry and Winfrey here.
Perry and Winfrey makes a lot of sense for the Steelers. No doubt about that.
Let's take a look at the tackle board, but I think that cupboard is bare.
Yeah.
The cupboard is very bare at tackle. Let's see. Tackle.
Yeah, and I think you got to look at the Steelers going defense here. They went Kenny Pickett, George Pickens, so 2 picks on the offense.
Nick Cross.
Yeah, Nick Cross would make a lot of sense here.
Yeah, tackle cupboard's bare. If they want a center, they could go Dylan Parham here.
Parham would make sense if they're going to do offensive line.
Zach Tom of Wake Forest, another guy who posted a similar time in 4.47 seconds or faster as Abraham Lucas did. And that's why I think we can hear his name come off the board soon because of like the high hit rate of players who offensive linemen that recorded that time or faster in that drill.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, he's definitely a possibility here. Yeah, I don't see them adding any more wide receiver.
Oh, we got Gino the podcaster. Oh yeah, he said he wished for a linebacker for the Eagles.
Oh, that's great.
He said, Howie Rosen, please take a linebacker for the love of God, and for the love of God, have Nakobe Dean beat the odds of what and prove the doubters in the NFL wrong.
Yeah.
Make Gino happy. He's one of the most inspiring kids ever. Jordan Davis, who was picked in round 1, got my boy Nakobe Dean with me. Delayed, not denied, bro. Let's show Philly how we do it.
Hey, Philly, you can't go wrong with Georgia defense. That's what we've been saying these
All right,
past 2 days.
Steelers. What you got, Kevin Colbert?
Let's see. Ooh.
DeMarvin Leal from Texas A&M. This was a guy that was
right.
hyped up as a potential top 10 pick, but the tweener traits pushed him down this board.
Yeah, exactly. Not a defensive tackle, not an edge. He's kind of in between. The 3-4 defensive end in Pittsburgh looks like that would be a good fit for him there, though.
He's going to have to bulk up a bit.
I mean, he's definitely going to have to add to that frame, but yeah, that's a potential there. If he can add the weight, he'd be a good fit right there. Yeah, 6'4".
What do you think has been the biggest headline from tonight?
I think that second round and the wide receivers continuing to fly off the board in the second round. I mean, I think that's the highlight of the day so far is seeing them coming off the board, and it's kind of slowed here a little bit in the third round, but I think that's going to pick up again by the time we get into the late 90s. We'll start seeing more.
Your Patriots have turned to their pick. Could this be another run on the cornerback position?
I would not be surprised at all if the Patriots are taking a cornerback here.
Jalen Armour Davis or Marcus Jones. He took Cyrus Jones out of Alabama, who had a similar dual threat skill set as both a corner and a return man.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of good.
Donnie Osmond making the pick.
Oh my goodness.
I had no idea he was a Patriots fan.
Marcus Jones, yes.
Marcus
All
Jones.
Right.
Whoa,
Beautiful.
Man, I think I stole some of Weedman's psychic powers there.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, you called it, David. That's perfect. Oh, that makes my day. Oh.
He did slide this far due to some shoulder concerns, apparently, but but Belichick has an ideal. He's betting on the upside that he could be the long-term replacement for J.C. Jackson.
Yeah, exactly. And Patriots have Jonathan Jones as the slot cornerback right now. He's capable of sliding outside if they want to put Marcus Jones inside or develop Jones to play outside as well. Belichick, he can flip. Just because he's been in man defense for 5 years doesn't mean that he's going to flip the switch and they're going to play majority of zone defense. He's adaptable to the players there. So I could see them with the undersized cornerbacks that they have flipping to zone, and Marcus Jones fitting right in there as well. So I love the pick. Jonathan Jones has been there a while. They need a replacement. Just go Jones to Jones at the slot cornerback, and they've got that ready to go.
Yes, and the Greg Dulcich pick, I should have known it was an even more predictable pick for the Broncos, because where did George Payton go to college? UCLA.
Oh, there you go.
And when he was in Minnesota with Rick Spielman, they drafted Anthony Barr and Eric Kendricks, both former Bruins themselves. And George Payton's high school in California, Loyola High School, and Greg Dulcich, who went to St. Francis High School in the LA area, were 15 miles apart. The Tennessee Titans have traded pick 86. Let's see who has come up. Ooh. Is this the Panthers coming up?
No, this is Tennessee. This is Vegas's pick.
Oh, Vegas traded back.
Yeah.
Smart move by Dave Ziegler. They need more picks.
Yeah, they're short on picks. That's a great move by them to move back here.
No, Titans were scheduled to pick at 90, so it's only a 4-spot drop.
All right, that should give Vegas at least one more pick, though. So
yeah, absolutely.
With only 5, they definitely need whatever they can get here. Yeah, I don't see any trade details. Well, at least Marcus Jones, I don't expect any crazy criticism in New
Yeah.
England of Belichick on that pick. That was I've seen about 300 mock drafts with Marcus Jones in the 3rd round to the Patriots, so that should keep the overexcitable fan base under control for a little bit.
Ledger Doozable, former defensive lineman for the Jets,
Yep.
tweets, Broncos lost Noah Fant and get a guy with similar skill set in tight end Greg Dulcich.
Not bad for 3rd round, eh? Not bad at all. Value there. So who are the Titans coming up for? Let's see.
It's not for a quarterback. I just do not think it's for a quarterback.
Yeah.
Why would they be jumping these teams for a quarterback? Don't.
Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, think of Burks. They went wide receiver, cornerback, offensive tackle so far. So let's see, 86. Where would they be going here? Could be secondary here for Tennessee. Maybe this is Nick Cross. Maybe Leo Chanel in the middle of the defense. I could see that.
Donna Ponte making these picks now.
Oh,
NFL Chief Football Administration Officer.
excellent.
Malik Willis. There you go.
Quarterback. Wow.
So happy for that young man right now.
Wow. Titans take Malik Willis. Unbelievable. So
He's going to have time. He
Yep.
will have time behind Ryan Tannehill, and the Titans are going to be able to keep building up that offense with that inside. Plus, Malik Willis, what is the best thing about his skill set? He's a dual threat quarterback. He's like Michael Vick, and the Titans are a run first team. And even if Derrick Henry gets past his prime before Malik takes over, hopefully he will allow the Titans to maintain that run first identity.
Yeah, definitely. That's a great value pick for the Titans there as well. And, I mean, my God, we were talking about Willis at 3 or 4,
and look at the comp that Daniel Jeremiah. I think this is his ceiling. Steve McNair.
Wow.
I wonder if Amy Adams Strunk, the Titans owner, watched some tape that had flashes of Steve McNair, because Steve McNair was the best quarterback that franchise has ever had, easily.
Yep, exactly. Wonderful.
Yeah, and Steve McNair kind of like pioneered the modern quarterback position.
That's right. Yep.
And that's why he deserves the late great Steve McNair deserves a much higher place in NFL history than he's given by some.
I agree. He's often overlooked as, and there weren't many, it was, I mean, how many years was it Manning and McNair, neck to neck for that MVP? So
yeah,
that's beautiful.
So the Arizona Cardinals right now, they need help up front on defense or in the secondary.
Yeah.
Gotta be a corner, gotta be a safety, gotta be a defensive lineman right now. Or you got to address the interior of that offensive line too. If you're trying to continue to please Kyler Murray and say, come re-sign with us, let's see the guards that are available. Jamari Sawyer, Zach Tom would be a great pick here.
That's
Dylan Parham would be a very good potential long-term replacement, or Zach Tom for Rodney Hudson at center. Offensive line if you stay on offense, but defense got to be corner, safety, D-line, edge.
Yeah, I mean, and they really got to start looking at
there.
Yeah, and they got to start looking at that. I think the secondary. If not this one, they've got another pick at the end of the 3rd round. They got to get a cornerback out of this.
Oh, we got another guest coming on soon.
All right.
Jacob Infante of the Draft Wire, and
Oh, nice.
Windy City Gridiron. He's going to be able to join us towards the tail end of this thing. We've got about 18 more picks, I believe.
Excellent. Excellent.
Cam Thomas, another
Wow.
guy I interviewed at the Senior Bowl. He's another
Nice.
tweener type, but he was a fun guy to talk to, and maybe they, because he's so versatile, that maybe they see him as a potential long-term successor to J.J. Watt.
Jay Watt. Yeah,
Probably never
exactly.
be as great as J.J. Watt, but if he can fill that position long-term, this would be a home run.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely probably going to need to add a little bit of weight, but you've got J.J. Watt there. He can learn from the best. Yeah. Yeah, perfect. Defensive end. He's got some pass rush potential there as well. Strong in the trenches. Definitely good pick there.
Yeah, and I want to play for our viewers my interview, an excerpt of my interview with Cam Thomas, because I asked him a question about music, and he gave me a great answer.
All right.
Oh no, don't do this to me now, iPhone.
What music do you like to listen to before the games that gets you in the mood to hunt quarterbacks? Oh man, yeah, that definitely my music for the game. It starts slow, and then definitely builds up more aggressive. It starts, I'll even start listen to what's it called. There's definitely a variety. I wouldn't say there's like a set playlist, but it definitely usually starts slower and then build its way up to something more aggressive. What music do you like to listen to?
Cameron Thomas, very inspiring answer to how he gets ready before games. It definitely kind of feels like he wants the right song to like build up. It's kind of like the start and the end of a rush, of a snap.
Yeah.
That's one of the best Q&A moments I've had down at the Senior Bowl. Cam Thomas rooting for you. Jalen Tolbert out of South Alabama. Go Jaguars down in Mobile. But Roll Tide always comes first in that state, even more so than War Eagle. But Jalen Tolbert, I like this pick for the Cowboys to add more depth to that wide receiver room here. I think.
Yeah, they desperately needed some depth at wide receiver, and Tolbert, very developmental prospect there for sure, but has a lot of tools, and that seems like a very Jerry Jones kind of pick here. I like Tolbert a lot coming out. He's got speed, he's got size, deep threat there. I like Tolbert a lot here. He's got coming out of the Sun Belt Conference here. It's a little step up in the competition level for him, but
Kyle Brandt of Good Morning Football announcing this pick. The pioneer of angry runs.
Kyle Brandt, good for the football.
Good Morning Football. That's the name of the show.
Yeah, but I mean, he's good. He's good. He's so entertainment. He's good. Yes, exactly. Oh, I'm hoping they don't lose Kay Adams. So there's talk of her going to Amazon Prime for the.
Oh boy, he's breaking the coin toss. Love that. The only thing that can stop touchdown is a freaking coin.
Oh, go Kyle. Oh.
Terrell Bernard,
nice
a linebacker
pick
from Baylor.
So there's the linebacker we were thinking the Bills would get. All right. All right, now the most interesting part of today has been Kyle Brandt. All right,
Yeah, absolutely.
stealing the show.
There was no trash talking by any of the announced
Yep.
when the Chiefs or Broncos or Chargers were making their picks, and now the hometown Raiders finally get to hear that.
Finally, we got the Raiders on the board. This place is gonna go crazy. All right.
Oh, look at that!
Oh, jeez, with Donnie
Osmond backstage.
Osmond.
Get this. Donnie Osmond used to live in my hometown of Wilmette, Illinois,
Oh my goodness.
because he was based when he was doing Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat.
Oh, right. Oh, jeez.
That was headquartered in Chicago for several years. He had a house in my hometown. His son went to my elementary school. Get that? Fun fact.
Wow. Donnie Osmond. Jeez. Yeah, I remember. I'm old enough to remember Donnie and Marie on TV. I can tell you. That's how old I am.
Story of our time, a tragic but inspiring tale of manhood. Oh God, why am I singing that joke? I can't sing Andrew Lloyd Webber ever again.
Oh,
I swear
man.
by it. I'll never do it. That song might sound good, but it covers up all the crap he did.
Exactly.
Joseph
There was
was
a lot.
easily his most tasteful musical, but the rest were just garbage.
Oh,
Andrew Lloyd
yeah.
Webber was just garbage.
Yeah,
With the rare exception of a couple tunes in Joseph.
Yep.
That tune being one of them.
Yeah.
Daryl LaMonica just passed
Nice.
away. The man,
Yes.
legendary Raider. They're dedicating this pick to him, and rightfully so.
Ooh,
Marcus Allen,
Marcus
Figgy, who's
Allen.
making this pick.
Ooh.
One of the all-time GOATs at running back.
Yep. I'll never forget that 83 Super Bowl against the Redskins. Oh,
And the Raiderettes joining him on stage.
that was the only
Which
Super Bowl that I
this
never
is
watched the
big
whole
deal.
game. Was
Yeah, I
the
can't trust
Raiders Redskins. That was the only Super Bowl I never watched the whole game, because when the Raiders pulled away right before halftime, intercepted Joe Theismann, my younger brother started taunting me, and I punched him, and I got grounded for the rest of the game. So oh,
Yeah. Wayne Newton.
Wayne
Mr.
Newton,
Vegas himself.
Mr. Vegas. I saw him on the red carpet when they the pregame
Here we go.
yesterday.
So did I.
Good. Great.
He wants Marcus to announce the play. Dylan Parham.
Yeah, right.
Good
Great pick.
Great line. Very good value here.
Yep, great
You had to
value.
upgrade that offensive line some kind of way. Parham's a good guy to do it with.
Yep. It looks like the Raiders got the 169, pick number 169 from Tennessee to move back to 90 as well. So great job. Move back and get position of need here. Great value. Excellent pick here. Great start by the new regime in Vegas.
I believe they currently have Nick Martin, but I think he can. You can say goodbye to him for a cat casualty in a year or so, and make him replace him. And you got to protect Derek Carr. You just have to protect him because
you made the investment in him.
Yep, and Derek Carr. I love Derek Carr. I think he's a top 10 quarterback in this league, top 10 to 12 to be exact. But that's still franchise level material. But he is not as good as hiding poor offensive line play as other quarterbacks, especially the other quarterbacks in his division. And I'm not, I don't mean to diss him or anything. I think he's great. I think the Raiders have, they still have a pretty top heavy roster, but it's a star-studded top heavy roster. And I think are going to make some noise this year, but but a lot of it hinges on that offensive line and that back end of the defense. Because Max Crosby is already a star, and Chandler Jones is now going to be his bookend, but Chandler Jones is 32. You got to keep that in mind too, don't you?
That was a long time ago. He was there on draft night. Patriots grabbing him out of Syracuse, definitely. So, yeah, and I like Parham for the Raiders. Yeah, he projects best as a center, but don't forget he played right tackle a year. He played both sides of guard, left guard, right guard. So he does have some of that position versatility as well. Probably be the swing interior offensive lineman as a rookie here. And like you said, probably take over as center after that. So great value. Good job moving down, picking up an extra pick.
Yeah, good pick by Dave Ziegler and Josh McDaniels, who you know very well from their time in New England.
And that's a very smart
the Bucks
move.
Here, you got Tom Brady protection, and Luke Gadecki got Logan Hall, and we are about to welcome our next special guest of the evening. He is Jacob Infante of Windy City Gridiron and the Draft Wire. Jacob, how are you, man?
Good. It's been very busy couple of hours for me, but I'm enjoying myself. I mean, it's draft day, so I can't be complaining too much in the grand scheme of things, but I appreciate you extending the invite, and I'm happy to be on.
Yeah, and we appreciate you joining us. And no time is too late on draft night, because we're all still grinding, writing those articles and taking those notes and things like that to get us ready for this football season. So we're going to start with a team you covered, the Chicago Bears. Bears fans are obviously going to be upset that Ryan Poles decided to to double dip on the secondary with his first two picks as Bears GM, but he got some pretty damn good players with Kyler Gordon and Jaquan Brisker, and plus this roster had holes everywhere. Almost any pick would have made sense, and I think that Velus Jones, he's that type of receiver that is perfect for Justin Fields. I think the Bears have done a pretty good job. What do you think?
Yeah, so ultimately, I know that a lot of Bears fans are not necessarily super happy with the first two picks, just because it's not necessarily on the offensive side of the ball. Sorry. But looking at the two picks that they got in the second round, I mean, you're looking at Kyler Gordon, a cornerback that many believe to be a first-round talent, and Jaquan Brisker, a safety who was seen as, one of the top safeties in this class. For what it's worth, I had a top 30 grade on Jaquan Brisker. So to get him at 49, in my opinion, is very good. 48, rather, in my opinion, is very good value. I was a little lower on Kyler Gordon than most, but at the same time, I definitely see the appeal. I think that he's going to bring day one starting ability. He has loose hips, the ability to mirror movements and coverage, good speed, high football IQ for both guys, and they both play hard. So I think that's something Eberflus really liked out of both of those guys, and was probably pushing, to a certain extent to get those guys in his unit. The secondary is, probably the biggest strength of the Bears right now. Having said that, with Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon at corner, and then Eddie Jackson and Jaquan Brisker at safety, and then you have Thomas Graham Jr. and Tavon Young battling in the nickel, that's a good secondary. That's a really good secondary. And for that perspective, I think it's good. At the same time, though, the offense is still a major work in progress. I wasn't super stoked on Velus Jones Jr. being the wide receiver that they took at 71. I had him as a late fourth-round value, so to get him early in the third was a little bit of a reach to me. Him being 20, he's going to be 25 in a couple of weeks, so he's older for
very
a rookie.
Good point there.
Yeah, so he does have that going against him, and he's not a super polished route runner. But at the same time, he's a dynamic athlete. He can change direction well, very good after the catch, very good return man, tough to bring down just because of his agility and his toughness. So I think he'll have a role in the offense. At the very least, he'll be at least in my opinion, a very good return specialist.
Yeah.
Someone who can maybe get manufactured some touches in the offense. Wide receiver is still a big need, and I think that's something they'll have to in the free agent market after the draft to see if they can get to that. But
yes,
I think that there's...
Keep going.
Okay. Yeah, so I think the offense obviously still a major work in progress, but the defensive side of the ball, I think that they got a lot better. They got some good young talent there. So this isn't going to be an immediate fix overnight. Would I have preferred a Jalen Tolbert or a Khalil Shakir at receiver? Definitely. Even a David Bell, who I know some people have soured on, but I'm still a big fan of. But overall, I mean, it's a solid draft. I wouldn't say that they've necessarily been amazing. I would have liked them to trade back, but obviously it takes two to tango. So if they didn't get enough value, then there's no reason to move down. So all that said, yes, I wish their offense was better. Yes, I feel like Justin Fields is in a good spot again to succeed in the NFL. But this is a progress. I'm going to have to trust this front office. I haven't seen anything that proves otherwise. So time will tell with the Bears.
Oh, the Panthers have traded back up into the third round. The Panthers. I think it's for a quarterback. Matt Corral. They really loved Matt Corral. The buzz was suggested. Do you think it's for Corral?
That would be interesting. That would really be interesting if that were the case.
Yes.
Yeah. Corral, I could see.
Here's the.
Yeah, I mean Corral more than Howell at this point. I would think it would have to be Corral. Oof.
Yeah.
Ty Davis Price of LSU is the 49ers pick at 93. The Packers pick at 92 is Sean Ryan of UCLA, a tackle, but I think he's going to be moved inside the guard most likely. And a very underrated running back, a third down running back, Rashad White, was the Bucs pick out of Arizona State at 91. So just recapping things for you. But I want to ask you another question, Jacob. The Broncos are off to a pretty decent start, in my opinion, but I just wanted to get your opinion. Nick Bonito was their pick at 64, and a lot of people, notable people in the draft community loved him, but just as many people poo-pooed on him, so to speak, because he is not necessarily big enough for a full-time role, and but but he was compared a lot to Hassan Reddick, and if you can use him in that way, it makes the pick worthwhile and for what that's worth. And Greg Dulcich, a lot of people say, "Oh, Russell Wilson, he doesn't use tight ends; he can't attack the middle of the field." But Greg Dulcich, based on what I heard, he's one of the best deep threat tight ends in this draft class. So do you think the Nick Bonito and Greg Dulcich picks made sense for the Broncos?
Yeah, I mean, and I think that especially when you don't have a first round pick, it's very helpful to hit later on. And I think the Broncos have done a good job with what they've had so far. I think Bonito, he's smaller, but he's super explosive. He generated a ton of pressures in the Big 12 and just consistently able to, turn the corner well, generate pressure off the edge as a pass rusher. And then Dulcich, I think, is a guy who's going to contribute right away for the Broncos, as quickly as most rookie tight ends can, which it might take a little while, but he can contribute quickly, quicker than the average tight end, at least in my opinion, because you're looking at a guy, like you said, can stretch the field well. He's good on the seam. He has the deep speed, the coordination to make those grabs across the middle of the field. I think that's a very good weapon for Russell Wilson. So if obviously rookie tight ends tend to struggle a bit more early on in their careers, but if there's anyone who can make a pretty immediate impact, I think Dulcich has as good of a chance as anyone.
Yeah, thank you for that scan report, Jacob. Hal, meet my partner Hal Bent of Full Press Coverage. Jacob Atfane, another good friend of the podcast from Windy City Gridiron, the Bears Super Bowl Fan Nation website, and the Draft Wire. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask Jacob?
Oh my gosh. No, I'm just trying to figure out what Carolina's doing here at 94 now. That's
yeah. I think it's Matt Corral. There was buzz suggesting that they have going back to the that they like Corral over Pickett.
Yeah. So if they're that high on Corral, I mean, I can't see him going to Howell. It's just not a guy you trade up. They gave the Patriots a third round pick next year. So third round pick for the Patriots to move back to 137.
Oh, baby. They must really love who fell, though. They must really love. whoever they're going to pick here.
Yeah,
It has
so
to be somebody you really love to surrender your third-round pick next year. So the Panthers, hopefully they don't burn burn another second, because they burned their second and third this year.
Oh, the camera hound's here at last behind me.
Well, Trader Scott, I think, is going to likely make an appearance next year, or whoever their GM is.
Are you stuck? Come on. Sorry, he's the spoiled pandemic baby, the orange cat. So that's why I had to. The earlier guest, Mark Schofield, has 2 orange cats. So I had to make mention of that. So
yeah. So also, Jacob, what teams have impressed you the most in this draft, aside from the Baltimore Ravens, who've obviously hit it out of the park again? That's an evergreen comment. Ravens hit it out of the park in the draft.
Wait, hold on. Something's up with my connection. I don't know what's up with it. I didn't really hear too well.
We hang on. Here's the Panthers pick. Let's hear it come in. It is Matt Corral, indeed.
Wow. Matt Corral.
Yeah, we got Jacob back in. So Matt Corral, the pick for the Panthers. We'll get to that in a second. But aside from the Baltimore Ravens, who has had very good, the best drafts in your eyes? And but I say aside from the Ravens because
they killed
it again. They've done it again, as they always do, and that's painfully obvious.
Okay, hold on one sec. I'm trying to. I don't know what's up with it. This is on my phone here because my laptop died on me when I was doing stuff with Windy City Gridiron. So my connection admittedly might not be the best. I apologize for that.
Okay.
That said, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try my best. If there's anything, if my phone will let me hear any questions or any comments that I can chip in on, but. I don't know exactly how much it's going to let me, unfortunately.
Yeah. So what other teams, aside from the Ravens, have had great draft classes in your view?
I don't know what's going on with my phone. I'm trying to.
Just speak and try to answer the question. We'll plow through this thing.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time. I'm so sorry about this. I'm trying to see if my phone will. I couldn't hear. It was all choppy for all of it, and I'm sure it's nothing on your end. It's just
damn. Sorry, Jacob. I'll try again.
Yeah, no, it's.
Who has had the best classes in this draft?
I couldn't hear that again. I don't know how much of what you're hearing from me.
I could hear you.
I'm coming in clear.
You sound great. Yeah.
Let you go, Jacob. You sound great. We can hear you fine. But if you can't hear me, should we let you go?
Yeah. So I was able to hear you for like 5 seconds there, and then it went choppy again. So something screwed up with my connection. I don't know what it is because I'm not good place with connection. I just don't know what the issue is. So I sincerely apologize. I keep having issues, especially I've had it with StreamYard in the past on other shows and stuff. So
we got another George Payne.
I don't.
Back
I'm
in
not.
the first round. Take a drink. They traded back with the Colts.
Wow. Ooh.
Zachary Carter of Florida. Now we're getting into names I haven't come across.
All right. Big defensive tackle.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jacob
With,
could chase, but I think he gave us. He did his best, and we
He
thank you,
did.
Jacob, for stopping by for however long he could.
Yeah, too bad. I would want to know which one. Was it the Giants or the Jets? Who did better? Because, yeah, it's been Baltimore and the Jets and the Giants knocking it out of the park here on draft day today. So,
Yeah, Colts have traded. Let's see.
yeah,
So once again, George Payton sticking to form, trading back in the third round. Can we drink to that again? Two
yeah,
trade
why
backs in the
not?
third
Let's
round.
do it. I'll drink to that.
Yeah.
Good job. Let's see. Indianapolis must have been a 4th round pick. Yeah.
They got another third.
Oh,
The Broncos got another third round pick in next year's draft. George Payton, you are incredible.
wow. Move down for. Yeah, I was just going to say jeez.
Nick
Oh,
Cross
nice
is
pick
the pick.
by
The
the
Colts moved
Colts.
all the way up from 179 to make
Wow.
this pick.
Wow.
And the Broncos had to make this move, and here's why. They only had four picks in next year's draft on the dock because Russell was trade. 4. And now you add another 3. That's exactly what they had to do. Mission accomplished, George Payton.
That's perfect.
Mission accomplished.
Yep. And, the price was set by Carolina moving up. They paid a 3rd round pick for next year. So, yeah, Patriots and Broncos cashing in on that. So that's good. Good value right there.
Yeah, good value for both the Colts coming up to take a safety like Cross and the Broncos, who are going to have 8 picks tomorrow for a total of 11. And this is the draft to do it in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like we said when we talked before the draft, having all those picks here in the mid rounds, with this kind of draft board, you're going to be very happy with a lot of these picks.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. And like I said, headed into tonight, they only had 4 picks in next year's draft. Now you have 2/3.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And for the Colts, it's to move up. It's a great pick there with Nick Cross out of Maryland as well. Yeah. So great safety there. Explosive speed. Ran a 4.340 at the combine for a safety. So you've got some great speed. He'll be on the artificial turf there in Indianapolis, playing at high speed. Should be a good fit on that defense. So
definitely.
Great on both ends there, Indianapolis and Denver. So we're coming down to the wire here, David. We are in the less than 10 picks to go here tonight. We got the Lions coming up.
Right. Yep. Like I said, when Belichick made that move, I was like, George Pick, you got to make a similar move because you only have 4 picks next year. He had no choice.
Yeah, and great for the Patriots because they traded away their 3rd round pick to get Devontae Parker from the.
Yeah. Definitely.
Oops. I think I just lost the connection for a second there.
Yeah, so we're in the compensatory pick territory for the Lions here. Let's see who is still available. I'm not sure I go with Sam Howell. Or a running back. Want to add another weapon, tight ends like Cade Otton, who's a great blocker. Jeremy Ruckert, a great blocker, would make a lot of sense here. Want to Calvin Austin, if you want to add another speed threat.
That would be a nice pick right now. So So yeah, double up at wide receiver, get another speed threat there to put Jamison Williams on the outside and Calvin Austin in the slot. That'd be nice. So they doubled up on defensive end already. Why not go for another wide receiver?
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea. Yeah, and I mean, again, if they want to go for a quarterback, a developmental player, again, I don't think it's the end of the world if they want to take Sam Howell and develop him and see what they've got between him and Goff. And if he doesn't stick, then try to trade up next year, see if you can get one of the top quarterbacks there. So.
Barry Sanders.
Oh, wow. Wow, Barry. Ooh.
Curry Joseph, very, very good pick
Nice.
there.
Yeah, great value there for Joseph. Nice. Yeah, they definitely need help in the secondary. So
here come the safeties.
Yeah. Yeah, good pick there.
Yeah, and we got the Commanders, I believe, making their pick.
Yep. That should be Washington.
Kyle Brandt, you stole the night indeed.
Oh my God. Oh man. And those Zuba pants there and everything. Oh, that's just great. Yeah, a lot of different ways for Washington to go here. Yeah, they could be Calvin Austin here as well. They got Curtis Samuel. I don't know if they'll go wide receiver again, but Chase Young. All right.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Another Bama player, Brian
Yeah.
Robinson Jr. The Tuscaloosa native who played college ball in Tuscaloosa. Another Bama boy headed to Washington. Roll that tide all the way to the DMV. I feel like singing the Alabama fight song right now.
I like
That's
it.
a much better song to sing than an Andrew Lloyd Webber song.
That's much better than that, for sure.
Yeah, so what do you think of the Commanders adding Brian Robinson to the backfield here? I think he's a perfect compliment. I think he's a bigger back than Antonio Gibson. Perfect compliment. Gives him a nice little 1-2 punch there.
Yeah, exactly. Antonio Gibson, J.D. McKissick, they need some size there. And, Robinson, downhill runner. That's exactly what he is, and should complement that running back room perfectly for the Commanders. I think that's a solid pick there. Not a lot of wear and tear just because of the depth at Alabama. I mean, you're buried there. I mean, he had Damian Harris, Josh Jacobs, Najee Harris ahead of him there. So he really only was a starter for one season. So not a lot of wear and tear there. That's another good thing you get with those Alabama backs, just because of that amazing depth that they have year after year. But, physical, one cut and go, gets those tough yards. Great. Just what they needed in Washington. That's the type of running back that they needed there. Pick up those 3rd and shorts in the red zone. Be that lead back to wear them down a little bit. That's a good fit for Washington, and a good fit for that Washington offense as well, because with Carson Wentz at quarterback, you got to have a strong running game, no
You
doubt
do.
about it. You can't put the game on his shoulders there and expect him
The
to
Browns took David Bell out of Purdue.
win it. Oh, nice pick.
Very good pick here. Added
Yep.
to that receiver stable for Deshaun Watson, whoever your quarterback is going to be to start the year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
What do you like most about David Bell? You were raving about him earlier tonight, Hal.
Yeah, well, I mean, David Bell just does everything well. He's not the fastest guy in the world by any stretch. He doesn't blow anybody away, but he knows how to get open. He knows how to use his body to shield the defensive backs away. He's got excellent hands. You know, he doesn't have a super high ceiling, but he's one of those receivers that um, you know, uses his head, very smart, knows what to do, understands leverage, body positioning, using his hands, getting in and out of the routes. He checks all the boxes on that. I guess you'd call him more of like an outside possession receiver. He's not going to stretch the field or anything, but you need those guys. They're very valuable. Pick up the third downs for you, keep the drives, positive momentum moving. One of those just solid receivers that every team needs. And you know, he's not going to blow you away with anything, but he's consistent and solid, and that's what I love about him. He's going to be a plug and play wide receiver here in the NFL.
Cardinals get edge up with Myjai Sanders out of Cincinnati.
Myjai Sanders. Well, yeah, I guess Arizona. Well, I mean, they needed a pass rusher, no doubt about it. Yeah, Sanders played light most of the time. They're just saying he's definitely added some weight here at the combine. Was bulking up here, but again, definitely fast. Somebody you want standing up on the edge, line him up wide, pin his ears back on third down, go after the quarterback. I think that's the best fit for Myjai Sanders, and so they should be able to have a role for him to do that in Arizona.
Yeah, they needed an edge badly to after losing Chandler Jones to the Raiders, and although they could have done well. Cameron Thomas and Myjai Sanders are two good investments. But they could have done so much better. Why did you give up a one for Marquise Hollywood? He's too limited a wide receiver to trade that kind of capital for. He just is.
Yeah, he really is. And
I get it because he was Kyler's teammate and they're trying to appease Kyler Murray in contract negotiation and trying to make him happy. I get that. You didn't have to pay that big a price, though.
No, I mean, my goodness. I mean, there's so many good wide receivers in the draft. I mean, yeah, I mean, you're really, you're really missing out on the value. You gave up a first round pick. You could have drafted a quarterback in the first round. You would have had him, for 4 years plus the first year, plus the first round option there for a fifth season as well. And instead, you've got, Marquise Brown, you're going to be paying him. That contract's going to be up pretty soon. So, it's like you're paying extra to pay more. I just don't understand it. Yeah, that's well, a lot of question marks about Arizona these last 2 days. So, Hollywood Brown, Trey McBride at tight end. Yeah, I'm not quite sure I get it, but at least with Myjai Sanders, Cameron Thomas, they're getting a little bit of help on that defensive line, which they desperately needed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
The Jets here.
Oh, jeez. What else can they do? My God, they've
Offensive
killed it
line,
for.
but the tackle cupboard is bare right now.
Yeah.
Unless they want to roll the dice on a Daniel. No, but Daniel Falele is a poor fit in that outside zone scheme. Very
Oh,
bad.
yeah.
scheme
Yeah,
fit.
that wouldn't
Very
be. That,
bad scheme fit. Let's
that would not be good
see
at all
what,
for the Jets.
tackles, centers. Zach Tom, it would be a great pick here if
Ooh,
they want a
Zach
center.
Tom would be
I
bad.
love
Yeah.
Zach Tom. Yeah, that would make a ton of sense here.
Yeah, we're still waiting for Perry and Winfrey to go somewhere. Yep.
Joe Douglas comes from the Baltimore tree where they stock
Yeah.
up front. That would make a ton of sense. Perry and Winfrey would make a ton of sense here. I absolutely agree.
Yeah, Leo Chanel. I mean, for the Jets,
Channing Tyndall.
Yeah,
Channing
either one.
Tyndall.
Either one. I mean, for the Jets, they've got to get out of that CJ Mosley contract. I mean, that's.
Yeah, Channing Tyndall. This Joe Douglas would bring his Ravens experience to pick 101 here by taking a Channing Tyndall here.
Yeah, that would be perfect. I mean, after this year, they've got to get out of that Mosley contract there. They can't have him eating up all that cap space when you can replace him with a third rounder very easily here. I think Mosley's going to be about done.
The coach of St. Peter's is making the pick here. You remember
nice.
The Peacocks of St. Peter's,
yes.
The beautiful Cinderella story in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the last year of guaranteed money on CJ Mosley, so linebacker would make a lot of sense to Oh,
Jeremy Ruckert, a blocking tight end. They're loading up on those tight ends, man.
Wow.
CJ Uzama, Tyler Conklin, now an extra blocker, and Jeremy Ruckert.
Wow, that's interesting. Wow, Ruckert. I did not expect tight end here at this pick, but yeah, definitely get that blocking ability there, tight end. So again, somebody else there to help out Zach Wilson. That's a big part of this draft for them. They made that investment, number 2 overall pick, and they got to get those pieces there for him. So they've been doing a good job at that so far. Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall.
The art of the one-handed catch with Jeremy Ruckert playing on NFL Network right now.
Nice. Yeah, so blocking tight end, running back, wide receiver. Jets have been checking off the boxes. Edge rusher, cornerbacks. Oh, Miami. That's right. They're in this draft. Ooh. So we finally get to see the Dolphins.
50th anniversary of the 72 Dolphins.
Oh, yeah.
And the Dolphins, who use an FM pick strategy to build a very quietly one of the more talented rosters in the league this year. This is their first pick. It's hard to find a weakness on that Dolphins team, as I was talking about
it really is.
on an earlier episode.
Yeah, I mean, they got a strong defense. The secondary is fantastic. I mean, just star-studded there. Good,
just
solid
linebackers. They take a Justin Herbert.
Oh, I know. Can you imagine Herbert? Oh my goodness. Oh. Yeah. So. Yeah, I mean, so for the Dolphins, they're pretty much, can take whoever they have as their top player on the board here. Perry and Winfrey. Channing Tyndall.
There's
Leo.
Channing Tyndall. Great
There you go.
value pick, man.
Nice.
Excellent value. Channing Tyndall, another Georgia linebacker with athletic upside.
Perfect pick. Yep.
4.4 speed for a linebacker. Bet on that all day.
Oh man, like you said, you can't go wrong with anybody from that Georgia defense. I don't care who you're picking there. And yeah, Tyndall could have gone a round earlier. Nobody would have batted an eyelash, I don't think. So great value there picking at, what is this, 102? Yeah, great speed, sees the ball, gets the ball. That's linebackers like that, always going to find a role in the NFL. Explosive speed, should be very good. Be able to play right away. Transition him in and then lock him in as a starter for at least the next 3 years after that. So, yeah, great value pick for the Dolphins right there.
Yeah, Chiefs.
Chiefs back on the board.
Back on the board. You added Sky Moore. Now you can add Calvin Austin to that offense.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Speed. That's the name of your game, Chiefs. You're not straying away from that identity. You got Sky Moore.
Ooh.
Leo Chenal.
Oh, we got the linebacker run going here.
Yeah, Leo Chenal, another freaky athlete.
Yep, exactly. So, yeah, good for Kansas City. Yeah, so Leo Chenal, George Karlaftis up there on the defensive end. Brian Cook, yeah,
underrated safety, picture perfect tackler. The Chiefs have, they gave Patrick Mahomes another weapon to try to replace Tyreek Hill, but they have been focused on defense because headed into this draft, that defensive depth chart was an absolute mess, and I think they've done an excellent job.
Yeah, they've hit on all three levels here. Karlaftis and now Chenal. You said Brian Cook, Trent McDuffie in the first round. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean that's a beautiful job of addressing needs all over that defense for the
especially
Chiefs.
With the powerhouse offenses they're going to be facing in the best division in the NFL. All three of them, they stacked up on defense tonight.
Yeah, great job by the Chiefs there. I like that.
Yeah, they've easily had a top 5 class.
Yep.
In my opinion.
Yep. Yeah, they've done a fantastic job. Yep. Built up the defense. Sky Moore, great pick there. Should be a perfect fit in that Andy Reid offense. They're gonna love having him. Great draft. And now we finally get to see the champs.
The champs, the Rams, the F them picks champs. The Los Angeles F them picks Rams.
And for a team that says F them picks, they do such a great job in these middle rounds.
Do.
Day 2 and day 3.
All these comp picks that overplay their value and they let go in free agency.
Yep.
But this is from Brad Holmes being I believe this is the Brad Holmes diversity incentive.
Yep, diversity incentive here. Yep.
And Brad Holmes having another great draft with the Lions.
Yep.
Well, there's some boos in Vegas. Typical Raider fans.
That's right.
Everybody, that's not them. Steven Jackson.
Oh, wow.
He looks as fit as ever.
He looks like he could still go give you 15 carries,
Absolutely.
Ooh.
Logan Bruss from Wisconsin. So them going with a Wisconsin lineman here. This is what smart teams do. They always get
Yep.
Wisconsin linemen at this juncture of the draft because those guys have a far better chance of outplaying their value because of the pro style system they come through.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's one of those, consistently feeding the NFL with a strong offensive linemen, and that's that Wisconsin program. And yep, Bruss, another one. Positional versatility. Played a lot of right tackle. He's played right guard. Yeah, he brings that strong, good size for a guard, 6'5", over 300 pounds. Great pass blocker. Not the greatest. Not the greatest run blocker. Doesn't have that. Explosion out of his stance, but that strong lower body, tough to move. So, Rams aren't going to be worried about running the ball too much. They're going to love him as a pass blocker there, potentially. So, gives them some good depth there. Potentially be a starter in a year or two.
Absolutely.
And we're at our last
Here's
pick
the final
here,
pick of the
David.
night.
Wow. Oh, nice.
Danny Gray, speed demon, wide receiver,
yes.
kind of in the mold of Darnell Mooney of the Bears. Very good job by the 49ers getting, hopefully, Trey Lance, another weapon. I think it has to be Trey Lance's team right now. Don't you think so?
Yep. Oh, yeah,
Because
yeah.
we've seen what's dealing with Garoppolo, and it's not a Super Bowl.
Garoppolo's not. I think they've already taken away his, his card to get into the facilities, and you're not going to see Jimmy Garoppolo in a 49ers uniform ever again. It's Trey Lance's team. It's just a matter of they've got to get Garoppolo healthy before they can trade him.
Definitely. And we have concluded our day 2 of our 2022 NFL draft coverage. We are going to continue our coverage with our division by division draft recaps starting in either next week or the following week. So that is when our draft coverage, our post-draft coverage continues tomorrow. Just enjoy more young men seeing their dreams come true, and hopefully a lot of the young men picked tomorrow will turn out to be star players who beat the odds, like we saw Trey Smith with the Chiefs last year in round 6. We've seen Kirk Cousins on day 3. Russell Wilson was round 3, but not day 3.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah. So we have reached the end of the line of our coverage here. And Hal, what is your biggest takeaway from this draft so far? We still got a long day ahead of us tomorrow.
We still got a long day ahead of us tomorrow, and it's seeing the Miami and the Rams here coming on at the end. You almost forgot they had any picks at all, but we'll see more of them tomorrow. But I mean, just this draft, a lot of years you can point to, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams where you're scratching your head and trying to figure out what exactly they were seeing that we're not seeing, and making these picks that just seem completely crazy, and just not seeing that this year here so far. We've seen a lot of solid draft classes. We talked about Baltimore all day yesterday and today. Clearly the cream of the crop there, but both New York teams, the Giants and Jets, both hit it out of the park. I thought they both had extremely strong draft classes. We talked about Kansas City as well. Recently just beefing up that defense, getting another weapon as well for Patrick Mahomes. So a lot of teams with a lot of really good, solid drafts here so far, and very hard to criticize a lot of these drafts. So, I think that's
yes. Another team that's Chris Ballard and the Colts have done a great job here. I love their draft. getting weapons from Matt Ryan, getting a protection with a tremendous value with Bernard Ryman. Like you got a basketball team, as I said, with Alec Pierce, getting him to Michael Pittman, and getting Jelani Woods there, who could block.
Yep.
Blocking is going to get him on the field immediately, and Jonathan Taylor will love. Very, very nice done for the Colts. But the Ravens and the Jets, I think, have stolen the show for the most part.
Yeah, exactly. And Green Bay quietly with those 2 first-round picks, 2 defensive players from Georgia, making assistant general manager Aaron Rodgers wait for the second round to get his wide receiver. But again, very solid draft there by Green Bay, as they seem to do year after year after year. And like I said, some of these other teams that have had some bad drafts in the past, I thought the Lions did a great job as well.
Brad
getting
Holmes
that.
is the real deal,
Yeah.
man. He just
Yeah,
is.
I mean, I thought they hit it out of the park as well. So a lot of really solid drafts here in these last 2 days. Just impressive on all sides. So, and that tells you the talent in the NFL that are in the front offices now, and coaching staffs, and the hard work done by all those scouts and scouting staffs. That we're seeing that, it's you don't have those clown franchises anymore that are making those horrible picks year after year.
What is your honest assessment of what the Broncos did tonight? Now, I want to know what you think.
For Denver, I think, number one, getting that 2023 third round pick, I thought was fantastic. It's going to be another strong draft last year. That's a great value pick for them. Like I said, they didn't have a lot of picks today. Nick Bonito, defensive end. I mean, he's a project, but that's what you get at the end of the second round. You're not going to get a plug and play starter at defensive end. You're going to get, best case scenario, somebody who's going to come in on third down and contribute as a rookie. I think he can do that. With his speed, he'll be a fit as a designated pass rusher on third down. And, he's going to have to put in a lot of work in training camp this year and next year, but definitely has all the tools with the right coaching to, become a potential pass rushing asset in year 2 and 3. And then the second pick, Dulcich at tight end, I thought that was a great pick. It gives a weapon to Russell Wilson. You invested in that quarterback. You had to give up your tight end to get that quarterback, and being able to, what was it, like about 80 that they picked him? To get somebody with that kind of athleticism there at that position, and having that, deep threat, thread the middle of the field, downfield threat at tight end is a perfect fit for Russell Wilson. So I think that's a pick that's going to pay off in spades. So, I'm looking at that today. Solid player on defense to help with your pass rush, solid weapon for Russell Wilson, and that third round pick next year is a slam dunk right there. So Denver, 2 thumbs up, good draft.
Yep. I think they did the best they could with the capital they got, and Russell Wilson was well worth all the picks they gave up for him.
Definitely. Whatever you gave up for him, he was worth twice as many picks, So I wouldn't worry about that at all in the least. And like I said, they have a ton of picks tomorrow as well. What do they have, like 3 fifth-round picks and a couple in the
yes, they're in that meat of the draft. They've got they got 3 fifths, and because I think the depth of this draft extends all the way into the 5th round, if not the 6th.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see, you're going to hear these teams coming out of this draft, and they're going to say, "Oh my God, I can't believe so and so is available at pick 180 or pick 205 or whatever it is," because there's so much depth. And like I said, we've barely scratched the surface on cornerback, wide receiver, edge rusher. Those positions have depth all the way through the undrafted free agents here. So especially those three positions. There's a ton of depth there, and teams that have those picks are going to be able to load up at those positions and find a lot of hidden gems there in these later rounds.
Definitely. And thank you, Mark Schofield, for donating to our fundraiser to help orphan Ukrainian children. I'm going to put us over the top of our goal right now.
Woohoo.
So we raised all the money we needed. Thank you, Mark Schofield, for getting us to the brink of the finish line. Thank you, Mark. And thanks to all of you who have tuned in and seen the other side of my broadcast skills. I'm not as good at spontaneous live streams as I am at pre-recorded pods with predetermined questions. We were just analyzing everything as it was saying. We just were. And I can't think of anybody better to do this with you, Al. And I hope this becomes an annual tradition for us.
I hope so as well, David. This was so much fun. I really appreciated the invitation and glad to be able to join you here. There's nothing like the draft. And it's been such a fun journey here since the Super Bowl. I've been digging in since February, and it's been so much fun to see it paying off here these first 2 days.
Definitely. And I'm going to sign off right now. Hal Bent, thank you, Hal. Thank you, Coach Andrew Weeman. Thank you, Mark Schofield. Thank you, Jacob Infante. Even your brief appearance with all those technical glitches was very good. You got in great points about both the Bears and Broncos. Yes, we appreciate you, Jacob. And sorry, Carl Dumler, you couldn't join us, but like I said, you were under tornado watch, and I hope you and your family are safe there in Kansas, especially your boys that you adopted from the Dominican Republic. And thanks to all of you who support me in this endeavor. It is my pleasure to bring you my angle of the NFL the best that I possibly can. And you constantly empower me to be the best version of myself. I'm all grateful for all of you. Just couldn't be more grateful. So we will return in a week or two with our NFL draft recap series, a division by division look at how each team did. And or we might do a full conference one. We might just do 2 episodes, one for the AFC and one for the NFC, and then maybe take a little break. And over the summer, when the NFL hits the summer lull, we might have a very special series for you coming your way that gives you a look into another part of the NFL universe. So stay tuned with that. I will be releasing details when we get some stuff confirmed. So that is it for our 2022 NFL Draft live streams. You can follow me on Twitter at dcrom59, and I'm now on Instagram and TikTok at Sports Crunch with dcrom. And remember that Scrunch Clay. You can also follow Hal Bent on Twitter at HalBent01 and catch his work at BostonSportPage.com and full press coverage. For Hal Bent, this is David Cromwell saying so long, stay safe, stay awesome, stay sane, and Slava Ukraini. Glory to you. Thank you very much, Hal. Thank you very much, everybody who came on and tuned in. God bless you. Can't wait to do this again next year.